Chapter 346, Great Wizard. As Shi Feng activated Fantasy World, a faint barrier of light formed around his body. Fantasy World. Immunity to all magic damage and 10% of magic damage received will be converted to healing to recover player's HP for 10 seconds. Cooldown, 3 minutes. At this moment, the players surrounding Shi Feng had not yet noticed the mechanical slayer preparing its attack. They still foolishly charged at Shi Feng. Before anyone could react, cracks started appearing on the stone-paved road as the land trembled. In the next moment, countless blades of air shot up from the cracks. Regardless of whether it was a player or an NPC, all those struck by the air blades died. After the turbulent storm ended, the street outside the teleportation hall was beyond recognition. At this moment, this small section of the city had become a ruin. The players observing the battle from a distance fell silent. This was the first time they had ever seen such frightening, destructive power. With a single attack, the mechanical slayer killed thousands of players. A large empty patch suddenly appeared on the previously crowded street. Even the level 150 guards had not survived the attack. How were they, players, supposed to deal with such a monster? Powerlessness bloomed in the hearts of the players who were originally intent on killing the slayer. No! At this moment, the guild leaders of the various guilds who had ordered their members to encircle Shi Feng no longer possessed the calm they had before. Only regret and anger filled them right now. The mechanical slayer's storm domain had instantly obliterated thousands of their members. Moreover, a majority of these members were elite players. As unrated guilds, they did not possess many elites. At most, each guild would have 600 to 700 elite players. Hence, even the death of a few dozen elite players was a huge blow. Now, however, each of these unrated guilds had lost over 100 elites. That single attack had dealt a fatal blow. Guild leader Black Flame's tactic was awesome. Turtledove giggled as she observed the carnage from afar. Let's see if those guilds dare to bully others in the future. Standing beside Turtledove, Shadow Sword nodded in agreement. Although this matter appeared simple, in reality, it was extremely difficult to carry out such a feat. While directing the mechanical slayer's attacks, Shi Feng also had to dodge the attacks from other players constantly. Shi Feng also had to know where he could and could not run. If Shi Feng did not have a perfect grasp of his surroundings, even the slightest mistake would result in his death. Following the disappearance of the storm domain, the momentary calm also shattered. When the mechanical slayer discovered that some people were still alive, especially Shi Feng, it was humiliated. Suddenly, the mechanical slayer jerked its serrated greatsword from the ground. The mechanical slayer then started spinning, transforming into a bladed tornado. This was one of the mechanical slayer's skills, Bladestorm. The tornado possessed a powerful suction, easily pulling players into its attack. Moreover, the tornado's movement speed was very fast. It can affect my movement even when I'm 30 yards away. If I stand closer, even I might get sucked in. Shi Feng hurriedly took out a speed scroll from his bag and used it. He then charged towards the gathering of the various guilds. Meanwhile, a level 150 tier 2 guard general standing only half a dozen yards away from the tornado was immediately yanked into it, a series of damages over minus 10,000 points appearing above the guard general's head. In only a moment, the guard general died under the mechanical slayer's bladestorm. The frightening damage caused everyone to break out in cold sweat. Now, all thoughts of killing this mutant vanished from the minds of these witnesses. Currently, they only had a single thought: run. Suddenly, many players who stood closest to the mechanical slayer began to flee in a panic. Naturally, the members of the various guilds were no exception. When these guild players saw Shi Feng running towards them, each and every one of them immediately turned and fled, having completely forgotten about attacking Shi Feng. There were no fools here. Nobody wanted to gift themselves to death. This chase scene occupied the streets of White River City. Many players who had just arrived were dumbfounded. They had often seen a group of players chasing another group of players. But now, Tens of thousands of players were actually running from a single player. Moreover, these players looked as if they had just seen a ghost. This was truly the first time they had seen such a miracle. Aren't those guys members of the third-rate guild, Angel's Crown? Why are they running away? A ranger who had just arrived asked in wonder. You think Angel's Crown is the only guild running away? Don't you see that there are members belonging to dozens of guilds running with their tails between their legs? A druid who knew more about the situation commented from the side. Now that you've mentioned it, that really does seem to be the case. Just what is going on here? The ranger was confused further after he realized the scope of the situation. Normally, the members of these guilds were extremely arrogant and overbearing. These guilds dominated the densely populated monster areas, and if independent players like them had an opinion about it, these guild players would kill them without hesitation. For a time now, many independent players harbored a great hatred for these guild players, though none of them had actually dared to voice that hatred. Now, a miracle had actually occurred. It turned out that even the mighty and arrogant guild players had times where they were afraid. In particular, the members of Dark Star could also be seen among the crowd of fleeing players. Dark Star was one of the top 6 guilds of White River City. Why were its members running away as well? Don't you recognize the player chasing them? The druid pointed toward Shifeng, who was at the far end of the sea of fleeing players. That person looks somewhat familiar. Wait, isn't that Black Flame, the guild leader of Zero Wing? That's right. Black Flame is the one chasing these guilds. I heard that Dark Star allied itself with many other guilds and sent their members to blockade the teleportation hall in an attempt to prevent players of other cities from joining Zero Wing. After Black Flame discovered their plot, well, this is the result. Listening to the druid's explanation, shock filled the ranger's heart. A single player was actually capable of facing dozens of guilds. Was Black Flame even still considered a player? The other players standing near the druid and ranger pair who had been clueless about the situation were also stupefied by this revelation. Although they had long since knew that Black Flame was strong, they had not known exactly how strong. He was actually capable of forcing tens of thousands of players to run for their lives frantically. Were they even playing the same VR game? Guild leader Black Flame, why don't we talk out our differences peacefully? Dark Star forced us to join their scheme. We really have no intentions of becoming enemies with Zero Wing. That's right, Guild leader Black Flame. We have our own difficulties as well. If you stop chasing us, we are willing to offer you an apology and compensate you for all your losses. Please forgive us. We won't cause Zero Wing trouble ever again. The fleeing guild leaders started yelling their offers of reconciliation. At this moment, they were truly afraid. In order to deal with the mechanical slayer, they had ordered most of their guild members to rush to the battle. If they all died here, the damage it would cause their guilds would be unimaginable. It was highly possible that they would never recover from this loss and would be forced to dissolve their guilds. Since you all have spoken, I'll forgive you, Shifeng smiled. However, all of you need to die once first. Black Flame, we are sincerely trying to apologize. Judgment Hand, the guild leader of Angel's Crown, bellowed. Guild leader Judgment Hand must be joking. I, too, am sincere. I want you to die once. Shifeng smiled faintly as he increased his speed once more. Shifeng's speed was much faster than the elite members of the various guilds. In just a moment he had caught up with the fleeing crowd. As Shifeng dove into the crowd, the mechanical slayer was like a meat grinder as it pulled one player after another with its powerful suction force, instantly turning these players into scattered light particles. In a short moment, the various guilds had already lost over 1,000 players. With the passage of time, the number of deaths soared. Even though there was a constant stream of NPC guards arriving at the scene of the battle, none of them could hinder the mechanical slayer. Instead, they all became a delicious meal for the mutant. Before a minute had passed since Shifeng caught up with the fleeing crowd, the death count had exceeded 10,000. Among them, Dark Star's losses were the greatest, as Shifeng's main target was the members of Dark Star. This horrifying scene caused all observers to grow cold. If these tens of thousands of players had not scattered and escaped from the very beginning, the number of deaths would be several times higher by now. However, after more than half of the guild players and over 1,000 NPC guards had died, a man in white robes suddenly appeared in the sky. This man's appearance immediately attracted the attention of many people, including Shurfangs. This man was no ordinary NPC. He was the magistrate of White River City, Weissman, a Tier 4 Great Wizard. Chapter 347, Tier 4 Magic. Many players sighed in relief at Weissman's arrival. The mechanical slayer was too strong. Even though so many guards had attempted to slow its assault, over 50,000 players had died. Moreover, turned several White River City streets into ruins. If given more time, the slayer would have slaughtered every player in White River City. Meanwhile, the city itself would become nothing more than rubble. Despite being only a level 50 mutant High Lord, the mechanical slayer had caused so much damage. If dozens of such powerful monsters appeared, wouldn't they obliterate White River City? However, among all of the players present, only Shurfeng understood how powerful a mutant was. An ordinary High Lord could never be so strong. Mutants were considered natural disasters. I wonder which is stronger, a great wizard or a mutant? At this moment, Shurfeng stood far from the commotion, quietly observing Weissman and the Slayer's every action. Great Wizard was a Tier 4 class. Even in Starmoon Kingdom, Weissman was one of the heavyweights. Such a powerhouse would only offer protection to a major city like White River City. Smaller cities would only be guarded by Tier 3 NPCs at best. Meanwhile, the Mechanical Slayer was also unique. It was a mutant that had transformed from a High Lord. If classified as a tier, Shurfeng's initial judgment placed the Mechanical Slayer at Tier 3 upper rank. Otherwise, it could not have defeated a Tier 2 guard general so effortlessly. At this moment, the level 200 Weissman and the level 50 Mechanical Slayer were only 30 yards apart, staring each other down. The level gap between the two was very wide. No matter how one looked at it, they were not equals. Yet, when Weissman and the Slayer stood together, nobody felt any sense of disharmony from looking at them. A mutant? No wonder the guards could not defeat it. Weissman did not rush to attack the Mechanical Slayer. Instead, he carefully observed the mutant. He then shifted his gaze towards his surroundings. The spacious streets around him no longer possessed the splendor they had in the past. There were collapsed buildings everywhere, and this caused Weissman's gentle gaze to chill with anger. Suddenly, Weissman's body exuded an intimidating authority. Even while standing hundreds of yards away, everyone could feel their bodies grow heavy, their breath quickening. As this authority grew increasingly powerful, some ordinary players who had withstood the pressure suddenly crouched, their faces filled with fear while their bodies trembled. Authority was intangible, and it could not physically influence substantial change. This was closer to spiritual pressure. It was an instinctual warning for when living creatures faced an enemy that was far superior, altering them to the danger. Humans had long since detached themselves from the various threats of Mother Nature, so their instincts were extremely weak. However, due to God's domain, players began to recover these instincts gradually. Although players had recovered these senses, they still sorely lacked spiritual training. As a result, many were unable to withstand Weissman's authority and had crouched in fear. Aside from exuding his frightening authority, Weissman had also enveloped an area 100 yards around him as his magic domain. As long as one were within this domain, the magic would suppress their strength unless they possessed equal or stronger magic. Simultaneously, this magic domain also strengthened Weissman. This was a frightening aspect of Tier 4 classes. As soon as a Tier 4 class used their domain, Tier 3 classes and below would be sheep for the slaughter. At this time, the Mechanical Slayer also began to move. Raising its serrated greatsword, it sent a powerful slash at Weissman. Just as countless air blades swept across the expanse, Weissman suddenly vanished. In the blink of an eye, he appeared on the other side of the Mechanical Slayer. Responding quickly, the Slayer swung its greatsword towards Weissman's new location. However, the result was the same. Weissman dodged the attack using instantaneous movement again. After over a dozen consecutive slashes, Weissman had yet to receive a single point of damage. Meanwhile, Weissman's consecutive usage of instantaneous movement stunned the watching players. It was common knowledge that the instantaneous movement that elementalists possessed had a cooldown of 25 seconds with a maximum moving distance of 20 yards. However, Weissman's instantaneous movement looked like it did not have a cooldown. Moreover, every time Weissman used instantaneous movement, he moved over 40 yards from his original position. It's as expected of a Tier 4 class. Even instantaneous movement has become far more powerful. If a Tier 4 assassin grasped this skill, the Slayer would have suffered over 100 attacks by now. Shi Feng had fought his fair share of Tier 4 classes in the past, so he knew just how powerful they were. Among the many Tier 4 classes he had fought, quite a few were Great Wizards. So, Shi Feng had a general understanding of Great Wizards. From his knowledge, Shi Feng knew that there were differences between Tier 4 Great Wizards. As for Weissman, a Great Wizard capable of using instantaneous movement effortlessly over a dozen times in quick succession, at the very least, he should be an upper-rank Great Wizard. After a frenzied assault, scars around 4 meters deep and 40 meters long were visible throughout the street. However, no matter how the mechanical Slayer attacked, it could not land a single hit on Weissman. The Slayer had also started to panic. Gripping its serrated greatsword with both hands tightly, it stabbed its weapon into the ground. It was obvious that the mechanical Slayer intended to use Storm Domain once more. However, Weissman, who had continuously dodged the Slayer's attacks, had begun his attack. One of his hands currently held up his white jade staff, gathering a horrifying amount of magic power around it, while his mouth chanted complex incantations and his other hand swiftly traced lines of runes. Such quick writing and complex runes. The incantation for an ordinary Tier 3 spell normally only has around a dozen lines or so, yet Weissman has already written at least 20. At the very least, he should be casting a Tier 4 spell. Shi Feng was shocked as he watched Weissman's casting. Ordinary, Great Wizards would need at least 6 to 7 seconds to write over 20 lines of runes. Meanwhile, Weissman had only needed 4 seconds. This is bad. This distance is still too dangerous. Shi Feng knew how powerful a Tier 4 spell was. Such a spell possessed the destructive force of a missile. With his distance of 150 yards, he could easily be caught in the crossfire. Hence, Shi Feng turned and ran. As the ground started to fragment, blades of air shot up from the ground. Weissman suddenly flew upward and hovered in midair. The air blades exploded forth, shooting towards Weissman. At this moment, Weissman had also finished chanting his spell. He pointed the finger he had used to write the runes with towards the sky, and in the next instant, a gigantic blue magic array appeared above the city. Tier 4 magic, Sky Piercer. Weissman lightly waved his white jade staff, pointing it at the mechanical Slayer. Blue-colored gas flowed out of the magic array, transforming into a sharp blue spear that came crashing down. When the air blades and blue spear collided, a violent shockwave swept through the area. Even houses over 100 yards away were blown away. Players who stood within a 200-yard radius died instantly, while players who stood 200 yards to 300 yards away suffered varying degrees of damage. After the brief collision between the two skills, blue spear pierced through the air blades and struck the mechanical Slayer's body. The spear was like a meteorite crashing into the ground. In the wake of the impact, strong winds blew, and dust rolled. A shockwave far more powerful than the one before also spread from the site of impact. It was as if a huge earthquake had just occurred. After the dust settled, everyone's gazes shifted towards where the Sky Piercer had fallen. Immediately, everyone's jaws dropped in shock. The spear's landing site had become a massive crater that was over 30 meters deep. Chapter 348, Stealing Food from the Tiger's Mouth. the Sky Piercer's destructive power had far surpassed everyone's imaginations. The entire street had been destroyed, and other than Weissman and the Mechanical Slayer, nothing remained. It was simply a spell, yet it carried the power to decimate the heaven and earth. Many of the players present even began to wonder whether they were still inside a game. The heavy air, the chilling wind, the pungent smell of blood, the vibrations from the ground, and the pain they felt were constant reminders of where they were. Suddenly, everyone realized that God's domain was completely different from the virtual reality games they had played in the past. In their opinion, a virtual reality game was merely an accumulation of numbers and data. Even if they grew powerful inside a game, at most, they would deal higher amounts of damage. It wouldn't be surprising for a player to deal damage in the millions or tens of millions. After all, it was just a bunch of data. No matter how realistic God's domain was, at the end of the day, it was still only a virtual reality game. Nothing inside the game was real. At this day and age, this belief was well rooted in players' minds, and they never strayed from it. However, they suddenly realized that they were wrong. So strong. Is this the strength of a Tier 4 class? If we can become Tier 4 classes, will we be that strong as well? Everyone gazed at Weissman, who was still hovering in midair. At this moment, excitement, fear, and longing filled their minds. There were no superheroes or espers in real life. No human was capable of flying freely in the sky. However, such feats could actually be achieved in this incomparably realistic world known as God's domain. It was as if everyone had arrived in a world of miracles. Considering the current situation, people no longer thought of God's domain as just another virtual reality game. Instead, God's domain was a world where they could start their second life. I have underestimated Weissman. To think he could actually cast Tier 4 magic with such ease. Relying on his astonishing speed, Shi Feng had managed to escape the effective range of Weissman's Sky Piercer, so he had not received any damage from the resulting shockwave. Normally, high-tiered spells required a very long casting time. During this period, others could easily interrupt the caster and inflict significant amounts of damage. Normally, when one fought an opponent of the same tier, very rarely did they have the chance to cast high-tiered spells. Instead, they would use low-tiered spells with shorter cast times. It was extremely difficult to cast a Tier 4 spell in the midst of battle like Weissman had when faced with an equal opponent. Yet, even when facing a mutant like the Mechanical Slayer, Weissman had still managed to cast a Tier 4 destructive spell effortlessly. It was apparent just how powerful Weissman was. While Shi Feng had focused on Weissman, the Mechanical Slayer had flown out from the crater the Sky Piercer had created. What? It's still alive, even after taking a hit from a Tier 4 spell? Shi Feng was slightly surprised when he saw the wounded Slayer. The effects of high-level magic weren't limited to HP damage alone. It could also damage the enemy's physical condition. In battles, HP only served as a reference. In certain cases, even when players only had 1 HP remaining, their combat power would not be affected in the slightest. They could still display 100% of their actual combat power. Yet, sometimes, despite losing only a thread of their HP, players' combat power might be greatly affected, leaving them capable of displaying only 10%. High-tiered skills were so powerful was because not only could they cause a frightening amount of damage, but they could also greatly affect the enemy's combat power. At this moment, although the Mechanical Slayer looked like a mess with many wounds covering its body and less than 50% of its HP remaining, the spell had not significantly damaged its combat power. What an enviable physique! Shi Feng had been a Tier 3 Sword King in his past life, so he understood how important a strong physique was to a player. Although the Mechanical Slayer had less than 50% HP remaining right now, its remaining HP was not much different than the HP Weissman possessed. With its combat power unaffected, the Mechanical Slayer could still challenge Weissman. However, the Mechanical Slayer's next action had completely surpassed Shi Feng's imagination. After flying into the air, instead of launching an attack at Weissman, the Mechanical Slayer turned tail and ran. This scene stupefied every player present. Nobody could have imagined that the Mechanical Slayer would actually flee after realizing that it could not win against Weissman. The Mechanical Slayer's intelligence far surpassed any ordinary monster. Unfortunately for the Mechanical Slayer, Weissman had no intention of letting it escape. Using instantaneous movement, Weissman teleported to the Mechanical Slayer's side and immediately used Snowy Explosion. Countless frost arrows pelted the Mechanical Slayer's body. In the blink of an eye, the Mechanical Slayer had frozen into an ice sculpture. The Mechanical Slayer's frozen body then plummeted towards the ground, the impact creating a massive hole in the ground. Following which, Weissman waved his staff. Suddenly, multiple aqua-blue magic arrays appeared around his body. Water dragons emerged from these magic arrays and shot towards the mutant. These water dragons wrapped around the Slayer and buried their vicious teeth in its flesh, restraining the Mechanical Slayer in a large ball of water. This was the Tier 2 spell, Water Binding. When used, it restricted the target's movements. Now unable to move, the Mechanical Slayer immediately used Blade Storm. Not only did the skill increase its movement speed, but it also made the Mechanical Slayer immune to all magical control effects. After breaking out of Weissman's Water Binding, the Mechanical Slayer spun towards the Great Wizard. Reacting quickly, Weissman immediately started chanting the incantation of another spell, his hand having already written 3 lines of runes. A moment later, an ice shield appeared, covering his body. The ice shield could absorb a massive amount of damage. At the same time, the shield would slow enemies who managed to land a hit. Even after the Mechanical Slayer's greatsword repeatedly struck Weissman's ice shield for 3 full seconds, the ice shield remained in one piece. At this moment, however, multiple scars had appeared on the ice shield, and from the looks of it, the layer of ice would not hold on for long. At this moment, Weissman had also readied the Tier 3 spell, Earthen Spear. Suddenly, brownish-yellow spears protruded and shot out of the ground, bombarding the spinning Mechanical Slayer. Not only did these spears cause significant damage, but they had also forced the Mechanical Slayer into a constant retreat. After being struck by a total of 21 earthen spears, the Mechanical Slayer had been forced back over 30 yards. In a fit of rage, the Mechanical Slayer threw its serrated greatsword at Weissman. Unperturbed, Weissman used instantaneous movement to dodge the simple attack. Immediately after, Weissman bombarded the Mechanical Slayer with dozens of lightning snakes. While Weissman and the Mechanical Slayer clashed, Shifeng quietly snuck closer to them. After the battle had reached this point, Shifeng could tell that the Mechanical Slayer was no match for Weissman. Although the Mechanical Slayer was not weak, mutants needed time to grow. Originally, the gap between the Mechanical Slayer and Weissman should not have been so wide. However, aside from having a severely lacking repertoire of skills, the Mechanical Slayer was also inexperienced with evading attacks and controlling its own body, resulting in such a wide gap between itself and its opponent. With the Mechanical Slayer's current combat power, it would have no problems dealing with Tier 3 upper-rank NPCs. If given more time to grow, even Weissman might not be a match for the Slayer. After all, a mutant transformed from a High Lord-ranked monster possessed extremely frightening potential. Meanwhile, if such a powerful mutant were killed, whether it was the EXP or loot, the rewards would be astonishing. Now that everyone had witnessed how powerful both the Mechanical Slayer and Weissman were, unless they wished to die, nobody would be so stupid as to move closer as these powerhouses faced off. So, the players present quietly observed the battle from a distance. The moment Weissman killed the Mechanical Slayer, they would rush forward to fight for the mutant's loot. Hence, Shifeng intended to make his move first. If he waited until after the battle ended to make his move, he would not stand a chance against tens of thousands of players. Moreover, Shifeng was not interested in the Mechanical Slayer's loot alone. He also desired the EXP the Mechanical Slayer would provide. Both the 7 Luminaries Ring and the Skill Flame Burst were of great use to Shifeng. However, if he wanted to upgrade and increase their might, he needed a large amount of EXP. If he could steal the last hit of the Mechanical Slayer, he could obtain 60% of the Slayer's EXP for himself. This would not be a small number. Chapter 349, Skyrocketing Experience. While Shi Feng slowly approached the battlefield, the other players stared intently at the Mechanical Slayer's HP. As the battle grew more intense, the Mechanical Slayer's HP fell at an increasing rate. If they were a step ahead of others, they would have a higher chance of obtaining some of the Slayer's loot for themselves. Naturally, they all watched the mutant's HP intently, prepared to dash forward when it dropped to 0. At the same time, various guild leaders began issuing commands to surround the battlefield. Although Shi Feng had killed many of their members with the aid of the Mechanical Slayer, many were still alive. At this time, these guilds no longer paid attention to Shi Feng. Including Lone Tyrant, who hated Shi Feng down to the bone, they all focused on the Mechanical Slayer. Guild Leader Tyrant, we have people stationed as close to the Mechanical Slayer as possible. Our men will charge forward as soon as the Slayer dies, an assassin standing beside Lone Tyrant reported. But if someone steals the loot, kill them, Lone Tyrant ordered. According to his estimation, the loot of such a powerful monster like the Mechanical Slayer, at the very least, would be dark gold items. It might even drop epic items. As long as they could obtain these items, they could make up for some of the losses they had previously suffered. Right? Have there been any movements from Zero Wing and Ouroboros? Lone Tyrant asked. None at the moment. I don't know what happened with Zero Wing, but none of their members have arrived. It seems they're not interested in this situation. As for Ouroboros, they are still focused on raiding the 3 great dungeons. They only sent a small contingent. On the other hand, Emperor's Light and Assassin's Alliance have sent quite a few members, the assassin reported. He then added, if we had not lost so many members because of Black Flame, we could have contended with these guilds evenly. Ha! Gentle Snow, in your eagerness to conquer the 3 great dungeons, you have missed out on the chance to conquer the 3 great dungeons. Pass down my command. Have everyone focus on grabbing the most valuable items. Don't let any dark gold items or epic items fall into other guilds' hands. Lone Tyrant's excitement grew as he thought about the bountiful loot of the Mechanical Slayer. Before, Dark Star had lost many of their members and suffered massive losses due to Black Flame. It would take a long time for the guild to recover. Lone Tyrant swore that he would personally avenge his guild sooner or later. However, if they could obtain some dark gold and possibly epic items, it would massively assist the guild's recovery. It was especially true for dungeon raiding. If they could use dark gold and epic ranked weapons and equipment to fight the bosses in the 3 great dungeons, they would have a much easier time conquering these dungeons. By the time they obtained the first clear of the 3 great dungeons, Dark Star would take its place in the public eye once more, restoring its past glory. Time passed gradually. While everyone focused on the Mechanical Slayer's HP, the number of players in White River City who had gathered continuously increased. After all, it was the first time a monster attack had occurred in Star Moon Kingdom. Shortly after the White River City system announcement appeared, a report appeared on the God's Domain official forums. Even players from other cities rushed over to experience this rare event. However, the teleportation fee between cities was very expensive. So, there weren't a lot of players from other cities. Meanwhile, the players from other cities were those who were well off in God's Domain. A majority of these players were the elite members of guilds. At one point, over 500,000 players had gathered around the battlefield between Weissman and the Mechanical Slayer. That was practically a third of the total population of White River City. I'm relieved. To see such a powerful monster, we have not wasted the trip. Only a few of us teleported here, and we haven't occupied any strategic locations. In a moment, if any of you manage to snatch some loot, escape immediately, understood? Don't stay behind to throw away your lives, a handsome man in black robes told the people standing around him. If Shi Feng could see this man's name, he would be shocked. This man was a famous expert in the virtual gaming world. His fame even surpassed Gentle Snow's. The man was also an individual ranked within the top 1,000 on the global experts list. This man was Red Feather, and he was one of the elders of the first-rate guild, Star Alliance. Boss Red Feather, rest assured. You should know our strengths the best. Not in another 100 years could these noobs of White River City compete with us, a level 20 assassin with tan skin said disdainfully as he observed the various guilds members of White River City. Big Brother Red, you're being overly cautious. We are the trump card of Star Alliance. Since we've arrived, how could we not walk away with all of the loot? Flourishing Willow, a female ranger with an enchanting body, chuckled. You guys, Red Feather helplessly shook his head his companion's confident words. There are still plenty of experts in White River City. Although Gentle Snow is not participating, don't forget that there are still the branch leader of World Dominators, Blood Halberd, the guild leader of the Assassins Alliance, Cruel Sword, and the branch leader of Emperor's Light, 13th Swallow. There is also the expert that has recently appeared, Black Flame. In addition, experts from other cities have also come to take part in this event. No matter what, we have to act prudently. Unfortunately, Red Feather's reminder fell on deaf ears. None of his companions took his words to heart. After all, every one of them was above level 20, and a majority of the equipment they wore was secret silver rank. One of them even wore nothing but secret silver equipment. In addition, they were all veteran gamers who had fought in the virtual gaming industry for many years now. They were all top-tier experts. Their levels, techniques, and equipment were all first-rate. So, how could they possibly lose to any other guild? Big Brother Red, that Mechanical Slayer's HP is about to bottom out. Should we rush over there? Flourishing Willow asked. In a moment. The more powerful a monster is, the more powerful its counterattack will be before it dies. You have all personally witnessed how powerful the Mechanical Slayer is for yourselves. Anywhere within a 200 yards is a danger zone. If we don't have any invulnerability skills, the splash damage will kill us before we get close. Red Feather stopped his companions. However, we can approach the 200-yard range. Just as Red Feather finished speaking, suddenly, a black figure charged towards the Mechanical Slayer so fast that it left observers tongue-tied. Ha! What a fool! The Mechanical Slayer still has 2% of its HP left, yet he dares to rush ahead. Based on his speed, that person should be an expert. Unfortunately, his greed has overpowered his judgment. If he waited until the Mechanical Slayer died, with his speed, he could have snatched 1 or 2 items. Many onlookers ridiculed the figure that had boldly charged into the fray. Nobody believed that the figure would survive to reach the Slayer. However, there was also a small number of players who rushed after him. Meanwhile, the black figure leading the charge was none other than Shurfeng. At this moment, the Mechanical Slayer was already on the verge of death. Weissman only needed 2 or 3 more skills to finish it off. Naturally, Shurfeng would not wait any longer. However, when Shurfeng was 100 yards from the battlefield, the Mechanical Slayer erupted. The Mechanical Slayer's body suddenly turned crimson, shrinking by half. The serrated greatsword also transformed into a blood-red scythe. A pitch-black aura of death surrounded the blade. Tightly gripping the scythe with both hands, the Slayer swung it at its surroundings. Suddenly, black streaks of light shot out in all directions. Why does it have the Tier 4 skill, Death Sigh? Shurfeng panicked at the sight of this skill. Hurriedly, he activated Fantasy World. The instant the black lights collided with the barrier of light formed by the Fantasy World, although Shurfeng had not lost any HP, he felt as if he had been struck by a sledgehammer. Shurfeng had even wondered if Fantasy World could hold up against this Tier 4 skill. The black lights illuminated the surroundings for 6 full seconds, covering a range 200 yards in all directions. The area looked like it had been enclosed by a black dome. Everything within this dome was pitch black, and nobody outside the dome could see anything within it. After Death's Sigh ended, everything in the space was dead. Aside from Shurfeng, who was safe inside his light barrier, every player who charged forward had died. Meanwhile, The ice guard Weissman had summoned also shattered. At this moment, Weissman had lost a significant amount of his HP. He even spat a mouthful of fresh blood. Evidently, the Slayer's attack had severely injured him. However, this could not be helped. Nobody would have thought the Mechanical Slayer would use such a frightening skill as its dying counterattack. When caught unaware, even a Tier 4 Great Wizard would receive heavy damage from such an attack. However, after using Death's Eye, the Mechanical Slayer was like an oil lamp exhausted of fuel. It only had a final thread of HP remaining. Weissman then used Ice Descent, a Tier 3 spell. Suddenly, ice and snow fell from the sky, landing on the Mechanical Slayer. Wave after wave of icy air enveloped on the Slayer, devouring the last of its HP. Your head is mine. At this moment, seeing as the Mechanical Slayer was about to die, Shi Feng had grown anxious. Immediately, he activated Windwalk and dashed at the mutant. The moment he was in range, he used Silent Steps to appear behind the Mechanical Slayer. As Weissman's spell was not yet over, Shi Feng had to endure Weissman's Ice Descends as well. Shi Feng then retrieved an intermediate frost grenade from his bag. After accurately gauging the Slayer's HP, Shi Feng threw the intermediate frost grenade and dealt -500 damage to the mutant. The frost grenade destroyed the Mechanical Slayer's remaining 300 HP before the next wave of icy air could. Shi Feng had pushed himself to his very limit to grasp the Mechanical Slayer's HP, and he very nearly lost the last hit to Weissman. After the Mechanical Slayer died, over 100 items burst forth from the mutant. Meanwhile, Shi Feng also received a series of system notifications. Before Shi Feng could check the notifications, his experience bar started to soar. In just a moment, Shi Feng's level 24 experience bar filled before breaking through to level 25. Even after reaching level 25, Shi Feng's experience bar did not stop. Level 26. Level 27. Level 28. Level 29. Golden light continuously flashed over Shi Feng's body, only gradually fading after Shi Feng reached level 34. In the end, Shi Feng rose to 74% of level 34. Shi Feng had leveled up 10 times consecutively. The EXP he had obtained had completely surpassed his imagination. Even in his previous life, never once had he managed to level up 10 times in a row. It was clear how bountiful the EXP provided by the Mechanical Slayer was. If he had obtained 100% of it, he would have leveled up further. Chapter 350, Sword in the Stone. Before Shi Feng could celebrate his success of stealing the last hit, he felt deep-seated malice directed at him from all directions. Although Shi Feng was wearing the black cloak, and nobody had yet recognized Shi Feng, the system notification that appeared after the Mechanical Slayer died had betrayed Shi Feng. Star Moon Kingdom System Announcement. Congratulations to Black Flame for being the first player to kill a mutant. Rewarding 50 reputation points in Star Moon Kingdom, 30 free mastery points, and 30 gold coins. White River City System Announcement. Player Black Flame has killed the Mechanical Slayer that invaded White River City. Rewarding 50 reputation points in White River City, 10,000 merit points in Star Moon Kingdom, and 20 gold coins. These two notifications popped up 3 times. After reading these notifications, even a fool could tell that the cloaked figure covered in a golden glow was none other than Zero Wings Guild leader, Black Flame. Now, not only Shi Feng had obtained a wealth of EXP by killing the Mechanical Slayer, but he also received a bountiful reward from the system. How could others not be envious? Sure enough, his reputation is well-deserved. He actually stole the last hit while Weissman and the Mechanical Slayer fought. After watching Shi Feng's previous performance, Red Feather could not help but compare himself to Shi Feng. Suddenly, Red Feather discovered that, regarding timing, he was inferior. Black Flame is quite good. However, at the end of the day, he still can't make it onto the Secret Pavilion's experts list. How powerful could he possibly be? On the other hand, Big Brother Red Feather is an expert ranked within the top 900 on the experts list. Flourishing Willow giggled, smiling faintly. The secret pavilion's experts list contained the names of 1,008 great experts in God's domain, and it was extremely hard to place on that list. After all, there were too many players in God's domain. Moreover, that number continued to increase. Hence, even if it were the 1,008th ranked player on the experts list, that expert would be a monster-like existence. In the virtual gaming world, players took pride in ranking on the experts list. Not only was it a symbol of strength, but it was also a symbol of honor. Since Red Feather ranked in the top 900, it sufficed to say that he was very powerful. On the other hand, Black Flame's absence from the experts list showed that the secret pavilion judged him as inferior to Red Feather. However, Shifeng did not care what others thought about him. Without hesitation, he started picking up the items the Mechanical Slayer had dropped. After the Mechanical Slayer died, over 100 items had scattered around its body. Needless to say, everyone present knew that if one could take all of these items for themselves, it would massively assist Guild's development. Seeing as the Mechanical Slayer had been such a powerful monster, even the worst items it dropped should be fine gold rank. At this stage of the game, fine gold ranked weapons and equipment were extremely rare. With over 100 weapons and equipment of such quality, they could either fully arm a 20-man team, qualitative improve a 50-man team, or significantly upgrade a 100-man team. Damn, all of you go. Those drops are mine. Lone Tyrant shouted in rage. Clenching his fists, Lone Tyrant's eyes resembled a poisonous snake's as he glared at Shifeng. The Dark Star members who had been on standby all this time charged forward. Naturally, the players from other guilds did not lag behind. They all simultaneously dashed towards the dropped items. Of course, Shifeng would not let anyone have any of the drops. However, due to time constraints, he could only take a limited number before the tide of players crashed down on him. 5 pieces. The moment Shifeng's hands reached an item, he would immediately throw the item into his bag, not even bothering to look at what he had picked up. No. Get rid of him. All mages bombard him with AoE spells. Lone Tyrant's heart bled as he watched Shifeng claim items, one after another. This was his biggest chance to recuperate Dark Star's losses. At this moment, however, Shifeng was destroying that chance right before his very eyes. As for the others, they too realized that they could not leave Shifeng alone. They needed to kill him immediately. Otherwise, there wouldn't even be scraps left. They sure are fast. Shifeng wrinkled his brows, his hands moving even faster than before. Unlike the items dropped by dungeon bosses, there was an additional rule for the loot from field bosses. Even if a player obtained an item from field boss, if someone killed them within 2 hours, that item would drop from their dead body with 100% certainty. It was the same for players who picked up the item later on. Only after 2 hours would this item not fall from the player's bag. Due to this reason, even if it was at the cost of their lives, the players charging forward wanted to destroy Shifeng. After all, Shifeng had already picked up over 30 items. The Mechanical Slayer had dropped over 100 items. Yet, Shifeng had already claimed over 1/5 of them for himself. How could anybody accept such a situation? Shifeng's anxiety grew at the sight of the approaching crowd. Suddenly, however, he noticed an inconspicuous-looking item among the many drops. To be precise, this item was a sword fully encased in a crystal. Although this sword appeared ordinary, Shifeng could not help his attention shifting towards this ordinary-looking sword. At the moment, Shifeng was 8 yards away from this sword. If he used the time to run there instead of picking up the items around him, he could still claim at least 2 or 3 items. Moreover, the approaching players were only 40 yards away right now. Some rangers had even begun to aim and fire at Shifeng. Should I go for it or not? Shifeng hesitated. If he went for the sword, he would definitely lose the other items. Moreover, before the item was firmly in his hands, he could not confirm the quality of the sword. If he darted for it only to find out that he had picked up a common item, he would have missed out on obtaining items of better quality. As Shifeng hesitated, an arrow flew towards his head. Feng responded quickly. With a wave of the abyssal blade, he slashed this arrow in half. In the next moment, however, dozens more flew at him. After Feng reached level 34, his various attributes had improved immensely. Taking a step forward, he brandished his two swords. While dodging the incoming arrows, Feng sliced apart those that he could not dodge. "I'm running out of time." Feng decided to make the gamble. Immediately, he charged towards the sword in the stone. Even with so many items surrounding him, only this sword attracted his attention. There must definitely be a reason for this. Thus, Feng decided to trust his instincts this time. After Feng picked up the sword in the stone, the crowd arrived and surrounded him. Every one of them was like a hungry wolf as they glowered at Feng, malice flashing in their eyes. They only wished they could swallow Feng whole. "Black Flame, don't even think about escaping this time. Know your place and hand over the drops and all of your equipment." Lone Tyrant laughed as he smirked at Feng. The encirclement around Feng was different this time. There was no forest for him to hide in. Moreover, players had him surrounded. Feng had no hope of escape. At this moment, Red Feather, who swiftly approached the scene, sent a whisper to Feng. "Guild leader Black Flame, you are a red name at the moment. You have killed so many players inside White River City. If you die, the penalty you will receive will be extremely heavy. Why don't you hand all the drops over to me, and I'll help you leave safely?" Feng sent a contemptuous gaze at Red Feather, looking at Red Feather as if he was a fool. Now that there were thousands of players simultaneously casting their skills at Feng, only a fool would believe that Red Feather could help Feng escape safely. Red Feather only made such an offer to convince Feng to approach him before taking the opportunity to end his life, obtaining an easier time collecting the drops. This sort of trickery might deceive a child, but to deceive him? Maybe in another decade. Chapter 351, Original Sin. He didn't fall for the bait? Red Feather was slightly surprised when he saw Feng's contemptuous gaze. Indeed, he had planned to trick Feng all along. After Feng approached him, he would kill Feng, gaining easier access to the dropped items. When people were desperate, they would grasp at even the tiniest bit of hope. This was a basic human instinct, and Red Feather had sought to take advantage of this. For many, even if they knew they were being cheated, they would still choose the risk. However, what about Feng? Currently, tens of thousands of players surrounded Feng in all directions. Even a fly could not escape. Simply put, Feng had zero hope of escaping alive. Faced with such overwhelming numbers, any normal person would have long since broken down from the pressure. Even Red Feather could not guarantee that he would not be affected. No ordinary person could endure the condemnation of thousands, not to mention the murderous gazes of tens of thousands. Yet, even in such a situation, Feng seemed unaffected in the slightest. Feng even had the spare time to send him a contemptuous gaze. Red Feather started to wonder whether or not Feng was a human. Feng could actually maintain such calm. "However, even if you don't take my bait, you still won't escape." Although Red Feather felt somewhat disappointed, his intention to kill Feng had not changed. Fire and arrows blotted out the sky above Feng. Even though he was level 34 now and possessed a severe level suppression over the other players, he still would not survive these attacks. Not a single person present believed that Feng could leave this place alive. In the next moment, however, Feng confused everyone. At this crucial moment, Feng activated Defensive Blade and continued to pick up drops. One after another, he placed the items in his bag, showing that he valued money more than his own life. Many players expressed their confusion. Does Black Flame really think he can escape? Does Black Flame believe that as long as he claims the loot, those items will not drop after he dies? However, Feng still smiled faintly. He paid no attention to the incoming attacks. Following which, wave after wave of spells and arrows landed within 20 yards around Feng, transforming the area into an ocean of ice and fire. Meanwhile, All players within this 20-yard radius turned into ash. Sure Feng was no exception. Ha! Black flame. Finally! Lone Tyrant laughed psychotically as he watched Sure Feng turn into particles of light. Although Lone Tyrant had not done the deed personally, when the news of Black Flame's death spread, he would definitely become the laughingstock of God's domain. Zero Wings Guild leader, Black Flame, had actually thrown his life away because of greed. What could be more ironic than this? Wait, none of the items Black Flame picked have dropped. A player with powerful eyesight suddenly shouted in surprise. Hearing this, a realization struck the crowd. Indeed, just as the player had said, although Black Flame had died, the number of items on the ground had not increased. Rather, there even seemed to be a few more pieces missing. What was happening? Did this mean that there was no 2-hour wait to claim the loot from the Mechanical Slayer? At this moment, Lone Tyrant was stunned as well. His eyes were glued to the location where Sure Feng had died. However, no matter how hard he racked his mind, he could not figure out what had happened. Even if there really was no 2-hour waiting time for the dropped items, as a red name, Black Flame should have at least dropped a few pieces of the equipment he wore upon death. Yet he had not dropped a single item after he died. Big Brother Red, this is bad. If the items don't drop from a player's inventory, it will be far more difficult to steal them. Flourishing Willow panicked. Since that is the case, we'll grab as many as we can. Let's go. Originally, they had prepared their path of retreat. However, he never would have expected that the drops from the Mechanical Slayer would play such a trick on them, destroying his plans. As for whether Sure Feng had actually died or not, Red Feather had no doubts. Thousands of attacks had bombarded the area, and any stealth effects would have been useless. Moreover, even in the very end, he had not seen Sure Feng activate any skills. Brothers, don't let the powerful guilds take the drops. As long as we put the drops into our bags, the items will be ours. Originally, the independent players had only intended to observe. They had no plans to compete for the loot. After all, without a guild protecting them, the moment they picked up an item would be the moment they lost their lives. At that time, not only would they lose the items they picked up, but they would also lose their own equipment and levels. Only a lunatic would try their luck. However, the situation had changed. Black Flame had picked up so many items as everyone watched, yet, after he died, not a single item that he had picked up had dropped. This showed that the Slayer's loot would belong to whoever picked them up. Previously, none of the independent players saw any chances or hope of obtaining an item for themselves. Now that there was a glimmer of hope of obtaining a fine gold or even dark gold item, why wouldn't they be excited? Suddenly, the tens of thousands of players went into a frenzy. They frantically launched spells and attacks towards the dropped items, barring anyone from claiming the loot. Unknowingly, the largest war in the entire Star Moon Kingdom, in the entire God's domain, had begun in White River City. The battle was a complete mess. Even great experts could not play much of a role in a war involving tens of thousands of players. They might even find it difficult to survive. Big Brother Shadow Sword, should we try for some of the drops as well? We might grab ourselves a dark gold item. If we're lucky, we might even get an epic item. If we do, we won't have to worry about futures anymore, Turtledove said in excitement. Currently, she stood on a rooftop far from the battlefield. A war of this magnitude would shock anyone. They would find themselves wanting to join the battle and display their skills and obtain some treasures while they're at it. Alright, we'll try out luck. As a person who pursued combat techniques, Shadow Sword would certainly not miss out on this golden opportunity. Although Sure Feng had warned them not to involve themselves, Shadow Sword had to agree with Turtledove's suggestion. If they could be like Sure Feng, grabbing 30 to 40 items for themselves, even if they died, it would be an admirable death. After all, facing the attacks of tens of thousands of players, even the top-ranking expert on the Secret Pavilion's experts list, the undefeated god, could not possibly survive. For your own good, I advise you two not to go. Even if you snatch an item, you won't get anything after you die. At this moment, A calm and indifferent voice reached Turtledove and Shadow Sword's ears. When the two heard this voice and promptly turned their heads towards the source, shock immediately appearing on their faces. "How did you resurrect?" Turtledove gaped at Shifeng with disbelief. Currently, Shifeng still wore his black cloak, a calm expression on his face. "Resurrect? I never died, so why would I need to resurrect?" Shifeng chuckled. Making one-way trips was not brave, but stupid. Since he had charged into battle, naturally, he had long since prepared an escape. Before Shifeng had charged towards the mechanical slayer, he had already activated Phantom Kill. He had then sent his doppelganger away from the battlefield while he forged ahead to steal both the last hit and the treasure. After he had his fill, he immediately swapped positions with his doppelganger, letting his doppelganger endure the rain of attacks while he departed from the battlefield. "You didn't die? How is this possible? I saw countless spells hit before you turned into particles of light and disappeared." Turtledove walked up to Shifeng, her bright eyes scanning his body. After an extensive examination, she revealed a look that said, "You can't deceive me." Shifeng laughed and said, "That's only a doppelganger." Doppelganger? Originally, Turtledove had not believed Shifeng in the slightest. However, at the mention of the word doppelganger, she suddenly understood the gist of the situation, feeling slightly shocked. She never expected that Shifeng would have planned an escape. However, Shadow Sword was far more shocked by this revelation. With only the use of a doppelganger, Shifeng had managed to toy with the tens of thousands of players present, causing them to start a massacre. If Shadow Sword and Turtledove knew that Shifeng had come to this tall building to look for an opportunity to re-enter the battlefield. At this moment, Shifeng sat quietly before calling up the system interface for the 7 Luminaries ring. "Finally, I can level these skills." Shifeng looked at the 7 great skills displayed on the 7 Luminaries ring interface, growing excited. Even at level 1, these 7 skills were immensely beneficial. If he could level these skills several times, his combat power would definitely reach the next level. It would also significantly assist with his class change quest. Chapter 352, One-Hit Asura, 1. The battle on the streets of White River City was in full swing now, and a large number of players died with every passing moment. Surprisingly, however, even with such a massive war going on in the middle of White River City, none of the city guards had come forth to stop the players from killing each other. The guards had only sealed off the neighborhood around the teleportation hall where the battle took place. As long as a battle between players remained in this area, the guards would not pay it any mind. They would silently stand aside with spears in hand. Meanwhile, the players in question had already gone completely crazy over the loot of the mechanical slayer. None of them even noticed Shifeng, who currently sat on top of a building at a distance. All of their attention was directed towards the items scattered across the ground. However, when the female guardian knight, Turtledove, who stood beside Shifeng, used an identification skill on him, she abruptly jumped in shock. Level 34? How is his level so high? Currently, a majority of the players in God's domain had yet to reach level 20, yet Shifeng was level 34. The sight of Shifeng's level of 34 was enough to cause any player to despair. In God's domain, the suppression of 5 levels was detrimental, let alone a suppression of over 10 levels. However, Turtledove had quickly discovered Shifeng's level falling by 1. She was confused. Shifeng had obviously not died, yet his level had fallen. Turtledove did not know that at this moment, Shifeng had assigned a large amount of EXP to the 7 great skills of the 7 Luminaries ring. The amount of EXP that Shifeng possessed at level 34 was extremely abundant, and with the EXP of a single level, he had managed to upgrade all of the 7 great skills of the 7 Luminaries ring to level 3. Aura of Earth. Level 3 requires 6 million EXP to upgrade to level 4. Defense increased by 40%. Damage taken reduced by 25%. Activatable skill dash. Absolute Defense, provides immunity to 12 attacks. Cooldown, 1 minute 20 seconds. Aura of Water. Level 3, requires 6 million EXP to upgrade to level 4. Received healing increased by 40%. Cast consumption reduced by 20%. Activatable skill dash. Life Bloom, heals selected target for 15% HP every second for 30 seconds. Cooldown, 1 minute 30 seconds. Aura of Wind. Level 3, requires 6 million EXP to upgrade to level 4. Movement speed increased by 30%. Attack speed increased by 30%. Agility increased by 20%. Activatable skill dash. Wind Rider, enables temporary flight and movement speed increase of 120% for 15 seconds. Cooldown, 2 minutes. Aura of Fire. Level 3, requires 6 million EXP to upgrade to level 4. Defense increased by 35%. Target's defense reduced by 30%. Activatable skill dash. Firestorm, inflicts 600% damage within a range of 15 by 15 yards for 5 seconds. Cooldown, 5 minutes. Aura of Time. Level 3, requires 10 million EXP to upgrade to level 4. Cooldown of all skills reduced by 25%. Enemies within a 100-yard radius will have their movement speed and attack speed reduced by 25%, and cooldown of skills increased by 30%. Activatable skill dash. Absolute Time, prevents enemies within a radius of 60 yards from using any skills or tools for 20 seconds. Cooldown, 2 minutes 30 seconds. Aura of Illusion. Level 3, requires 10 million EXP to upgrade to level 4. All attributes increased by 25%. Enemies within a 100-yard radius will have all their attributes reduced by 30%. Activatable skill dash. Fantasy World. Immunity to all magic damage and 15% of magic damage received will be converted to healing to recover players' HP for 15 seconds. Cooldown, 3 minutes. Aura of Space. Level 3, requires 10 million EXP to upgrade to level 4. Immunity to all control and restricting effects. Activatable skill dash. Space Movement. Instantly move to any location within a radius of 360,000 yards. Cooldown, 8 minutes. As expected, the EXP required becomes increasingly abundant at the further levels. However, the skills have indeed significantly improved. I wonder how far I can upgrade them to if I dump in all the EXP I have? Once again, Shi Feng started assigning EXP to the 7 Luminaries ring. This time, Shi Feng had upgraded all of the skills to level 5, reducing his level to 26. Aura of Earth. Level 5, requires 12 million EXP to upgrade to level 6. Defense increased by 45%. Damage taken reduced by 35%. Activatable skill dash. Absolute Defense, provides immunity to 16 attacks. Cooldown, 1 minute 20 seconds. Aura of Water. Level 5, requires 12 million EXP to upgrade to level 6. Received healing increased by 60%. Cast consumption reduced by 30%. Activatable skill dash. Life Bloom, heals selected target for 20% HP every second for 40 seconds. Cooldown, 1 minute 30 seconds. Aura of Wind. Level 5, requires 12 million EXP to upgrade to level 6. Movement speed increased by 40%. Attack speed increased by 40%. Agility increased by 30%. Activatable skill dash. Wind Rider, enables temporary flight and movement speed increase of 150% for 20 seconds. Cooldown, 2 minutes. Aura of Fire. Level 5, requires 12 million EXP to upgrade to level 6. Defense increased by 40%. Target's defense reduced by 40%. Activatable skill dash. Firestorm, inflicts 800% damage within a range of 25 by 25 yards for 5 seconds. Cooldown, 5 minutes. Aura of Time. Level 5 requires 20 million EXP to upgrade to level 6. Cooldown of all skills reduced by 30%. Enemies within a 150-yard radius will have their movement speed and attack speed reduced by 30% and cooldown of skills increased by 40%. Activatable skill dash. Absolute time. Prevents enemies within a radius of 75 yards from using any skills or tools for 24 seconds. Cooldown, 2 minutes 30 seconds. Aura of Illusion. Level 5 requires 20 million EXP to upgrade to level 6. All attributes increased by 30%. Enemies within a 150-yard radius will have all their attributes reduced by 30%. Activatable skill dash. Fantasy World. Immunity to all magic damage and 15% of magic damage received will be converted to healing to recover players' HP for 20 seconds. Cooldown, 3 minutes. Bar of Space. Level 5 requires 20 million EXP to upgrade to level 6. Immunity to all control and restricting effects. Activatable skill dash. Space movement. Instantly move to any location within a radius of 400,000 yards. Cooldown, 6 minutes. After Shifeng examined the attributes of the level 5-7 Luminary's ring, his calm heart inadvertently grew excited. In the legends, the 7 Luminary's ring was said to be a godly relic. Even if it were just an epic-ranked replica of the item, its strength far surpassed any player's imagination. Currently, the 7 Luminary's ring replica Shifeng possessed was only level 5. Looking at the replica's current attributes, Shifeng had even wondered if this 7 Luminary's ring replica could rival the strength and actual legendary item. However, if Shifeng wanted to continue upgrading the 7 Luminary's ring, he would need a horrifying amount of EXP. In his current position, it was simply impossible to upgrade the ring to level 6. Next, I need to work on the Surekill skill, Flame Burst. Shifeng called up the skill interface and began to upgrade Flame Burst. Back in the Flame God's cave, Shifeng had upgraded the skill to level 5. Flame Burst. Level 5 requires 4 million EXP to upgrade to level 6. Channeling time, 2 seconds. Gathers the power of flames to a single point and causes 420% damage to the target. Attack count, 6 times. Cooldown, 3 minutes 30 seconds. In a single breath, Shifeng upgraded Flame Burst 4 times, the skill reaching level 9. Meanwhile, Shifeng's level had fallen from 26 to 21. Flame Burst. Level 9 requires 60 million EXP to upgrade to Tier 1 skill. Channeling time, 1 seconds. Gathers the power of flames to a single point and causes 750% damage to the target. Attack count, 12 times. Cooldown, 3 minutes. Chapter 353, One-Hit Asura, 2. I never really have enough EXP. However, I can only leave it for now. Even if I fall back to level 0, I won't have enough EXP to upgrade the skill. Shifeng laughed bitterly as he looked at his own level. Level 21. His current level was even lower than before he had returned to White River City. However, his combat power was much higher than any ordinary level 34 player. Meanwhile, Turtledove and Shadow Sword were completely stupefied right now. Within minutes, a level 34 player had fallen to level 21. Turtledove and Shadow Sword had even wondered if their eyes were playing tricks on them. How could a player's level decrease by itself? Although they both eagerly wanted to ask Shifeng about his level, they felt embarrassed to do so. After all, they had yet to join Zero Wing officially. As the leader of a guild, how could they presume to ask for Shifeng's secrets? Although Shifeng could discern the doubts filling the minds of the 2 minds beside him, he did not bother to explain himself. This was his secret. If the matter of the 7 Luminaries' ring were revealed, a calamity would definitely befall him in the future. At this moment, Shifeng received another system notification. System, Guild Crusade quest completed. Zero Wing's popularity increased by 30,000 points. System, congratulations player for completing a Guild Crusade quest. rewarding 70 White River City reputation points and 5 million EXP. Suddenly, Shifeng's level recovered to level 22. Guild leader, we've secured all of the treasure in Creek Town. Everyone's reputation had increased beyond 100 points, and we've become nobles. We won't suffer any consequences if we enter the city as red names now. Fire Dance and the others have returned to the city to accept their class change quests. Aqua Rose suddenly reported through the team chat. Good. The rest of you should return as well. While you're at it, summon all members of Zero Wing to the teleportation hall, Shifeng said, smiling faintly as he watched the current stalemate on the battlefield. Today was destined to be an extraordinary night. It was also the night when Zero Wing would fully emerge from the shadows. I understand. We'll hurry over immediately, Aqua Rose answered without hesitation before disconnecting the call. At this point, Aqua Rose no longer doubted Shifeng's decisions. After the call ended, Shifeng remained sitting on the rooftop, quietly observing the intense battle below. After another hour had passed, the number of players still alive on the battlefield had dwindled down from the initial 500,000 to less than 100,000. The brutality of the war far exceeded everyone's imaginations. Throughout this period, other players would slaughter anyone who dared approach the loot from the Mechanical Slayer regardless of who they were. Even when a guild had sent hundreds of members charging forward, the result was the same. In the end, the situation had devolved into one where it became impossible for one side to steal any of the drops without annihilating everyone else. However, along with the decrease of players, guilds' advantages began to reveal themselves. Among the tens of thousands of players remaining, a large majority of them were guild players. Meanwhile, the number of independent players decreased as some independent players had opted to give up and retreat from the battlefield. Without the interruption from independent players, the various guilds had also started to make their moves. Gradually, one guild after another charged towards the unclaimed loot. However, how could the other guilds willingly sit by and watch as other guilds obtain the drops of the Mechanical Slayer? Hence, the guilds present split their members into two groups, one to hinder the other guilds and one to seize the items. As a result, the various guilds initiated another intense battle with each other. These items all belong to Dark Star. Do you think small guilds like you are worthy of fighting us? Lone Tyrant swung his shield, slamming it into a swordsman from a small guild and sending him flying. He then bellowed, "Assassins, go for the items. Everyone else, protect them." Immediately, dozens of assassins from Dark Star sped forward, while the other members of Dark Star opened a path for these assassins. You wish to take those items? Have you sought my permission to do so yet? Red Feather led his subordinates forward, gradually approaching the drops while hindering Dark Star. Simultaneously, Emperor's Light, the Assassins' Alliance, and World Dominators also began to fight their way forward. Although these powerful guilds were very strong, the small guilds were no fools. These powerful guilds' main target would be the highest concentration of loot. Hence, as unrated guilds, rather than competing over these locations, it would be far wiser for them to compete over locations with fewer items. That way, they would have fewer challengers. Meanwhile, seeing the various guilds picking up drops one after another, the independent players watching from the outskirts of the battlefield could not help but grow envious. At this moment, however, the guilds that had managed to secure some drops for themselves also displayed grim expressions. Originally, they had been fighting vigorously while ignoring all costs in order to secure the loot. After all, as long as they put these items into their bag, even if they died, these items would not drop. However, now that they had gotten their hands on these items, the result was completely different from what they expected. Any players holding the dropped items had to stay alive and hold said items for 2 hours. If killed during this time, the dropped items would automatically fall from the player's bag. What the hell is going on here? Lone Tyrant looked at the dropped item inside his bag, his brows wrinkled. To secure the dropped items, they had not held anything back while slaughtering their way forward, even at the expense of sacrificing their own companions. Meanwhile, The only reason Lone Tyrant Willing made such a huge sacrifice was because he knew that they could take ownership of the dropped items the moment they got their hands on them. At this moment, out of the 10,000 plus Dark Star members who had arrived, less than 1,000 remained. Yet, Lone Tyrant had made all those sacrifices only to find out that the battle was not over yet. The dropped items they had obtained could switch ownership at any given moment. At this moment, all those who managed to obtain a dropped item felt their blood rush to their heads. Due to this sudden change, another change also swept through the battlefield. The various guilds immediately started relocating their members who had managed to obtain a drop. Simultaneously, they had also sent more people to kill the members of other guilds who held items. Suddenly, the battlefield became even more fierce than before. At this point, the more members a guild possessed, the greater the advantage it had. Meanwhile, as the guild with the most members remaining at this moment, Dark Star was also the guild that had looted the most items. Very quickly, Dark Star looted another dozen or so items. In addition to the ones they had previously obtained, the number of dropped items now in Dark Star's possession totaled 24. At this moment, aside from Shi Feng, Dark Star had the largest harvest. Just as the escort Lone Tyrant personally led was about to enter White River City's safe zone. Suddenly, a black figure appeared before Lone Tyrant. Black Flame, should I commend you for your bravery or stupidity? Despite managing to escape, rather than going into hiding with the items you obtained, you actually dare appear before me once again. Very well. Today, I will finish you off. As for the items in your possession, they will all belong to Dark Star. Lone Tyrant recognized Shi Feng almost instantly. With a sneer, he waved his hand. Over 100 melee players surrounded Shi Feng, while the mages at the rear lines started chanting their spells. The healers also began to back off. This time, however, they stood sparsely apart from each other. Obviously, they had done so to avoid getting caught by Shi Feng's large-scale AoE magic and that silencing field which prevented them from using any of their skills or tools. Black Flame, you must feel so helpless when you see this formation, no? You will definitely die this time. If you have to blame someone, blame yourself for showing up in front of me, Lone Tyrant boasted. Shi Feng simply smiled at Dark Star's formation. If this had happened before he had upgraded the 7 Luminaries ring, this formation would have caused him a headache. With several hundred people standing so sparsely, the effective range of Firestorm and Absolute Time would indeed be insufficient to deal with all of them. Without the silencing field, as the battle drew on, he would have no choice but to escape. However, circumstances had changed. Looking at the hundreds of level 16 and level 17 melee players charging at him from all directions, Shi Feng activated Absolute Time. At level 5, Absolute Time had an effective radius of 75 yards, so it covered a large majority of the scattered players. As for those that were outside the range of Absolute Time, they were no threat to Shi Feng. Following which, Shi Feng switched out the Aura of Time for the Aura of Fire on the 7 Luminaries ring, increasing his damage dealt by 40%, while reducing his target's defense by 40%. However, Shi Feng was not done yet. Shi Feng then activated the additional skill of Purgatory's Shadow, Purgatory Power, increasing his attack speed by 100% and damage by 30% for 15 seconds. Immediately after, Shi Feng used Windwalk and advanced, abruptly charging towards the members of Dark Star. Shi Feng's first target was a level 17 shield warrior. Raising the abyssal blade, Shi Feng lightly slashed at the shield warrior. The silvery gray abyssal blade transformed into a streak of silvery gray light. Before the shield warrior could lift his shield against Shi Feng's attack, a deep slash appeared on his mysterious iron-ranked breastplate. A critical damage of -3,216 appeared above the shield warrior's head. Following which, this level 17 shield warrior, which possessed slightly more than 2,600 HP, died. Before this shield warrior's body hit the ground, Shi Feng had already arrived in front of a berserker. Similarly, Shi Feng struck once before leaving behind an afterimage and charging towards the next swordsman. From an outsider's point of view, They could only see a dark shadow passing by the members of Dark Star. Then, for reasons unknown, those Dark Star members suddenly fell to the ground, their HP bars completely depleted. Meanwhile, this dark shadow was so fast that it only took around 6 seconds to move through every single member of Dark Star. By the time this shadow stopped moving, the several hundred Dark Star members had become corpses. Only silence and hundreds of dropped items accompanied these corpses. The players watching this scene play out from afar were completely stupefied. This was too horrifying. Are you a ghost or a human? Lone Tyrant gaped at the hundreds of dead Dark Star elites in front of him in disbelief. Before he could make sense of what was happening, all of his companions had died. The word fear was no longer sufficient to describe what Lone Tyrant currently felt. What do you think? Shifeng said, smiling faintly as he shifted his gaze to Lone Tyrant. Lone Tyrant's heart jumped when he saw the ridiculing smile on Shifeng's face. At this moment, he no longer thought of retaliating. He even doubted that the person before him was Black Flame, but an evil Rakshasa of God's domain instead. Otherwise, how could he possibly explain the unbelievable sight before him? How was it even possible for a player to be so powerful? At this moment, escape was Lone Tyrant's only hope. Even if he had 10 lives, they wouldn't be enough against such an evil Rakshasa. However, as soon as Lone Tyrant turned around, he discovered that Shifeng had already appeared in front of him. Immediately after, he saw the abyssal blade in Shifeng's hand give off a dazzling light. He also felt himself melt at the immense temperature radiating from Shifeng's sword. This skill was none other than Shifeng's recently upgraded level 9 Flame Burst. Before Lone Tyrant could react, the scorching abyssal blade had run through his heart. The hell-like flames incinerated his body. At the same time, a massive damage of over -10,000 appeared above Lone Tyrant's head. Following which, as if struck by a meteorite, Lone Tyrant was sent flying backward. However, before his body made contact with a solid surface, he had become nothing more than ash in the wind. Chapter 354, Hunter and Prey. After killing Lone Tyrant, Shifeng turned to face the remaining Dark Star members behind him. At this point, Shifeng had thoroughly frightened these players. He only required 1 strike per person, 100 strikes to bring about annihilation. In the blink of an eye, hundreds of players had died, just like that. Moreover, even their guild leader, Lone Tyrant, could not withstand a single hit before the evil Rakshasa burned him to ash. The remaining Dark Star members felt a chill crawl down their spines when Shifeng glanced at them. Their limbs felt like lead, incomparably heavy. At this moment, none of them had any courage to continue fighting. Meanwhile, many players watching from afar immediately uploaded the videos they had recorded to the official forums, creating a huge sensation. As a result, the name Black Flame became even more popular than before. Run! No one knew who had shouted this single word. However, all of the remaining Dark Star members expressed their unanimous agreement as they scattered and ran in all directions. With hundreds of players running away from him in all directions, even Shifeng, as fast as he was, could not possibly kill all of them. Hence, Shifeng decided to target the 9 assassins and rangers who were being protected by a group of their companions. These players bore the dropped items from the Mechanical Slayer. Shifeng might be able to ignore killing everyone else, but he could not ignore these 9. Damn, why is my luck so rotten? One of the escaping assassins paled with fright when he saw Shifeng dart towards his group. Seeing as escape was no longer an option, the assassin spun around and prepared for a desperate battle. Face me if you can. However, by the time this assassin turned to face Shifeng, the blazing abyssal blade had already penetrated his chest. The assassin's HP quickly bottomed out, and 3 items dropped from his lifeless body. Among them, 2 were items dropped by the Mechanical Slayer. Shifeng immediately grabbed the loot from the Mechanical Slayer and tossed them into his bag. He then charged towards his next target. By the time everyone from Dark Star had run out of absolute time's effective radius, Shifeng had killed 6 people in quick succession, obtaining a total of 15 dropped items. As for the remaining 3, they had escaped. Not a bad harvest. Shifeng smiled satisfactorily as he looked at the new additions to his bag. Including these 15 items, he had obtained a total of 52 dropped items. That was practically half of the Mechanical Slayer's drops. Just as Shifeng prepared to leave, he suddenly discovered the players from other guilds all barreling towards him. Meanwhile, every one of these players wore greedy expressions, and they all thought of Shifeng as a fat sheep. If Shifeng had only taken a handful of the loot, they would not have dared strike at Shifeng even if someone put a gun to their heads. However, the number of dropped items Shifeng obtained was simply too shocking. Hence, their greed had overtaken their fear. Although the strength Shifeng displayed defied all reason, everyone had the courage to charge at Shifeng because they knew that his explosive strength could only last for a short time. Moreover, large-scale silencing skills like the one Shifeng used would definitely have a very long cooldown. Knowing that the situation had become unfavorable, Shifeng immediately turned and ran. He had only recently used absolute time, so the skill was still on cooldown at that moment. Without the skill, he stood absolutely no chance against thousands of players. Boss Red Feather, Black Flame is trying to flee. It will be difficult to deal with him if we allow him to escape into White River City's safe zone. Should we use that item now? A Cursemancer asked. At this moment, Red Feather carefully considered the situation. Standing by his side, Flourishing Willow said, "Big Brother Red, are we really going to make a move against him?" Flourishing Willow's words surprised her teammates. Normally, Flourishing Willow was the most bloodthirsty out of any of them. How could her change of heart not surprise them? "Willow, I thought you said that you wanted to teach Black Flame a lesson? What's changed? Don't tell me you're afraid," an assassin on the same team joked. "Who's afraid? Are you itching for a beating? Why don't we have a private spar once we return?" Flourishing Willow glared at the assassin. "No. I was just joking. You're a great expert who ranks on the experts list. Why would you bully me?" The assassin hurriedly said, concerned for his safety. Aside from their boss Red Feather, Flourishing Willow was the strongest powerhouse in their team, and nobody dared provoke her. "Umph," Flourishing Willow proudly snorted. She then shifted her gaze to Red Feather, whose expression appeared melancholic, wondering what his decision would be. Previously, Shifeng had meant nothing to her. Even if Shifeng's past performances were outstanding at most, he would only shine in White River City. However, things were different now. Now that she had personally witnessed Shifeng's skilled and rapid movements, Flourishing Willow was sure that his strength would carry him beyond the confines of just a city. It was especially true for that frighteningly accurate swordsmanship of his. In just a few seconds, Shifeng had brandished his sword over 100 times. He had even done so while moving at high speeds. It would have been reasonable if Shifeng had simply killed the players of Dark Star. However, Shifeng had actually managed to bury his sword in the heart of every player. Even Red Feather could not achieve such a feat. In addition to being so highly skilled, Black Flame was also the guild leader of Zero Wing. His status was not low. Even if they discarded all pretenses and killed Black Flame, it would not benefit the Star Alliance. Move out. In the end, Red Feather still made his decision. They had an opportunity of obtaining a large number of fine gold and dark gold items, so what if they had to offend Zero Wing? Moreover, the Star Alliance was a first-rate guild. Even Ouroboros did not dare disrespect them, much less Zero Wing. "Okay." The several assassins in the team replied excitedly, each of them promptly retrieving a purple gold crystal ball from their bag. Activating wind steps and stealth, these assassins swiftly dashed towards Shifeng. Shifeng's movement speed was extremely fast, and ordinary players had no chance of catching up to him. Even rangers, assassins, and swordsmen, who all boasted high movement speeds, could not catch up to Shifeng. Surprisingly, however, the distance between Shifeng and the players chasing him gradually shortened. Initially, there had been a span of 100 yards between them. Now, there were only 30 yards. If the distance shortened by just another step, the shield warriors and berserkers could use charge to pin down Shurfeng. However, no matter how hard the warriors tried, none of them could reduce this distance of 30 yards any further. It drove them all mad. That sure is a lot of people. Shurfeng turned to look at the crowd chasing him, his lips curling upwards. At this moment, none of the players pursuing Shurfeng had discovered that, instead of moving closer to White River City's safe zone, they were actually moving farther from it. Soon, Shurfeng would reach the entrance of the teleportation hall. Crap. He's trying to escape through the teleportation array. The crowd started growing anxious. If they allowed Shurfeng to teleport from White River City, it would be extremely difficult for them to catch him. Look, there seems to be a group of people coming out from the teleportation hall. Hey, help us stop that person. That person has dark gold ranked treasures on him. Those treasures will fall off his body as long as we kill him. Seeing that the group walking out of the teleportation hall consisted of over 100 players, the crowd's hopes rekindled. They tried thinking of how they could convince that group of players to hinder Shurfeng's escape. As long as those players could pin him down for a moment, they could surround him once more. When the players emerging from the teleportation hall heard these words, they immediately took action. Without hesitation, they blocked off the entrance of the teleportation hall. Seeing this, the crowd celebrated. Wait, why do those people look somewhat familiar? Aren't the two great beauties standing at the front Zero Wings Fire Dance and Aqua Rose? Why would they be here? As the distance between them and the teleportation hall shortened, the crowd could gradually see more details of those hundreds of players. Suddenly, they realized that something was wrong. The gaze Aqua Rose and the others shot them was the same gazes that they had used to look at Shurfeng. It was neither a gaze of ridicule or laughter. Rather, it was the predatory gaze a hunter used while watching prey. Chapter 355, Biggest Winner. We've been had. This black flame is too cunning. He wasn't trying to run away at all. Instead, he was luring us over here. Everyone be careful. What's there to be afraid of? They only have over 100 people. We have over 10,000 on our side. Do they think they can really turn the tide? Although the crowd had discovered that something was wrong, they couldn't care less. An arrow fitted on the bowstring couldn't avoid being fired. Shurfeng had simply obtained too many dropped items. They might not get another opportunity to find such a fat sheep in the future. Right now, the total number of drops all of their guilds obtained was nowhere near what Shurfeng carried. Hence, they would not hesitate, even if they had to start a war with these hundreds of players from Zero Wing. Ha! Excellent. We could only play the role of side characters back in Creektown. Now I can finally exercise my hands. Blackie said joyfully as he watched the incoming crowd. Blackie, don't kill too many. Let the others get some practice as well. It isn't very often we get to participate in such a large-scale battle. Fire Dance smiled faintly as she unsheathed her daggers and entered stealth. Black and Fire Dance's excitement left their teammates speechless. In Zero Wing, it was common knowledge that Blackie and Fire Dance were the two gods of slaughter in the guild. In the previous war involving 4 of the top 6 guilds of White River City, if Blackie had not wielded large-scale magic such as the Stars of Light, Fire Dance's total number of kills would have definitely surpassed his. Everyone be careful. Since these people have survived until now, they should have some strength. Aqua Rose simply ignored Blackie's and Fire Dance's actions. The attack power the two of them possessed was simply not something others could replicate. Big Sis Aqua, don't worry. Now that we have upgraded our equipment, this is a perfect chance to see how much we have improved. The others started laughing. After the death of the Mechanical Slayer, the magic barrier protecting the treasures of the Blood Hand Association also disappeared. The Blood Hand Association's treasures were a great eye-opener for everyone. In total, they claimed several hundred mysterious iron items. There were also plenty of secret silver and fine gold ranked weapons and equipment. After distributing and equipping these items, everyone's equipment standard had significantly improved. Now, although their opponents numbered over 10,000, they possessed the advantage of levels and equipment. They also occupied a strategic location. After all, the teleportation hall could only hold so many people at a single time. It was not possible for all of the incoming players to squeeze into the hall simultaneously. In other words, despite the overwhelming odds, they were not without a chance for victory. At this moment, Shi Feng stopped right before the entrance of the teleportation hall. He then turned to face the various guilds charging at him. On one side, there were over 10,000 players, while on the other, there were 100 or so players. The difference in numbers was over 100 times. However, the various guilds abruptly stopped when the distance between them and Shi Feng shortened to 50 yards. Black Flame, don't think that you are invincible just because you now have backup. If you hand over the loot, we will consider sparing your life. Otherwise, today will be the day that your legend comes to an end. Hand over the drops and we'll spare you your life. Otherwise, you and your team will be finished. The guild leaders of the various guilds glared at Shi Feng with crazed eyes. They wanted nothing more than to murder Shi Feng right now. Previously, the massacre the mechanical slayer carried out under Shi Feng's lead severely wounded their guilds. Afterward, due to Shi Feng faking his own death, they even began to slaughter each other indiscriminately, decreasing their numbers once more. Now, so many reinforcements suddenly appeared. Who knew if Shi Feng had anything else prepared? Now that Shi Feng had suddenly turned to smile at them, how could they not feel worried? Hence, they all decided to halt their steps rather than continuing to charge forward. What if they recklessly rushed again, only to find themselves caught by another one of Shi Feng's traps? Thus, nobody dared to be the first to charge over. What's the point of talking so much trash? You've chased me for so long, so shouldn't it be my turn now? Shi Feng smirked at the army of players before him. Revealing a faint smile, he slowly unsheathed the abyssal blade. Shi Feng's calm reaction began to unnerve some of the guilds present. Facing an army of over 10,000, even a first-rate expert would react anxiously. However, even after observing Shi Feng for so long, they could not detect the slightest hint of panic on his face. Did Shi Feng truly possess another card that could allow his small team to defeat them? Big Brother read, there is definitely something suspicious going on. Now that Black Flame has reached the teleportation hall, he can escape at any time. Yet, instead of doing so, he actually plans to take a stand, Flourishing Willow said, her brows tightening. Red Feather nodded in agreement, feeling that something was indeed wrong with this situation. Before, Shi Feng could have simply escaped into White River City's safe zone. At that time, with the protection of the city guards, it would not be so easy to steal the mechanical slayer's loot from him anymore. Yet, instead of doing so, Shi Feng had gradually lured everyone to the teleportation hall. Why would Shi Feng do such a thing? Crap, we've been tricked. Black Flame is trying to buy time. Red Feather suddenly panicked. Hurriedly, he opened the team member display to check whether or not his team members inside the White River City safe zone were safe. Big Brother read, what's going on? Flourishing Willow looked at Red Feather, confused. Black Flame is trying to lure the tiger away from the mountain. Zero Wing has over 5,000 members, yet only 100 or so are here. Since he could call over these 100 or so members, why didn't he send for even more reinforcements? Red Feather explained. The only reason he did not send for more reinforcements was that he had sent the rest to hunt the transport teams who are safeguarding the loot. Moreover, by blocking the teleportation hall, he can choose to attack or retreat anytime he wants. As soon as the other members of Zero Wing obtain the drops, they can leave immediately. Red Feather had not used the team chat when he spoke. Moreover, he had not kept his voice down, so the other guilds had heard his words very clearly. Suddenly, the guild leaders of the various guilds turned pale. Immediately, they started contacting the players that were transporting the dropped items. However, none of their calls connected. The results were the same when they tried contacting the other team members of the transport team. You've only realized it now? Unfortunately, it's too late, Shifeng laughed, shaking his head as he watched the various guilds' actions. Indeed, just as Red Feather had guessed, even before he had slaughtered the members of Dark Star, he had arranged for Zero Wing's army to keep an eye on the transport teams of the other guilds. When Shifeng started his battle with Dark Star, Zero Wing's army took action. As the various guilds had lusted after the items on Shifeng, they had not allocated many members to escort the transport team. Some guilds only allocated a few dozen members, while some had only allocated a dozen or so. Meanwhile, each of Zero Wing's groups consisted of at least more than 100. Some even possessed up to 400 members. There was no way they would fail. Moreover, in order to prevent these transport teams from reporting back to their respective guilds about the ambush, Shifeng had purchased a large number of information sealing scrolls from the magic shop. The information sealing scroll was extremely expensive, with each one costing 50 silver coins. This scroll could neither attack nor defend. It was also not a support item. In addition, the scroll could only target players. This scroll's only function was to prevent players from using the game's communication system for a certain amount of time. During this period, players could not receive or send any messages. The only form of communication they could use was ordinary speech. Hence, all this time, the information sealing scroll was an item that the player populace of God's domain had ignored. During the ambush, although these transport teams were just a short distance away from the battlefield, they could not contact their respective guilds to request reinforcements. Faced with troops several times their number, these transport teams had no chance of protecting the loot they carried. Also, even though these transport teams were inside the city's safe zone, the city guards needed time to come to their rescue. During this time, unless the transport team of a guild possessed only top-tier experts, their deaths were all but certain. Even if the city guards arrived later, the dropped items of the Mechanical Slayer could simply be passed on and claimed by the Zero Wing members who had not participated in the battle. At this moment, Red Feather was livid. Although he did not know how Shifeng had sealed off their communication, when he saw the HP bars of his team members decreasing, he could guess what had happened. Without a doubt, his team members were definitely caught in an intense battle. At this moment, Red Feather finally realized that he had massively underestimated Shifeng. He had been thoroughly fooled by Shifeng's facade of a first-rate expert. Compared to Shifeng's combat techniques, his cunning was far more terrifying. Despite the price so many players and guilds had paid, in the end, Zero Wing became the biggest, no, the only winner of this war. Rather than calling Shifeng a fledgling fox, it would be more appropriate to consider him an old demon fox that has lived for countless years. Even before their frontline players had a chance to clash with the enemy, their side had already suffered so many deaths. This was just like the battlefields of ancient times when archers would already fire their bows before the two sides could even clash. In this case, however, since their side did not possess any archers, they would naturally suffer a one-sided beating. The only thing they could do in this situation was to endure and hope they survived. Fortunately, large-scale destruction spells like this definitely had a very long cooldown time. After all, if such powerful skills could be used constantly, would there even be a need for them to fight? They might as well stand still and await their deaths. Don't be afraid. Charge. They should have used up their skills already. Red Feather calmly shouted a reminder to everyone. Following which, the members of the various guilds charged at Shifeng once more. In addition, the number of players that charged into the teleportation hall this time was even greater than before. At this moment, the members of Zero Wing were also ready for battle. Just in time. Let's see how powerful my newly improved skill is, then. At this moment, Shifeng finally utilized the 7 Luminaries ring and activated Firestorm. The level 5 Firestorm was even more powerful than Blackie's Stars of Light. Towering flames brightly illuminated the entire teleportation hall. The temperature inside the building rose by tens of degrees as well. Numerous butterflies formed by flames fluttered gracefully around the teleportation hall, creating a beautiful scene to behold. However, all the players touched by these flame butterflies instantly combusted, their bodies turning into ash shortly after. Before the healers standing at the back could react, countless players had already died. The number of deaths caused by Shurfeng's firestorm far surpassed Blackie's stars of light. Why do they still possess large-scale destruction spells? The various guilds present had long since known about Blackie's stars of light. After all, the scene of Blackie using this skill had appeared on video recordings many times by now. Since they had been prepared for it, they had not sent their full force in the initial charge. For their second charge, however, they had held nothing back. Yet now, Zero Wing had revealed a second, and even more powerful large-scale destruction spell. This situation greatly confused everyone. Just where did Zero Wing manage to obtain so many large-scale destruction spells? Just having one of such spells was already a near-impossible feat at this stage of the game. Not even first-rate guilds possessed a single one of such powerful spells. Yet, Zero Wing actually laid claim to two. After Firestorm ended, the members of the various guilds turned silent. No longer did anybody dare to rush forward. After seeing this second large-scale destruction spell unleashed, the various guilds present started hesitating. Instead of letting their blood rush to their heads, they started calmly observing the situation. Looking at Shurfeng's leisurely behavior as he stood inside the teleportation hall, they could not help but wonder whether Shurfeng still had another card hidden up his sleeves. From beginning to end, Shurfeng had never considered the army before him a threat. The expression Shurfeng had, in particular, made it seem as if everything was under his control. If there were still members among Zero Wing capable of using large-scale destruction spells, wouldn't they just be seeking their own deaths by recklessly charging ahead? Before arriving at the teleportation hall, the various guilds present had already suffered immense losses. Now, the two spells they suffered were like fuel added to the fire. If they were to take another one or two of such blows, just how were they supposed to cope with the losses? Why aren't you guys charging? It is impossible for Zero Wing to possess any more of such large-scale destruction spells. Red Feather shouted anxiously as he looked at the various guilds. Brother Red Feather, it's not that we are unwilling to charge. However, our manpower is limited. What if they reveal another large-scale destruction spell? My guild can't hope to endure another blow like that. Brother Red Feather, why don't you lead the charge for us? If Zero Wing has indeed run out of large-scale destruction spells, we'll then follow you in your charge. Red Feather nearly spat out a mouthful of blood at these guild leaders when he heard their words. He had brought only a small number of members with him on this expedition to White River City. After going through the two great wars earlier, he had lost over half the members he had brought. Just moments ago, Zero Wing had also killed his transport team. In the end, the only thing he gained from this trip was losses. If he were to send his few remaining members at Zero Wing right now, wouldn't he just be seeking his own death? At this time, the various guild leaders present were also unwilling to let their own subordinates act as cannon fodder. Every death was a loss of money to them. As of this moment, they had yet to gain a single thing, so how would they be willing to continue throwing lives away? Previously, they had gotten caught in Shurfeng's plots one after another. Now, Zero Wing's performance had even surpassed their expectations. After suffering successive blows, they were truly afraid now. What? Not gonna charge at us anymore? If you guys aren't coming, then we'll be leaving. Shurfeng stood at the stairs of the teleportation hall, looking at the various guilds that did not dare to enter the building. The calm and easygoing smile Shurfeng wore made it impossible for anyone to guess at his thoughts. Looking at Shurfeng's relaxed and indifferent attitude as well as the low-grade provocation he used, the various guilds present became even more certain that Shurfeng still possessed a hidden trump card. As long as they dared to charge at him, what awaited them would be an even greater loss. At this moment, the independent players observing from afar were completely stupefied by this scene. An army of tens of thousands. Shi Feng actually intimidated such a force all by himself, such that they didn't dare to set even a single foot inside the teleportation hall. This scene was truly one man holding out against 10,000. Before today, nobody present would have believed such a nonsensical feat was actually possible. Now, however, they believed it. After all, Shi Feng was the best proof. It would be an honor to die to such a player. After a stalemate of more than 10 seconds, Red Feather suddenly stepped forward. Everyone, don't be fooled by Black Flame. Do you think large-scale destruction spells can be obtained so easily? He is simply buying time. As long as we charge at him once more, the drops Black Flame obtained will be ours. Red Feather did not believe that Shi Feng still possessed a third large-scale destruction spell. Shi Feng was definitely tricking them. Emphatically, Red Feather advised, if anyone doesn't believe me, then our Star Alliance will compensate you with 5 times the losses you will suffer. Chapter 357, 6-Star Extermination Magic Array. Red Feather's offer of compensating 5 times the losses had they suffered was very tempting, and many guild leaders present hesitated at the offer. Unlike the powerful guilds in White River City, as unrated guilds, they did not have much financial support as unrated guilds. Their sources for gold coins were also limited. If they signed an agreement with Red Feather, their subordinates' deaths would only profit them in the future. If they took Red Feather's offer, however, they would sacrifice a lot of their guild's strength. Moreover, they would also lose the faith of their guild members. Seeing these guilds hesitate, Red Feather started to panic. Although he was unsure of whether Zero Wings still possessed large-scale destruction spells or not, he had a guaranteed method to kill Black Flame. As long as he could approach the man, Black Flame would die even if he were an expert ranked on the God's Domain experts list. Once Black Flame died, the dropped items he carried would fall from his bag. Meanwhile, Red Feather would be the first person to grab those items. Afterward, he could simply use the teleportation array to leave White River City. Now that the dropped items his team had previously obtained were no more, if he could not snatch the items on Black Flame's body, how could he walk away with satisfaction? Don't tell me that none of you want the loot from the Mechanical Slayer. That was a monster that even a Tier 4 Great Wizard struggled to kill. Not to mention dark gold items, it would not be odd to find epic items among the drops. Don't you want the power of an epic item? Red Feather's comments excited the various guild players. None of them had even seen a dark gold item before, let alone an epic item. If a guild obtained an epic item, it would instantly become a hot topic throughout the entire God's Domain. At that time, even an unknown guild would become famous, attracting the attention of many guildless players. Although it would still be no match for a truly powerful guild, it could still become an overlord of a city. The might of an epic item was unimaginable. In God's Domain, dungeons were one of the main sources for players to obtain weapons and equipment. As only a limited number of players could enter a dungeon, if one wanted an easier time raiding, they could only do so by upgrading the combat power of a limited number of players. Hence, not only were epic items significant symbols to a guild, but they also played a very large role in the guild. At this stage of the game, if a guild could obtain an epic item, the strength of the guild would instantly soar to the next level. The Mechanical Slayer's loot needed to be appraised before anyone could discern quality and attributes. Hence, nobody knew the exact quality of the Slayer's loot. However, seeing as the Mechanical Slayer had been such a powerful monster, it would not be surprising even to find epic items among its loot. As long as there was the slightest possibility, nobody among the crowd would easily give up on this chance. Charge. For the epic items, Black Flame, hand over the epic items, and we'll spare your life. The various guilds charged at Shi Feng once more with passion. Setting aside Red Feather's offer, the lure of an epic item alone was worth any price. At this moment, Aqua Rose walked up to Shi Feng's side, suggesting, "Guild leader, they're charging at us once more. We've bought enough time now. Should we depart?" Although they had the absolute advantage of levels, equipment, and terrain, if they had to face so many players, death and injury would be inevitable. Since they have already achieved their goals, it was not necessary to continue fighting. Okay, let's withdraw, Shifeng nodded. Pass me the Tier 3 magic scroll that you obtained from Creektown. I'll stall for time and leave them with a memento. Take this chance to activate the teleportation array. Indeed, just as Redfeather had guessed, large-scale destruction spells were not so easy to come by. At this moment, only he and Blackie possessed such spells. Although they had plenty of small-scale AoE attack spells, the might and range of these spells were not enough. They would not play a significant role in this battle. Are we really going to use that Tier 3 magic scroll? That's the only one we received from the crusade. Why don't we just have everyone hold those players off for a bit? In any case, we only need to stall for a moment. If we don't have to fight for that long, we should not incur any casualties. Aqua Rose's heart ached when she heard Shifeng's intentions. The value of a Tier 3 magic scroll far surpassed a single dark gold item. It doesn't matter. Now is the best time to use it. Shifeng waved his hand. Aqua Rose simply sighed in response to Shifeng's decision. With a heavy heart, she handed the Tier 3 magic scroll over. She only had herself to blame for working under such a guild leader. Normally, Shifeng spent his money lavishly, not bothering with a budget. However, it was also a fact that the results of his spendthrift actions would always pay off. Go. Leave this to me. The Tier 3 magic scroll Aqua Rose had handed Shifeng was deep blue with gold inlaid around its edges. Upon receiving the scroll, Shifeng unrolled it and clicked Use. The Tier 3 magic scroll they had obtained from the Blood Hand Association's hidden warehouse was entitled Water Dragon's Flurry. This magic scroll contained a very rare large-scale destruction spell with a 2-second cast time. As water-type mana began to gather around Shifeng, a large-scale, deep blue magic array formed beneath his feet. Crap! It's another large-scale destruction spell. The Tier 3 spell's generated momentum was so immense that the incoming tide of players quickly discovered its appearance. The crowd immediately panicked and tried to withdraw. At this moment, Redfeather's face turned ashen. He would never have thought that Shifeng still possessed another large-scale destruction spell. Although the crowd retreated quickly, it was too late as Shifeng had already unleashed the magic of the Tier 3 magic scroll in his hands. Water gushed down from the sky like a massive waterfall, rolling into a tidal wave that was over a dozen meters high. The wave smashed across all of the guild players within the teleportation hall, and in the blink of an eye, the violent tidal wave devoured hundreds of players. Following which, the turbulent water flooded from the building's entrance. It was like a tsunami. The massive wave devoured many of the players outside the hall, and every victim of the spell became nothing more than an icy corpse. As to how many players had died, even Shifeng himself was not sure. However, what Shifeng did know was that the Water Dragon's Flurry had killed more players than both Stars of Light and Firestorm combined. It's about time for me to leave as well. Shifeng examined his surroundings, satisfied. The teleportation hall was void of any members of the various guilds. Oh, that's not right. Someone's still here. Shifeng suddenly sensed danger. Shifeng was very familiar with this feeling, so he knew to keep his guard up. Such a feeling only occurred when he encountered life-threatening danger. Hence, Shifeng immediately activated Omniscient Eyes. Since he had not seen anyone inside the hall, the only possibility left was assassins. Omniscient Eyes allowed Shifeng to perceive any invisible or stealth units within 100 yards. After activating the skill, a golden glow enveloped both of his eyes. He then observed his surroundings. Like a god overlooking all life forms, nothing could hide from his vision. 6 people, is it? Shifeng quickly discovered 6 obscure figures slowly approaching him from 30 yards away. These 6 assassins felt a chill down their backs the moment Shifeng's gaze landed on them. Damn it. We've been discovered. Forget about it. This distances should be enough. We can't disappoint Boss Redfeather. The 6 assassins were all experts. Hence, they immediately decided to reveal themselves and take out the purple gold crystal balls. That's the 6-star Extermination magic array. How could they have it? Shi Feng was abruptly shocked when he saw the purple gold crystal balls in the hands of the 6 assassins. These items were no less rare than a Tier 3 magic scroll. Though they were far more powerful than a Tier 3 magic scroll, the requirements and limitations were also far more troublesome than a Tier 3 magic scroll. Chapter 358, Cornered Beast. Although Shi Feng knew that these assassins intended to use the 6-star Extermination magic array, it was too late for him to stop them. In the next moment, the crystal balls released a dazzling purple glow. Purple flames then burst forth, enclosing Shi Feng and the 6 assassins within a barrier of purple fire. This barrier only covered a small area of 30 by 30 yards. With their levels, it would only take a few steps to cross this distance. Guild Leader Black Flame, since you so arrogantly offended the Star Alliance, we've come to teach you some manners. Tiger, what's the point of talking to him? He is merely a frog at the bottom of a well. How could he possibly know how amazing our Star Alliance is? Let's finish him off immediately. Boss Redfeather is waiting for us. I'm trying to give him some time to mourn his own loss. Now that the barrier has been activated, nobody can possibly interrupt us. We can take our time dealing with him since there's no way for him to escape anyway. You're right. Wouldn't it be boring if we killed this insufferably haughty Guild Leader Black Flame in just 2 to 3 hits? Does Guild Leader Black Flame have any last words? Ha! The 6 assassins chatted merrily among themselves. They looked at Shi Feng as if he were an ant. It was as if everything was within their control, and victory was already within their grasp. The 6-star Extermination magic array was a magic barrier that possessed several restrictions. Unlike a normal magic scroll, activation required 6 players. Moreover, once the barrier was cast in a specific location, excluding the 6 wielding the crystal balls, it would randomly choose 1 player within range and trap them within. As for everyone else who was within the magic barrier's range at the time of activation, all would be sent out of the magic barrier, including players, NPCs, and monsters. After erecting the magic barrier, not even an army of tens of thousands could penetrate it. The same went for those inside the magic barrier. They could not leave. The magic barrier would only dissolve itself when the targeted player died, or the 6 activators were annihilated. In addition, while the barrier did not impose restrictions on the 6 casters, the targeted player, on the other hand, was banned from using any skills. To any player in God's domain, losing one's skills was like a tiger losing its claws and fangs. It was similar to how Shi Feng could one-sidedly massacre hundreds of players after activating Absolute Time, a regional silencing skill. Although part of the reason Shi Feng could achieve such a feat was due to his frightening combat power, the regional silencing skill Absolute Time played a similarly large role. Currently, Shi Feng had to face 6 level 20 assassins who were capable of using all their skills. He was also trapped in this barrier until he defeated these 6 elite players. One could just imagine how dire the situation was. What a pity, Shi Feng sighed as he looked at the purple flames surrounding him before shifting his gaze towards the 6 assassins. Normally, the 6-star Extermination magic array was used to deal with high-tiered mage-type bosses. Compared to a high-tiered magic scroll, although barrier crystals possessed many restrictions, players could use it within a dungeon. On the other hand, Tier 3 magic scrolls like the Water Dragon's Flurry were useless inside a dungeon. At this moment, however, these 6 assassins had used such a precious barrier crystal to deal with a single swordsman like Shi Feng. The word waste could not even begin to describe their actions. Guild Leader Black Flame, so even you know the word pity? It would indeed be a pity if we were the only ones to witness your death. However, you can rest assured that we will upload a video of your death to the forums, showing everyone the end of your undying legend. When that time comes, Guild Leader Black Flame, you should not blame us for your ruin. Instead, blame yourself for being too arrogant and greedy. You actually dared to oppose the Star Alliance. The 6 assassins laughed maniacally, having already foreseen how Shifeng would become the laughingstock of God's domain in the near future. As for the 6 of them after killing Shifeng, they too would instantly become the focus of Star Moon Kingdom. Saying so, the 6 assassins immediately activated stealth and advanced on Shifeng. However, Shifeng was a step ahead. Without the slightest bit of panic or hesitation, Shifeng dashed towards the 6 assassins with frightening speed. The strength of assassins lay in death from the shadows. If exposed, however, they were only half as dangerous. Knowing this, Shifeng darted forward without hesitation and sliced up the 6 assassins. Ding, ding, dang! 6 clangs of metal clashing resounded inside the magic barrier, and the assassins who had just entered stealth were immediately exposed. Enraged, they glared at Shifeng. Black flame, no matter how much you struggle, the result will be the same. Since you want to die in early, let me fulfill your wish. A tanned and short assassin named Gray Squirrel tightened his grip around one of his daggers and jabbed it at Shifeng's abdomen. With even greater speed than before, Gray Squirrel drew a strange arc with his other dagger, sliding it smoothly towards Shifeng's side. Under normal circumstances, players would instinctively try to defend against the first attack and neglect the dagger from the side. Even if they managed to discover the second dagger, their instincts would still focus on the first. This deliberate misdirection clearly displayed how skilled this assassin named Gray Squirrel was. He was not an ordinary player but an expert. As long as the assassin's blade found its mark, Shifeng would enter a fainted state. At that time, he would be at the assassin's mercy. They could simply incapacitate him indefinitely until he died. Moreover, while Gray Squirrel attacked Shifeng, the other 2 assassins beside him had also aimed their daggers at the swordsman. The 3 remaining assassins standing at a distance, however, had not taken action. On the contrary, they simply stood there, watching with ridiculing smiles. In their opinion, Shifeng was just a cornered beast struggling to stay alive. His initial charge was simply his last-ditch effort at survival. Just when the 2 daggers from Gray Squirrel were about to penetrate into Shifeng's body, Shifeng shifted his footsteps slightly and retreated half a step, effortlessly evading the 2 daggers. Immediately, he spun sideways, escaping the pincer attack of the 2 assassins behind him. The entire process was as smooth as flowing water without any excess movement. The assassins were inwardly startled. Shifeng had actually evaded their perfect joint attack with such simple motions. Shifeng's quick-witted response left the 6 assassins shivering slightly. However, he couldn't care less about his enemy's thoughts. Without a pause, Shifeng brandished the abyssal blade and the purgatory shadow, sending over a dozen afterimages slashing at the 3 assassins. Shifeng's swords moved with lightning speed, the 3 assassins emitting ear-piercing screeches as the blades found their vital points. The 3 attacking assassins were greatly shocked by this counterattack. In a panic, they hurriedly used their daggers to defend themselves, even going as far as using block. Although all 3 of them managed to defend against the afterimages sent at them, Shifeng's superhuman strength forced them into a retreat, the clash leaving their hands numb. Such speed and strength. At this moment, these 3 no longer dared to underestimate Shifeng. During their brief exchange, they could tell how powerful Shifeng was. Normally, when the 3 of them attacked together, even Red Feather would temporarily retreat rather than face them directly. However, Shifeng had done the exact opposite and fought them head-on. Surprisingly, he even forced them into a retreat. If they had not combined their strengths to block Shifeng's attacks just now, they might have joined the many souls who had died under Shifeng's swords. All 6 of the assassins instantly came to a conclusion. Although the Shifeng before them had lost his fangs and claws, he was no tiger. He was a monstrous beast clad in human skin. He could easily suppress them by only relying on his strength. Faced with Shifeng, only death awaited them. Suddenly, the assassins realized that they had made a massive mistake. They had actually chosen to lock themselves up with such a monstrous beast. As expected, it isn't possible to get rid of them quickly without the 100% speed boost from purgatory power. Shi Feng's onslaught had failed to achieve its intended purpose, though it did allow him to gain a general understanding of his attacker's strengths. In conclusion, these assassins were definitely experts. The three assassins had exposed many holes in their defenses after Shi Feng shook them off. Hence, he brandished his blades once more, intending to strike the iron while it was hot and finish them off before they could reunite with their other companions. At this time, however, the other three assassins had already circled and arrived behind Shi Feng. They immediately launched a flurry of attacks, giving Shi Feng no choice but to stop his attacks and deal with the immediate threat first. Shi Feng abruptly spun around, swinging his swords with all his might at the three new arrivals. Like before, his attack sent all three assassins flying. Shi Feng then charged at the assassin in front of him, brandishing his swords multiple times. The assassin receiving Shi Feng's attacks was greatly frightened. Immediately, the assassin used silent steps, hoping to take advantage of the short period of invulnerability the skill provided to defend against all these sword flashes. By doing so, he could also gain some precious time to allow his companions to come to his rescue. Otherwise, only death awaited him. The assassin's decision to use silent steps had undeniably given his 5 other companions plenty of time to react. After regaining their composure, the 5 assassins immediately dashed at Shi Feng, forcing him into a momentary retreat. "We can't let this continue. We can't hold back any longer. All of you, use the Berserk Potion," Gray Squirrel commanded. The other 5 looked at one another and nodded silently. At the same time, they all took out Blood Red Potions. This potion was none other than the extremely precious Berserk Potion. Originally, this potion was a last resort. They never thought that they would have to use it so quickly. Chapter 359, Breaking Through the Limit. First, they used the 6-star Extermination magic array. Now, there are even Berserk Potions. Red Feather really is wealthy. Shi Feng immediately recognized the blood red potions in the 6 assassins' hands. At this stage of the game, there were no players capable producing a Berserk Potion. Moreover, the recipe was not easily obtainable. The only way to obtain these potions was through killing the bosses of a team dungeon. However, the drop rate was very low. Statistically, it was only 0.2%. In other words, one could only obtain 2 bottles after killing 1,000 team dungeon bosses. Hence, without sufficient strength, it was impossible for a guild to obtain 6 Berserk Potions. When consumed, the Berserk Potion would stimulate a player's physical potential, increasing their strength and agility. The player's physique would also exceed its limits, allowing the player to carry out actions that they normally couldn't do. To put it simply, the Berserk Potion was a very overbearing potion. Black Flame, we admit that you are impressive. However, playtime is over. After the assassin named Gray Squirrel drank the Berserk Potion, his skin began to turn red. The blood vessels all over his body bulged, and his body started emitting waves of heat. His aura had also completely changed. The moment Gray Squirrel finished speaking, his body flickered, and the ground under his feet cracked. Leaving behind an afterimage, Gray Squirrel instantly appeared behind Shi Feng. His bright snowy dagger transformed into a white flash that flew towards Shi Feng's back, his speed reaching far beyond that of his previous attacks. Startled, Shi Feng hurriedly spun and used the abyssal blade to meet Gray Squirrel's dagger. Ping! Sparks flew in all directions as metal clashed. The collision forced Shi Feng back by half a step. Gray Squirrel, on the other hand, was forced to take a full step backward. In terms of strength, Shi Feng was still obviously superior. However, this single exchange forced Shi Feng to take things seriously. From this single exchange, Shi Feng could feel that the assassin's attributes were not far below his own. Facing Gray Squirrel and his team, Shi Feng's small advantage of attributes was almost non-existent without the use of his skills. Even in a one-on-one battle, it would be very difficult to achieve victory, let alone a 1-on-6 battle. Compared to Shi Feng's astonishment, Gray Squirrel and the others were even more shocked by their brief confrontation. After drinking the Berserk Potion, They understood just how amazing the potion's effects were. Yet, even with the effects of the Berserk potion, their attributes were still inferior to Shifeng's. Shifeng's strength completely surpassed their imaginations. This revelation was astonishing. Just how excellent is Black Flame's equipment? Gray Squirrel kept focused on Shifeng, his expression becoming serious. He then said to his 5 companions, "We'll attack him together." The other 5 nodded. If they only relied on Gray Squirrel to deal with Shifeng, the final victor of the battle would most likely be Shifeng. Seeing all 6 opponents approaching simultaneously, Shifeng dared not underestimate them. Shifeng took out a basic frost grenade from his bag, tossing it at the assassins. Although he could not use skills, there was no restriction on the items inside his bag. Compared to absolute time of the 7 luminaries ring, the 6-star extermination magic array was inferior. When the frost grenade exploded, the 6 assassins charging at Shifeng failed to react in time and froze on the spot. The 6 of them knew the dangers of being restrained. Hence, they all used Vanish to dispel the freezing effect. Originally, they had intended to continue their charge. However, the 6 of them suddenly saw Shifeng remove an extremely familiar item from his bag. Berserk Potion. How do you have one as well? Gray Squirrel's eyes widened, intense fear appearing on his face. What? Your Star Alliance can obtain this item, but our Zero Wing can't? Don't forget that I am also the leader of a guild. There should be a limit to how much you look down on us. Shifeng revealed a faint smile as he held the blood-red Berserk potion before emptying the contents of the bottle. In the next moment, Shifeng's skill turned blood-red. His entire body shone with a faint blue shimmer as well, following which his body emitted a violent heat wave, and even the 6 assassins, who were over 7 yards away, felt it. The effects displayed after Shifeng drank the Berserk potion were far stronger than theirs. Clearly, the increase Shifeng received was much greater than theirs. The Berserk potion would display strength corresponding to the potential of the consumer's existing physique. Shifeng was superior to the 6 assassins in every aspect. Hence, after drinking the Berserk potion, the resulting upgrade was far more impressive. Let's start the second round, shall we? Shifeng cracked his knuckles. He could feel his entire body brimming with strength. Despite the fact that he stood still, cracks already began to form beneath his feet. His strength now far surpassed the strength he possessed after activating Purgatory power. He then smiled at the 6 terrified assassins. The assassins stared at Shifeng as if he were the demon god, and they couldn't help but gulp. Taking a step forward, Shifeng suddenly disappeared. Before the 6 could react, Shifeng appeared before Gray Squirrel. The silvery-gray abyssal blade descended. Gray Squirrel tried to raise his daggers to block the attack. However, he suddenly discovered that his speed could not keep up with Shifeng. As he had already used his life-saving skill, Vanish, Gray Squirrel could only stare helplessly as the abyssal blade cleaved down into his body. A damage of -2,641 points appeared above his head, decimating his HP that was barely over 2,000. Moreover, the strike had not been a critical hit. The other 5 broke down at this sight. The speed of that strike was far too fast. Today, they had finally witnessed what the words, "In the world of martial arts, there are no impregnable defenses, only swiftness is invincible," meant. Before Shifeng drank the Berserk potion, they could cope with his speed and strength. After he drank the potion, however, they had no chance. If they had known, they would never have chosen to drink the Berserk potions. However, it was already too late. Meanwhile, while Shifeng fought inside the 6-star extermination magic array, the various guilds outside the teleportation hall also recomposed themselves. Once more, they charged into the building. The moment they entered the building, however, they noticed a giant magic barrier of purple flame blocking the corridor, preventing them from advancing. The various guilds grew anxious, having no idea what was happening. Red Feather, on the other hand, had an indifferent look on his face when he saw this purple flame barrier. The appearance of this barrier meant that Gray Squirrel and his group had succeeded. Sure Feng, who was trapped within the barrier, would definitely die. As soon as the barrier lifted, the drops Sure Feng had looted, as well as the equipment he wore, would belong to the Star Alliance. A moment later, the purple flame barrier began to vanish, holding everyone's attention. The next thing we need to do is to get Gray Squirrel and the others out of here. Red Feather felt ecstatic in his heart. Although they had wasted the 6-star Extermination magic array, close to half of the Mechanical Slayer's loot belonged to them now. Compared to such a gain, the loss of a barrier crystal was insignificant. After the purple flames completely dissipated, a figure appeared before the crowd. Red Feather's ecstatic mood instantly fell into an abyss. Following which, his face turned pale as he glared hatefully at the lone figure that had appeared. Gnashing his teeth, Red Feather bellowed, "Black Flame." Red Feather could not believe that Sure Feng had actually defeated 6 expert assassins. Moreover, Sure Feng had done so without the use of his skills. As a precaution, Red Feather had even given each of the 6 assassins a berserk potion. Yet, the result was still a resounding defeat. Crap. Zero Wing has activated the teleportation array. Black Flame is going to escape. A player shouted, reacting quickly. However, by the time everyone heard this reminder, it was too late. Sure Feng's body flickered, easily throwing off the crowd as he drilled his way to the teleportation array. Aqua Rose promptly clicked teleport. In the next moment, the members of Zero Wing disappeared from the teleportation hall, leaving behind a crowd of stupefied guild players, as well as Red Feather, whose heart bled in pain. Not only had Red Feather lost the 6-star Extermination magic array and the berserk potions, but he was also required to compensate the losses of the various guilds present. Meanwhile, he had gained absolutely nothing. As for pursuing Sure Feng and the others from Zero Wing, that was impossible. Ignoring the fact that he had no idea where they had teleported to, even if he knew, it was impossible to kill them while inside the city's safe zone without overwhelming force. As of this moment, the war inside White River City had finally reached its end. In this war, aside from Zero Wing obtaining the most astonishing harvest, the Assassin's Alliance, Emperor's Light, and Ouroboros had also gained a small harvest. These 3 guilds had immediately fled the battlefield the moment they claimed some of the drops. They made no attempts to snatch the drops from Sure Feng like how the other guilds had. As for the other guilds, every single one of them had suffered immense losses. As for the members of Zero Wing that had escaped, after the restriction on the dropped items lifted, Sure Feng allowed everyone to get some well-deserved rest. After all, long battles were very taxing on one's spirit. Meanwhile, Sure Feng also rented a room at a hotel and promptly logged off. During this war in White River City, many spectating players had recorded videos of the battles and uploaded them to the official forums. The videos caused a huge sensation throughout the entire Star Moon Kingdom. It was especially true when everyone watched Black Flame's battle. He only required 1 strike per person, 100 strikes to bring about annihilation. Moreover, with his strength alone, he had managed to shake an army of tens of thousands. Everyone watching the video trembled with excitement. Suddenly, every player throughout the Star Moon Kingdom knew the name Black Flame. Say, do you guys think that Black Flame will make it onto the Secret Pavilion's experts list this time? What are you talking about? Of course he will. If he doesn't make it, then the Secret Pavilion is blind. I'm just wondering what rank Black Flame will get. Won't we know once the Secret Pavilion publishes the new experts list tomorrow? After the war in White River City ended, the Star Moon Kingdom official forums exploded with activity. Many people discussed Black Flame and the Secret Pavilion's experts list. Meanwhile, Sure Feng simply chuckled as he read through these forum discussions. After drinking a bottle of nutrient fluids, he began his physical training. The Secret Pavilion was indeed a well-known existence in the virtual gaming world. Countless players dreamed of ranking on the Secret Pavilion's experts list. In the past, Sure Feng had dreamed of the same thing. However, there were simply too many players in God's domain. Star Moon Kingdom was only one of the hundreds of countries within God's domain. If the positions on the experts list were averagely allocated, each kingdom and empire in God's domain would only receive several spots. In other words, among the hundreds of millions of players residing in Star Moon Kingdom, only a few would have the privilege of ranking on the Secret Pavilion's experts list. However, through the experts list, Shi Feng had also discovered information relating to the experts of God's domain. For example, he had learned of the cleric god Violet Cloud, the mage god Aqua Rose, and many other god-ranked experts. HM? What's going on today? Why have I suddenly become stronger? Shi Feng, who was currently working out in his room, felt something amiss. In the past, after completing a set of exercises, he would lay paralyzed on the floor for quite some time. Today, however, he could stand and move with ease. He could feel that his body was still far from reaching its limit. Normally, physical improvement occurred gradually. It was impossible to significantly improve within a short time. Yet, such a situation had actually occurred. So, how could Shi Feng not be surprised? It seems that I'll have to head to the Big Dipper Training Center to take a test. Unable to figure out the reason for his sudden improvement, Shi Feng had no choice but to have himself examined. He might even learn some secrets to improving his physical fitness. Chapter 360 Deviated Path. When Shi Feng thought of his sudden change, he lost his enthusiasm to train. He then threw on a blue tracksuit and left his new apartment. He hailed for a cab and headed towards the Big Dipper Training Center. As the most famous training center in the city, the Big Dipper Training Center was located in the center of Jinhai. The training center was about the size of 3 stadiums. The training facilities were all top class within the country. Moreover, they also employed many top-class doctors and dietitians, as well as first-rate instructors. After arriving at the Big Dipper Training Center, Shi Feng immediately noticed multiple large luxurious buses parked in front of the building. Handsome young men and beautiful young women alighted from the buses, one after another. They were all high school students, and at this moment, they all had excited expressions plastered on their faces. These high school students then orderly entered the building under the lead of a Big Dipper receptionist. Is Big Dipper holding a tour for students? Shi Feng was slightly surprised. It was the first time he had seen such an occurrence. Even in the past, he had never heard of Big Dipper allowing students to tour its facilities. Ordinary people could not gain easy access to the Big Dipper Training Center. Only members were allowed entry into the building. If one were not a member, they were not even allowed through the entrance of the training center itself. Meanwhile, becoming a member of Big Dipper was no easy task. Without having a certain status in society or obtaining a referral from someone influential, it was impossible to become a member. If Zhou Yuhu had not entered the top 10 in Jinhai University's fighting competition, he would not have obtained a Big Dipper membership card. Now that hundreds of high school students suddenly entered the training center, no matter how one looked at it, something must have changed. However, this was no concern to Shi Feng. He had only come here for a physical checkup. Fortunately, the Big Dipper Training Center possessed inspection equipment and other facilities that even the hospitals envied. Following which, Shi Feng had also followed the crowd into the building. "Excuse me, sir, only members can enter," a robust security guard said as he blocked Shi Feng's path. "Here is my membership card." Shi Feng swiped his Big Dipper member card at the electronic lock. The red display on the machine promptly changed to green, signifying that Shi Feng was allowed to pass. The tempered glass doors then parted. Seeing that there were no problems, the bodyguard promptly turned and left. The 15th floor of the Big Dipper Training Center contained equipment for testing punching power, grip strength, speed, reaction, and much more. At this moment, many people crowded around the equipment. Shortly after arriving on the 15th floor, Shi Feng discovered a familiar figure currently testing her reaction time. Why is she here? Shi Feng was very surprised. It was none other than his female class monitor, Zhao Ruoshi. At this moment, Zhao Ruoshi had her hair pulled back into a ponytail. She wore a black sports vest and a pair of tight capris. Zhao Ruoshi's perfect figure, which she normally hid, was vividly displayed at this moment, and she looked completely different from when she was at school. The reaction machine would fire varying amounts of special rubber bullets at the examinee. One could test their reaction time by dodging these special rubber bullets. Faced with the flying bullets, Zhao Ruoshi danced like an elegant butterfly and effortlessly dodged the rubber bullets, one after another. Many of the men present were mesmerized by her fluid movements, and they only wished they could approach and strike up a conversation with her. However, this wasn't unusual. Zhao Ruoshi was already an alluring beauty. In addition to her elegant and noble demeanor, ordinary girls were simply no match for her. When the test ended, and Zhao Ruoshi exited the reaction testing room, many were startled. The result displayed on the testing machine was actually intermediate perfection. Who is this beauty? She can't possibly be a professional fighter, right? Many people inside the hall started a discussion among themselves. At this moment, even the handsome men who had intended to talk to Zhao Ruoshi hesitated. As frequent customers of the Big Dipper Training Center, they had an acute understanding of that result's significance. The reaction test was categorized into 4 ranks: basic, intermediate, advanced, and special. Meanwhile, every rank had the subcategories of unqualified, qualified, excellent, and perfection. In the city, even professional fighters could only obtain intermediate qualified on the reaction test, while only well-known fighters could achieve intermediate perfection. Shifeng, why are you here? Zhao Ruoshi immediately discovered Shifeng a short distance away and walked over to him quickly. I just came here to test myself. What about you? Why are you here? If the others in the class to find out about this, they will be shocked to think that the normally gentle and elegant class monitor actually has such a side to her, Shifeng said, a grin plastered across his face. When Zhao Ruoshi realized that Shifeng has watched as she tested, not knowing why, her cheeks burned slightly and a small shred of happiness filled her heart. Immediately after, she waved her little fist at Shifeng, softly saying, "You are not allowed to tell anybody about this. If you do, I'll get very angry, and you'll have to suffer dire consequences." Class monitor, since you have ordered it, I will naturally keep my lips sealed, Shifeng laughed, failing to detect the minor changes to Zhao Ruoshi's expression. He only felt that Zhao Ruoshi was far more approachable than he previously thought. That's more like it. At least you have some conscience left in you, Zhao Ruoshi nodded with satisfaction. The testing machines here are somewhat complicated to operate. Seeing as this is your first time coming to this place, as your reward for helping me keep my secret, I'll introduce to you how the machines work. Originally, Shifeng had intended to tell her that he already knew how to operate these machines. After all, he had frequently visited the Big Dipper Training Center after becoming the guild leader of Shadow in his previous life. However, to avoid suspicion, Shifeng had no choice but to nod in agreement. Following which, Zhao Ruoshi led Shifeng, touring the facility and introducing to him the various testing machines. Many of the men in the hall looked at each other in confusion, their hearts filled with envy and hatred for Shifeng. They could not understand why a frail and ordinary-looking person like Shifeng deserved such treatment from a great beauty like Zhao Ruoshi. At this moment, they wanted to pull Zhao Ruoshi over, telling her to ditch Shifeng and let them escort her instead. However, despite having sensed the jealous stares directed toward Shifeng, Zhao Ruoshi still gladly pulled him along, introducing to him the various testing apparatuses. Just as Zhao Ruoshi was about to teach Shifeng how he could operate these testing machines, a few Big Dipper staff members suddenly led a large group of high schoolers into the hall. This floor is Big Dipper's testing hall. All of you are the elites that Big Dipper has selected. In a moment, all of you will be tested here, and we will record your results to help determine what kind of privileges you will have in the future. So, all of you must give it your best when testing, one of the staff members leading these high schoolers explained slowly. The high schoolers started rubbing their fists and palms together in excitement when they heard the staff member's explanation. Many of them wished they could break Big Dipper's previous records. Big Dipper actually chose these high school students as elites? What is happening exactly? Shi Feng had overheard the staff members' words. Watching this situation, it would seem that the Big Dipper Training Center intended to cultivate their own group of elite fighters. However, Shi Feng simply could not understand why. After all, Big Dipper was only a training center. Why would they suddenly wish to cultivate their own fighters? In the past, Shi Feng had never heard of such a thing. In this life, however, it was happening before his eyes. Shi Feng had a bad feeling about this. History was already gradually deviating from the path he recognized. Chapter 361, Test. Big Dipper certainly acted quickly. It's only been a few days now, and they've already recruited so many students. Zhao Ruoshi was not surprised by the sudden arrival of the hundreds of students. She then looked at Shi Feng, who had stared at those students curiously all this time, explaining, "These students are the elites that Big Dipper selected from the youths who will represent the city in the upcoming provincial youth fighting competition. They were brought here mainly to gain glory for our city in the upcoming provincial competition. To help them rank higher in the competition, Big Dipper had allowed these students to train here. After all, the environment and facilities here are valuable and would help these students improve." A realization struck Shi Feng after hearing Zhao Ruoshi's explanation. Indeed, it was just about time for the provincial youth fighting competition to begin. Only, he had never expected Big Dipper to be so generous. In reality, Big Dipper doesn't really have a choice in this. The sudden appearance of God's domain has made a tremendous impact on various industries and professions. It is especially true for the fighting industry. Many people who have focused on fighting competitions have shifted their sights towards God's domain, causing a downturn in the fighting industry. The number of people willing to exercise at Big Dipper has decreased. In order to recover from this decline, Big Dipper has no choice but to do something like this in the hopes of recovering the fighting competition's popularity, Zhao Ruoshi explained. There are fewer people working out? Shi Feng suddenly thought of a good method to increase the strength of the Zero Wing members. In the past, due to many players shifting their focus towards God's domain, the fitness industry had indeed declined for a certain period of time. Simply put, this decline had not happened as quickly in the past, only starting 3 to 4 months after God's domain launched. However, as more people became aware of the secret of God's domain, physical training became popular again, even bypassing the previous peak in popularity. Business boomed for the fitness industry. At that time, many large guilds would partner with training centers and gyms to allow the elite members of their guilds to train and improve themselves at any time, which would, in turn, allow these elites to improve more quickly in God's domain. Many first-rate guilds had even chosen to establish their own large-scale training centers specifically for their elite members. Zero Wing was still a small guild at the moment. However, as the guild continued to grow, sooner or later, a physical fitness center would be required. Although Zero Wing's workshop was only a short distance away from the Big Dipper Training Center, it was not a long-term solution. Now that the fitness industry was going through a slump, it was the perfect time for him to take action. Considering the situation, Shi Feng did not dislike the idea of working with Big Dipper. If he established his own training center, he would need to spend an astronomical sum of money. He certainly did not possess that kind of money at the moment. By partnering with Big Dipper, not only could he encourage his guild members to train ahead of everyone else, but he could also obtain the best training environment at a significantly lower cost. While Shi Feng pondered about how he could gain Big Dipper's cooperation, a few more people had arrived at the testing hall. As soon as these people arrived, the staff members rushed to greet these newcomers, displaying respect. "Manager Xiao, the students chosen are all here. Following your instructions, we have already begun testing," one of the Big Dipper staff members said respectfully as he looked at a middle-aged man wearing black robes. "Good. Have them continue. I've simply come to observe their conditions." This year's provincial youth fighting competition will affect Big Dipper's future development, so we must not be careless, the man surnamed Xiao instructed. Yes. The staff members promptly retreated and led the students to their tests. Due to the arrival of this manager Xiao, the students' fighting spirit soared. They were all eager to perform well and attract more of Manager Zhao's attention. That way, they could receive even more training resources in the future. As the tests began, many Big Dipper members who had also come to test stopped what they were doing, quietly observing the students' test instead. After all, they would not have an opportunity like this often. Most of the visitors of this testing hall were usually ordinary folk who only trained casually. Meanwhile, although these youths were only students, they possessed the ability to participate in the provincial youth fighting competition. They should be more powerful than the average person. Even Zhao Ruoxi seemed excited, and she demanded to go over and have a look as well. Helpless, Shi Feng had no choice but follow her. The first test the students went through was the punching power test. An ordinary person's punch usually carried around 100 to 150 kilograms. Meanwhile, every one of these students managed to achieve a result of over 200 kilograms. Among them, a student named Wang Cheng had even achieved a force of 356 kilograms. He was at least twice as strong as an ordinary person. Many of the spectators gasped in shock when they saw Wang Cheng's result. Even Manager Zhao's eyes glowed with delight, and he praised Wang Cheng as a talented youth. The punching power standard of the professional fighters in Jinhai City was only 320 kilograms. Meanwhile, Wang Cheng, a high school student, had effortlessly surpassed that standard. Wang Cheng obviously had a promising future ahead of him. After all, Wang Cheng was still a kid, he still had growth potential. He would have no issues achieving a force of 400 kilograms in the future. Having a force of 400 kilograms meant that he could reach the standard of the well-known fighters in Jinhai City. These students are amazing. That Wang Cheng, in particular, has already surpassed Zhou Yuhu. Shi Feng, as our class's great hidden expert, do you think Wang Cheng can enter the top 10 of the provincial youth fighting competition this year? Zhao Ruoxi asked as she shifted her gaze towards Shi Feng curiously. She had personally witnessed Shi Feng's strength. Even Chen Wu, the reigning champion of Jinhai City's fighting competition, had praised Shi Feng's power. Moreover, Shi Feng had even defeated Zhang Luowei, someone reputed as a fighting genius. Hence, she knew that her judgment was definitely incomparable to Shi Feng's. It's not that easy to tell. Victory and defeat aren't solely decided by a person's punching force. Shi Feng laughed bitterly as he shook his head. He was not a god, so how could he make a judgment based solely on a person's punching power? Zhao Ruoxi nodded, feeling that Shi Feng had a point. Following the punching power test was the reaction test. Of the hundreds of students, they all achieved a result of basic perfection or above. Among them, there were a few who achieved intermediate excellent. A student named Wu Chuan even achieved intermediate perfection, shocking everyone. Although the tests had yet to end, Wang Cheng and Wu Chuan had immediately captured the crowd's attention. Manager Xiao treated them both like treasures, doubling their training resources on the spot. Many students had cast envious gazes at the two. After the tests ended, Manager Xiao of Big Dipper had originally intended to take both Wang Cheng and Wu Chuan to meet the best instructor in Jinhai City, someone whom the Big Dipper Training Center had gone through a lot of trouble to invite. However, after he noticed Zhao Ruoxi among the spectators, he halted his steps. Ruoxi, you little girl, why didn't you tell Uncle Xiao that you were visiting Big Dipper? Manager Xiao said as he walked over to Zhao Ruoxi. I was afraid that Uncle Xiao would be busy, Zhao Ruoxi giggled sweetly. Meanwhile, Wang Cheng and Wu Chuan, who stood behind Manager Xiao, were immediately stupefied when their eyes fell upon Zhao Ruoxi's sweet and beautiful smile. If not for Manager Zhao's presence, they might have dashed forward and promptly introduced themselves to this great beauty. At this moment, Manager Xiao discovered Shi Feng, who currently prepared to take his own test, standing beside Zhao Ruoxi, and he could not help but ask, Ruoxi, this person beside you is? This is my classmate, Shi Feng, Zhao Ruoxi introduced. He has come here today to test himself and check on his own physical condition. Uncle Xiao, haven't you wanted to nurture those students to participate in the provincial youth fighting competition? I have a great way to help them obtain a good rank. Zhao Ruoshi said, giggling. Really? Manager Zhao's eyes suddenly glowed. The provincial competition was incredibly important to the Big Dipper Training Center. Zhao Ruoshi would have really helped him big time if she had a way to help the students to get a good rank in the competition. Of course, Zhao Ruoshi said with confidence. What kind of method is it? Manager Xiao asked concernedly. Seeing Zhao Ruoshi's serious expression, Manager Xiao did not think she was lying. Zhao Ruoshi then pointed toward Shifeng. With a slightly prideful tone, it's him. Him. Manager Xiao shifted his gaze to Shifeng's body, unable to discover anything special about him. Zhao Ruoshi nodded, explaining, he is our class's great expert. With him teaching those students, they will definitely succeed. Hearing this, before Manager Xiao could speak, Wang Cheng and Wu Chuan started laughing. They were the elite seedlings chosen by the Big Dipper Training Center after undergoing a rigorous selection process. Let alone an ordinary university student, even some professional fighters had no right to instruct them. How powerful could the great expert of a class of university students possibly be? They could probably knock Shifeng out with a single punch. Chapter 362, Rank. Although Wang Cheng and Wu Chuan had not voiced their opinions, their expressions exposed the disdain they felt. If Manager Xiao had not been present, they might have even taught Shifeng a lesson, teaching him what it meant to be wet behind the ears. As to why the two would not dare take action in front of Manager Xiao, it was not because of Manager Zhao's position in the Big Dipper Training Center. Rather, they feared Manager Zhao's personal strength. Because Manager Zhao's strength frightened Wang Cheng and Wu Chuan, they would not make any casual remarks in front of him. Why else would geniuses like them remain silent at such a ridiculous statement? Manager Zhao's full name was Xiao Yan, and he was well known in Jinhai City. He had also been a professional fighter during his youth. However, after winning a championship, he retired as a professional fighter. He then joined the Big Dipper Training Center and developed himself there. Even though Xiao Yan was over 40 now, he would frequently spar with some of the top fighters in the city, thoroughly defeating them. Uncle Xiao, why do you look so surprised? Zhao Ruoshi's lips curled up slightly when she saw Manager Yan's face. Since you don't believe me, why don't we place a bet? Zhao Ruoshi's mesmerizing smile left Manager Yan greatly confused. He could not figure out what the little girl before him was trying to accomplish. However, since Zhao Ruoshi wished to play, he certainly wouldn't mind humoring her for a while. When all was said and done, her father was a good brother of his, and he had pampered her like a little princess since she was a child. It seems that you have a lot of confidence in your classmate, Shifeng Ruoshi. In any case, since you've already made the offer, I'm guessing that you won't let your uncle say no. What do you wish to bet, then? However, I'll tell you this in advance. Your Uncle Xiao cannot get you the secret pavilion's information viewing rights. Manager Xiao laughed, having already prepared to lose. Hearing the words, secret pavilion, both Wang Cheng and Wu Chuan behind Manager Xiao were shocked. What was the secret pavilion? Anyone who played virtual reality games definitely knew about the secret pavilion. The secret pavilion was the creator of the experts list that recorded all the excellent individuals throughout the world. The secret pavilion's information gathering was unmatched throughout virtual gaming world. It had also been titled as omniscient. In the virtual gaming world, it was an exalted existence. Other than the experts list, one could also search for various information relating to the virtual gaming world through the secret pavilion's official website. However, depending on the type of information, the price varied. If one had a strong relationship with the secret pavilion, they could obtain different levels of information viewing rights. To those who played virtual reality games, that kind of access was a dream. Even Shifeng, who taken aback by Manager Zhao's words. He had not thought that the Big Dipper Training Center would have a relationship with the secret pavilion. I know. I never said I wanted to bet the viewing rights anyway. Although Zhao Ruoshi made that claim, inwardly, she was somewhat disappointed. She then smiled and said, let's bet 3 bottles of S-rank nutrient fluids. I know that you have recently received some. Manager Xiao laughed bitterly when he heard her offer. Little girl, you are always thinking about taking what little family fortune I have left. I've only managed to obtain these few bottles of S-rank nutrient fluids after much difficulty, and I had planned to reward them to the most excellent students. When Wang Cheng and Wu Chuan heard these words, their hearts began to pound with excitement. They had even thought that they had heard wrong for a second there. Even C-rank nutrient fluids were considered a luxury, let alone S-rank nutrient fluids. S-rank nutrient fluids could not be purchased even if one had the money for it. When consumed, S-rank nutrient fluids provided notable physical recovery and enhancements. It even played a role in delaying the body's aging process and was known as the water of life. Moreover, even if one found the opportunity to purchase these S-rank nutrient fluids, each bottle cost 1 million credits. Ordinary people could not afford it even if they bankrupted themselves. Only a wealthy organization like Big Dipper could willingly award such an item. If Wang Cheng and Wu Chuan could each obtain a bottle of S-rank nutrient fluids before the provincial youth fighting competition, they would have more confidence in succeeding in the competition. Uncle Xiao, you aren't going back on your word, right? If so, I'm going to tell Big Sis Bingyu that you're bullying me, Zhao Ruoshi giggled. You're the one who bullies your Uncle Xiao. Since I've already agreed to your bet, I won't go back on my word. Say it then. What are the terms? Manager Xiao agreed without hesitation upon hearing the name Bingyu, his actions stupefying both Wang Cheng and Wu Chuan. After giving it some thought, Zhao Ruoshi shifted her gaze towards Wang Cheng and Wu Chuan. She then smiled faintly as she pointed towards the two, saying, the two of them, then. What do you want the two of them to do? Don't tell me you want them to fight your classmate. Ruoshi, you should consider this carefully. Although Wang Cheng and Wu Chuan are not professional fighters, an ordinary university student is no match for them, Manager Xiao kindly explained. Wang Cheng and Wu Chuan both proudly raised their heads upon hearing Manager Zhao's words, expressing their agreement. After all, they were the most excellent candidates selected by Big Dipper. Of course not. It would be too unfair to them if we let them fight Shifeng, Zhao Ruoshi said righteously. For a second there, even Manager Xiao almost believed her. So, let's compete using the punching power test and reaction test results. That way, they can't complain when they lose. Zhao Ruoshi's words left both high schoolers utterly speechless. The two of them promptly shot a glare at Shifeng, provocation filling their eyes as if saying, a brat like you thinks you're fit to compete with us? You'll pay for this. Little girl, what goes through your mind all day long? You better not blame me when you lose, Manager Xiao sighed. He then looked at Wang Cheng and Wu Chuan, asking, what do you think? If you two lose, your S-rank nutrient fluid rewards will be gone. If you win, I will double the rewards. We don't have any problems. However, we wish to retake the test and use the new results. Will that be fine? Wang Cheng and Wu Chuan had long since discussed the bet among themselves. Hence, they quickly put forward their request. This surprised many of the silently spectating crowd. They could not understand why the two students would request for a retest. After all, their previous test results were the best out of 3 tries. If they retook the test, they might not get better numbers. Only Manager Xiao understood the two students' intentions. Nodding his head, he said with a smile, I knew you two little brats were holding back just now. The realization struck the spectators upon hearing Manager Zhao's words. They managed to get such high test results even while holding back? Are those two really high school students? Those two are simply too frightening. Many among the crowd expressed their shocks at this revelation. However, Shifeng was not the slightest bit surprised at this news. Only he was very surprised by Zhao Ruoshi's actions. He could not figure out just what she was trying to do. I've earned you the chance to obtain 3 bottles of S-rank nutrient fluids. The rest is up to you now. Also, I prohibit you from losing. Zhao Ruoxi walked up to Shifeng and smiled, not giving him a chance to say no. After Zhao Ruoxi issued her command, Shifeng finally realized what she wanted to accomplish. It turned out that she had played this little game just to gain him 3 bottles of S-rank nutrient fluids. Before Shifeng could utter a word of gratitude, Zhao Ruoxi, with slightly red cheeks, cut him off, saying, "Don't think too much about it. Aren't we friends? I know that you've been secretly and desperately training to improve physically. Since we're friends, it is only natural that we help each other out. As for thanks, it isn't necessary. If you really wish to thank me, then come to my birthday party next month. Even if you're a busy man, you must come. You're also not allowed to be late, all right?" Shifeng's heart warmed when he heard Zhao Ruoxi speaking. Although he had many things he wished to say, after racking his mind on what he should say, a single, simple sentence left his lips: "I'll be there." However, when Manager Xiao heard Zhao Ruoxi's demand, his originally friendly smile suddenly froze. He then shifted a stiff gaze towards Shifeng, looking at the youth with disbelieving eyes. Underscore just what sort of demonic power does this brat have? Manager Xiao could not help but pay more attention to Shifeng. There must be a reason why the little swindling girl had such an optimistic opinion of him. Following which, Shifeng, Wang Cheng, and Wu Chuan walked towards the punching power testing apparatus to begin their examination. Chapter 363, Breaking the Record. Is this really happening? They're going to compete with each other? Both Wang Cheng and Wu Chuan are the most excellent among these students. Their results were so impressive despite their age. Calling them geniuses wouldn't be an exaggeration. That guy called Shifeng is only going to humiliate himself. You don't know? Shifeng didn't request this competition himself. Instead, it is the great beauty standing beside him who claimed that Shifeng could defeat Wang Cheng and Wu Chuan in a fight easily. For fairness' sake, they chose to compete using the test results. That beauty is blinded by love. Does she really believe whatever that Shifeng says? What do you even know about it? This is called having skill. However, that Shifeng is going to suffer for his bragging. Soon, the tests will reveal his true colors. The testing hall had originally been very lively. Now, because of the competition between Shifeng and the 2 students, everyone immediately crowded around the trio. The spectators present had already witnessed Wang Cheng's and Wu Chuan's strengths, though none of them had ever seen Shifeng before. However, nobody among the crowd felt optimistic about Shifeng's chances. Shifeng possessed neither a strong and sturdy frame nor a giant muscular body. Shifeng's appearance was simply too ordinary. Shifeng was overestimating himself by challenging Wang Cheng and Wu Chuan's punching force and reaction time. Let's start with the punching test first. Each one of you will have 3 tries. Wu Chuan, you'll go first, Manager Xiao said from beside the testing apparatus. Although Wu Chuan's test results before had not been as eye-catching as Wang Cheng's, his strength was still over 320 kilograms. He was already at the standard of a professional fighter. Wu Chuan nodded before stepping up to the testing apparatus. Holding up and clenching his fists, his arms abruptly burst with strength as he sent 3 accurate strikes towards the leather target. Ping! 3 deep, muffled noises resounded simultaneously. Wu Chuan was satisfied with his punches. He then turned and walked away from the testing apparatus, smirking arrogantly at Shifeng. The numbers displayed on the testing apparatus continuously changed before finally displaying 3 scores. 341 kilograms, 346 kilograms, 342 kilograms. The crowd suddenly went into an uproar when these 3 scores appeared. Wu Chuan's results were close to Wang Cheng's previous results. Regarding pure strength, Wu Chuan definitely ranked second within the elites Big Dipper had recruited. Manager Xiao was elated when he saw these numbers. His heart was already set on placing more emphasis on Wu Chuan's training in the future. After all, Wu Chuan was far more superior than Wang Qing in reaction time and speed. Overall, Wu Chuan was more powerful than Wang Qing. Next, Wang Qing. Manager Xiao shouted. Wang Qing walked up to the testing apparatus and took up his stance. Immediately his muscles bulged, and the blood vessels across his arms also appeared. Wang Qing sent 3 quick punches towards the leather target. Ping! The punching power testing apparatus suddenly released 3 crisp sounds, and even the machine itself trembled slightly. Meanwhile, the score the machine displayed broke through the 300 kilograms threshold and continued to rise. Within a moment, it shot the 360 kilograms threshold. Wang Qing had surpassed even his previous highest record. Finally, the punching power testing apparatus displayed the final results. 385 kilograms, 391 kilograms, 388 kilograms. 3 scores. And each one surpassed Wang Qing's previous record. Impressive! I didn't realize how much you had held back. Manager Xiao laughed upon seeing the scores. His fondness of Wang Qing grew the more he looked at the young man. The standard of a top fighter in Jinhai City was 400 kilograms. Meanwhile, Wang Qing was only a thread away from reaching that standard. Based on the youth's potential, after Big Dipper nurtured him, he should have no problems entering the top 10 in the provincial youth fighting competition. Zhao Ruoxi's confidence wavered when she saw the results. Wang Qing's punching force had surpassed even Zhang Luowei's. Although there was only a difference of around 30 kilograms between Wang Qing's previous record and his current scores, it was exceedingly difficult to increase one's force by even 1 kilogram after passing the 350 kilograms threshold. Many years of effort were required to increase one's force by 30 kilograms. It was impossible to achieve such a feat in a short amount of time. Although Shi Feng had defeated Zhang Luowei, Zhao Ruoxi guessed that the two of them were almost equal in terms of strength. Only, Shi Feng's combat techniques and experience far surpassed Zhang Luowei's. Thus, he had effortlessly defeated the renowned fighting genius. If she had known that Wang Qing had held back so much of his strength, she would never have chosen to compete using the test results. Next, Shi Feng. Although Manager Xiao did not know why Zhao Ruoxi had such a favorable opinion of Shi Feng, he knew that it was impossible for Shi Feng to surpass Wang Qing's record of 391 kilograms. Shi Feng walked up to the testing apparatus, smiling bitterly at the displayed 391 kilograms. Inwardly, Shi Feng thought he is just a high school student, yet even before undergoing systematic training he is already so strong. This should be the so-called genius. Originally, Shi Feng had simply come to the Big Dipper Training Center intending on checking his progress. Yet, he had somehow gotten caught up in this farce. If he did not give it his all, he might really become a laughingstock. Although he did not mind being laughed at, the spectators behind him would ridicule Zhao Ruoxi for trusting the wrong person, and that was something he absolutely would not permit. I wonder how much I've improved. Shi Feng then began to warm up, preparing a full-powered punch. The last time he tested himself, he only obtained 256 kilograms, placing him above the standard of ordinary people. Though he had improved since then, it was impossible for him to have improved overmuch. He would be impressed if he could achieve 290 kilograms. Damn, can you be any slower? Isn't it just a punch? Is all this build-up necessary? I think he's frightened. He is just trying to stall for time. In a moment he might even say that he feels ill. Watching Shi Feng take his time warming up, many in the crowd began to grow impatient and taunt him. Shi Feng paid no attention to the noisy crowd behind him and continued with his warm-up. That should be enough. After feeling his entire body loosen up, he clenched his fist and sent a quick punch at the target. Ping! The testing apparatus displayed a score of 302 kilograms. The heck? Here I thought he would be amazing, but he only managed to hit 302 kilograms. Many among the crowd laughed when they saw Shi Feng's first result. In the next moment, however, Shi Feng abruptly took half a step forward, firing a punch once more. This time, the crowd could faintly hear the joints all over Shifeng's body crack. Pa, pa, pa. A series of 8 pops resounded. In addition to the sounds, some of the spectators with sharp eyesight noticed that, while Shifeng launched his second punch, the hairs all over his body had stood on end. Following which, Shifeng's punch landed on the target. Boom! This time, instead of a normal punch, Shifeng had used the 1-inch punch. This move concentrated the power of his entire body into a single burst. It was an advanced technique that required a certain degree of control over their own body. The testing apparatus trembled slightly from Shifeng's strike, and the score promptly changed to 437 kilograms. However, he was not done. In the next moment, Shifeng whirled his body around and threw out a punch, his fist striking the target. Suddenly, the testing target bent inwards, and the entire apparatus rocked back slightly. Meanwhile, as if struck by a sledgehammer, web-like cracks appeared on the marble floor where Shifeng's foot landed. At the same time, the testing apparatus complained loudly, the machine's display revealing a frightening score of 576 kilograms. Shifeng's punch had broken the punching power test record of the Big Dipper Training Center. What the? Wang Cheng's eyes nearly popped out of their sockets after seeing this score. What the hell? Wu Chuan was greatly shocked as well. Shifeng's final result stupefied every witness in the testing hall, every one of them falling silent. Chapter 364, Internal Force Expert. Not only did Shifeng knock the punching power testing apparatus back with a single punch, but he also cracked the marble floor with a single stomp. However, there was one point that confused everyone watching. Shifeng's punch and stomp both looked very light, and no matter how one looked at the two actions, it was impossible for them to exert such immense power. Yet, the impossible had actually happened. Moreover, the burst of power was simply terrifying. Shifeng's punch and stomp struck the testing apparatus and the marble floor, respectively. If they landed on someone's body, wouldn't the hits be fatal? Both Wang Cheng and Wu Chuan inadvertently gulped when they saw the cracked marble floor. They no longer looked at Shifeng with contempt. Instead, they gazed at him in awe. Only now did they understand why Zhao Ruoshi's claim. If they fought Shifeng, the result would not be pleasant. What a hateful bastard. Despite being so powerful, he is constantly trying to hide it. For a second there, I was afraid he might lose. Zhao Ruoshi finally sighed in relief after watching Shifeng's stunning performance. Standing beside the testing apparatus, Manager Xiao gaped at Shifeng's flushed and sweating face with disbelieving eyes. He suddenly thought of a possibility for Shifeng's shocking results, and he couldn't help but ask softly, "Is this internal force?" Manager Xiao was well versed in physical techniques and combat. He knew only Grandmaster martial artists could utilize an advanced technique like internal force. "Michim." "It is," Shifeng nodded, not expecting Manager Xiao to recognize the technique. Internal force was an advanced combat technique. It was not a myth or a legend, and it was not a superpower. In the past, in order to learn this technique, Shifeng had spent many years consulting several martial arts masters, constantly training and refining his skills in God's domain. Only after he finally achieved a certain level of control over his own body could he perform this technique. Although internal force granted vast destructive power, it was also extremely taxing on the body. A single strike fatigued him. Right now, he began to show signs of collapsing. If he launched another strike using internal force, he would most likely fall flat to the floor. "Mr. Shi, I represent Big Dipper to thank you for breaking our all-time punching power record. According to Big Dipper's rules, we will award you 300,000 credits for this achievement. However, at my disposal, in addition to paying you 300,000 credits, Mr. Shi, in the future, you will be a platinum member of Big Dipper. You can enjoy a 60% discount on all expenses at Big Dipper. You will also receive a specially reserved platinum suite at the Big Dipper Training Center for your pleasure, Mr. Shi." After receiving Shifeng's nod of recognition, Manager Xiao was nearly speechless from excitement. He no longer looked down at Shifeng as a member of the younger generation. Instead, he treated Shifeng as his predecessor, even changing the way he addressed Shifeng. Since his youth, Manager Xiao had been infatuated with martial arts. He had never stopped training his body. Even now, his dream was to achieve a higher level in martial arts and successfully practice internal force. However, despite his many years of effort, he had never been successful. So, now that an internal force expert stood before him, how could he contain his excitement? Martial arts did not judge by age. Only one's achievements were important. Although he was young, Shifeng's capabilities with internal force signified him as Manager Zhao's predecessor in the man's eyes. Naturally, he would have to treat Shifeng with respect. Uncle Xiao, since when were you so generous? For a second, Zhao Ruoshi even thought she had heard wrong. At this moment, her Uncle Xiao not only gazed at Shifeng with respect and reverence, but he also addressed her classmate as Mr. He even upgraded Shifeng from a normal membership to being a platinum member. There were less than 100 platinum members in all of Jinhai City. It was a symbol of status. Even she was only a gold member. Zhao Ruoshi could not understand what her uncle was thinking. Little girl, Mr. Shi is a true martial arts expert. Why would you be surprised by this upgrade? On the other hand, why didn't you tell me that Mr. Shi was a martial arts expert, little girl? You've really caught me by surprise this time, Manager Xiao said sharply, shooting a glance at Zhao Ruoshi. Didn't you say that you wanted Mr. Shi to teach these students? This isn't the proper place for such a discussion. Why don't we go to a meeting room and have a proper chat? Uncle Xiao, what about the results of the competition? Zhao Ruoshi pointed at the score on the testing apparatus. Of course, Mr. Shi won this bet. There's no need to employ the reaction test anymore. I'll have the 3 bottles of S-rank nutrient fluids delivered to you later, Manager Xiao said. He then shifted his gaze to Wang Cheng and Wu Chuan, asking, do you two have any concerns? Both Wang Cheng and Wu Chuan hurriedly shook their heads. Even a person as skilled as Manager Xiao treated Shifeng with great respect. Shifeng's strength and skill were obvious. If they continued to compete with him, they would only humiliate themselves. Mr. Shi, now that this competition is over, let's go to a meeting room upstairs and talk. I have many things I would like to ask you, Manager Xiao said. Zhao Ruoshi's heart fluttered with joy when she saw her Uncle Zhao's respectful attitude toward Shifeng. She also felt a little prideful, as if Shifeng's success were her own. After the crowd in the testing hall dispersed, Manager Xiao led Shifeng and Zhao Ruoshi to a meeting room on the 21st floor. Mr. Shi, would you be interested in becoming the head instructor of Big Dipper? Manager Xiao asked seriously. As long as Mr. Shi is interested, you can state any conditions you want. It was extremely rare to meet an internal force expert. After all, every one of these experts was a master of the martial arts world. Their statuses and positions were all extremely impressive. Manager Xiao could not meet such a master even if he wanted to. Employing such a master to Big Dipper was an even more impossible task. The Big Dipper Training Center was famous in Jinhai City and possessed a certain amount of influence. Outside of Jinhai City, however, it was unknown and insignificant. Big Dipper had no way to compete with the training or fitness centers commanded by martial arts masters. If Big Dipper had an internal force expert like Shifeng in command, their longtime goal of becoming famous beyond Jinhai City might soon become a reality. Uncle Xiao, are you joking? Zhao Ruoshi was stunned. The position of Big Dipper's head instructor was no laughing matter. At that time, the rights Shifeng would possess would surpass even Manager Zhao's. In her opinion, Shifeng was only a university student slightly skilled in martial arts. In the beginning, she had pestered her Uncle Xiao with the intention to help Shifeng get a good part-time job, as well as train the current batch of students. Now that the situation had evolved, even she was slightly caught off guard. Since when has your Uncle Xiao joked around before? I am very serious. I am only afraid that Mr. Shifeng is unwilling to accept my offer. Manager Xiao did not know what to say to Zhao Ruoxi. Despite clearly having an internal force expert by her side, she had not realized the true value of an internal force expert. Manager Zhao's anxiety was overbearing. He was deeply afraid that Shi Feng would just stand up and leave, taking Big Dipper's dream of growing out of Jinhai City with him. Big Dipper's head instructor? Shi Feng thought for a moment before saying, "It isn't impossible, but I have two conditions." "Mr. Shi, please speak your mind," Manager Xiao hurriedly said. "I want to become a member of Big Dipper's board of directors and establish a specialized training area. Meanwhile, I want full responsibility over this training area," Shi Feng demanded earnestly. Chapter 365, Ranked. Shi Feng's conditions were quite harsh. Manager Zhao's brows pinched upon hearing them. His expression turned somewhat grim, and he was at a loss on what to do. If Shi Feng had only wanted some of Big Dipper's shares, Manager Xiao could easily approve by himself. The chairman of Big Dipper would also happily agree with Manager Zhao's decision. However, it was a different story if Shi Feng wanted to become a member of the board of directors. Manager Xiao did not have the authority to make that decision. The board of directors controlled every aspect of Big Dipper. In other words, the board of directors held absolute authority. Why would they allow an outsider to have access to such power? Moreover, Shi Feng had also demanded permission to establish a training area that would be solely under his supervision. This request was equivalent to cutting off a portion of Big Dipper and giving it to Shi Feng. It was more incredulous than his first request. If Shi Feng were a famous martial arts master, the directors might even agree to his requests. However, no one knew of Shi Feng. There was practically no chance that the company would accede to his demands. Sitting by the side, Zhao Ruoxi was similarly stunned by Shi Feng's conditions, and she began to look at Shi Feng in a different light. Is this really our classmate Shi Feng? This question resounded in Zhao Ruoxi's heart. Shi Feng's exorbitant demand surpassed even her greed. Head instructor was only a title. In reality, it was a very relaxing position, and normally, Shi Feng would not have much to do. However, the head instructor of Big Dipper's status was extremely high, and countless people coveted the position. Even the famous fighters of Jinhai City yearned for this position. Unfortunately, Big Dipper had never found anyone worth consideration. On the other hand, despite being offered such a coveted position, Shi Feng still demanded such a high price. Zhao Ruoxi could not understand what Shi Feng was thinking. In Zhao Ruoxi's opinion, Shi Feng's actions were somewhat excessive. However, Zhao Ruoxi felt they were justified. Shi Feng was not an unreasonable person. Indeed, just as Zhao Ruoxi had guessed, Shi Feng was completely reasonable with his demands. His price was actually quite low. If not for his consideration of Zhao Ruoxi, his demands would have been more exorbitant than a position on the board of directors and a training area under his supervision. Although Zero Wing's strength was limited to White River City at the moment, after the looting war in White River City, Zero Wing had become famous throughout the entire Star Moon Kingdom. Moreover, Zero Wing had long since established a strong and sturdy foundation. It already qualified to fight for the position of Overlord of Star Moon Kingdom. It was possible that only the higher-ups of first-rate guilds knew what this signified. There were hundreds of millions of players. Moreover, this number increased with each passing day. Only a few million people lived in Jinhai City. At most, it was as large as White River City. As for the authority Zero Wing commanded in White River City and the Big Dipper's authority in Jinhai City, it would not be an exaggeration to describe the difference between them as the difference between heaven and earth. Moreover, as God's domain grew increasingly popular, the number of people Zero Wing could influence would also grow. That influence could massively impact whichever training center it partnered with. What about the training center itself? To put it bluntly, it was simply a place for people to improve physically. What sort of influence could it possibly have? A casual remark made by a first-rate guild could allow a training center to rise to prominence at any given minute. Hence, rather than sharing the profits with others, wouldn't it be better just to establish their own training centers? What is your opinion on this, Manager Xiao? Shi Feng looked at Manager Xiao and asked. Mr. Shi, your conditions are a little harsh. How about 5% of Big Dipper's shares? Manager Xiao could tell that Shi Feng was not some random knowledgeable person, and Shi Feng most definitely knew the value of an internal force expert. Hence, after giving it some thought, he offered the highest possible benefit that he could authorize by himself. Although 5% of the shares of a successful company like Big Dipper is generous, my conditions are firm. It would truly be a pity if you cannot agree to them. Shi Feng shook his head. Mr. Shi, I do not have the authority to agree to the demands you've stated. Can you give me some time? I'll report this to my superiors. After they have reached a decision, I'll give Mr. Shi an answer. How about it? Shi Feng's unwavering attitude frightened even Manager Xiao. Originally, he had thought that a young man like Shi Feng would jump with joy when offered the position of head instructor and 5% of Big Dipper's shares. However, he had never expected anything like Shi Feng. Manager Xiao refused to believe that Shi Feng was only a university student. 5% of Big Dipper's shares was a lot of money, enough to grant one a lifetime of luxury. However, Shi Feng had insisted on his original demands. If Shi Feng were not insane, then he was absolutely confident. Certainly. I'm not in a hurry for this matter. I'll wait for your reply, Shi Feng smiled. He had not expected to deal with Zero Wings training issues in a short amount of time. He still had many things he needed to do in God's domain. Zero Wings workshop had also just opened, and he needed time to allow all these changes to settle in. He had simply come here today to test his physical limits. However, Shi Feng also had Zhao Ruoxi to thank. If not for her, establishing a dialogue with Big Dipper's upper management would have been a struggle and taken some time. His current progress had already surpassed his expectations. Following which, Manager Xiao had consulted with Shi Feng on some matters relating to martial arts. Although Zhao Ruoxi was indifferent to such topics, when she saw how her uncle Xiao looked up to Shi Feng, she could not help but find the scene funny. If she related this matter to her father would definitely be shocked. After roughly 3 hours of lengthy conversation, Manager Zhao's admiration towards Shi Feng had grown by leaps and bounds. If not for the lack of time, Manager Xiao would have continued the conversation for 3 days and 3 nights. After Shi Feng left the Big Dipper training center, Zhao Ruoxi drove him back to his rented apartment. Meanwhile, Manager Xiao immediately contacted Big Dipper's chairman, his elder brother, Xiao Yu. Manager Xiao was prepared to discuss Shi Feng's demands in detail. As the sun set, a bright red luxury sports car stopped in front of Shi Feng's apartment complex. Shi Feng, you must store these 3 bottles of S-rank nutrient fluids properly. Unlike other nutrient fluids, S-ranks need to be kept below freezing. Otherwise, their effects will gradually weaken, and after 2 or 3 days, they will lose their effects completely. Also, you can only consume them once every 5 days. It would be detrimental to your body if you drink them more often. You must keep this in mind, alright? Zhao Ruoxi said, carefully handing over the metal briefcase containing the S-rank nutrient fluids. She reminded Shi Feng repeatedly, worried that he would carelessly waste the S-rank nutrient fluids as he had never consumed them before. Although 1 million credits was only a small matter to her, S-rank nutrient fluids were impossible to obtain even if one had the money. Shi Feng could not easily get more. Big Dipper was only lucky enough to procure a few bottles after much difficulty because of some of its connections. I understand, Shi Feng said, a bitter smile on his face. In reality, this was not his first time consuming an S-rank nutrient fluid. However, Zhao Ruoxi did not know about that. I'll take off then. Don't forget about my birthday party next month. I know where you live now, so if you're not there, I won't let you off lightly. Zhao Ruoxi brandished her little fist through the car's window. She then sped away in her hovering red sports car. At this moment, Shi Feng finally reacted. It turned out that Zhao Ruoxi had actually sent him home with such intentions. Although he was almost never on time, he shouldn't be that unreliable of a person, right? When Shifeng turned around and was about to enter the apartment complex, he suddenly discovered someone squatting by the building's entrance. That person stared at Shifeng with a wretched smile on his face. It was none other than Blackie. "Brother Feng, you're simply too amazing. I don't see you for a few days, and already, you've managed to hook up with Class Monitor Zhao. You need to teach me some of your skills. If you don't, I'll tell Sister Fire Dance," Blackie said, giving Shifeng a meaningful smile. "Scram. Don't think that I don't know how frequently you hook up with some of the beauties in the guild." Shifeng rolled his eyes at Blackie. Although Blackie had attempted to behave himself ever since he joined Zero Wing Workshop, a man's nature would not change easily. Currently, he was already growing closer with one of the female mages in the guild. "Speak. Why are you here?" Okay, I admit. I have important news that I needed to relay to you personally. After you hear it, don't get too excited," Blackie said excitedly. Clearing his throat, he happily announced, "1 hour ago, the Secret Pavilion published its latest experts list. Meanwhile, Brother Feng, your ID has been included. Right now, the entire Star Moon Kingdom is going crazy." Chapter 366, Virtual Gaming Cabin. Listening to Blackie's excited report, Shifeng was speechless. Even if Blackie hadn't told him the news, he would have discovered it after he entered God's domain. There was not necessary for Blackie to hunt him down. "Did you run all the way here just to tell me this?" Shifeng asked. "Of course not. Sister Aqua said that using the advanced virtual gaming helmet constantly would affect your strength and growth in game. After all, the helmet only has a synchronization rate of 90%. The cabin, however, has a synchronization rate of 97%. So, some time ago, she tried to buy a few virtual gaming cabins," Blackie said. "However, there aren't many of them. Even with Sister Aqua's influence, she could only purchase 5 cabins for us. I came to deliver your unit. The workers have already installed the cabin in your apartment. You can use it immediately." "Virtual gaming cabin? Where did you guys get so much money?" Shifeng could not help his shock. Although there was quite a lot of money in the workshop's bank account, it was not enough to buy 5 virtual gaming cabins. A single unit cost 3 million credits. Moreover, virtual gaming cabins were always scarce as they were extremely difficult to manufacture. Unlike the virtual gaming helmet, the materials the virtual gaming cabin required were very rare, so they only produced and sold a limited number each day. Wealthy tycoons usually snatched up the cabins the moment they came out of production. Many people usually wondered why these virtual gaming cabins were so popular. Despite the cabin being so expensive and only having a 7% sync rate increase over the helmets, it was still immensely popular. In the past, Shifeng had thought similarly. Wasn't it just 7%? How much would a player's strength in game possibly increase after using the cabin? Why bother wasting so much money for such a measly improvement? However, after Shifeng obtained his own cabin and subsequently tested it, it instantly changed his mind. That 7% made a world of difference. In the past, an expert had been involved in an experiment using the 2 machines to test combat power. In the end, the expert exhibited 71% of his combat power while using the virtual gaming helmet. However, when using the virtual gaming cabin, the expert managed 75%. Furthermore, not only could the gaming cabins allow a player to raise their combat power, but they could also allow a player to improve their techniques at a quicker rate. The cabins could also develop the potential of a player's brain, as well as restore and enhance their physical fitness. In the past, if Shifeng had purchased a virtual gaming cabin earlier on, he would not have stagnated at the peak of Tier 3. He had poured his heart and soul into God's domain to build his own legacy. In the process of doing so, he had neglected his physical fitness, which deteriorated with each passing year. By the time he realized the problem, it was already too late. Sister Aqua paid for them with her own money. She said that, as the #1 workshop in Jinhai City and the sensational guild of White River City, If others discovered that the guild leader of Zero Wing still used a virtual gaming helmet, Zero Wing would become a laughingstock. Hence, we needed to buy the cabins no matter what, and you, Brother Feng, must use one. This concerns Zero Wing's reputation, Blackie said eloquently, leaving Sher Feng with no room to refute. Alright then, I'll accept the cabin. However, we must pay Aqua back for all of the money she spent. There's still around 2 million left over from the White River City guidebook sales. Send that to Aqua for now. I'll think of a way to gather the rest. Sher Feng agreed that he needed a virtual gaming cabin. However, he couldn't have purchased one before because he lacked the proper channels. Since Aqua Rose had already bought one for him, he would gladly accept this favor, but there was no room for negotiation regarding money. However, he did not possess a lot of credits right now. Although he had previously earned quite a bit and received the 50 million compensation from Twilight Echo, he had already spent most of it purchasing the real estate and all of the necessary equipment for the workshop. He now had very little credits on hand. Coins, on the other hand, he had a lot of. If he converted the coins into credits, he would have more than enough to repay Aqua Rose. However, unless he had no other choice, he would never trade his coins for credits. There was not much time left to complete the epic quest, Gospel Project. After his few recent large purchases, the gold coins he had on hand had grown further and further from his target of 30,000 gold. He could no longer afford to trade coins for credits. He could only search for other avenues to earn credits. Ha! Brother Feng, Sister Aqua truly understands you. She knew you would say such a thing. So, she told me to tell you that since she was paid 5% of Zero Wing's shares for doing nothing, you can consider this as her investment in Zero Wing. Also, if you really wish to repay her, make Zero Wing a guild that surpasses Twilight Echo. To her, this would be the greatest form of repayment, Blackie said. He laughed when he heard Sher Feng reply exactly how Aqua Rose said he would. The cabin has already been installed in your home. Since I've finished my report, I'll return to the workshop now. You have no idea how busy the guild is right now. Finished speaking, Blackie quickly departed from the apartment complex. Surpass Twilight Echo, huh? Sher Feng muttered as he watched Blackie leave. His goal was not just to surpass Twilight Echo. However, there were still too many things he needed to deal with in White River City right now. It was especially true for Underworld. They had been too quiet during the looting war. This was out of character for them. After a short moment of silent contemplation, Sher Feng turned and walked into the apartment complex, returning to his apartment. Inside his home, as expected, Sher Feng discovered a white virtual gaming cabin that was 2.5 meters long, 1.8 meters wide, and 1.5 meters tall, quietly laying inside his bedroom. He would no longer have to rely on the virtual gaming helmet to play God's Domain. There were nutrient fluids as well as various health monitoring devices implemented in the cabin. Players would not have to worry about hunger or physical discomfort for extended periods of time while inside. On the contrary, they would get plenty of rest and recovery. Moreover, with a 97% sync rate, players would find their 5 senses reaching new heights in the game. With the cabin, Sher Feng could finally display his true strength in God's Domain. Sher Feng examined the cabin before shifting his gaze towards the furnishing around the room. His apartment suddenly felt empty. There was absolutely nothing in his home that was even close to rivaling the value of the virtual gaming cabin. Rather, the cost of a single cabin could pay for the whole apartment. It should be about time. Sher Feng looked at the time. It was currently 8 p.m. and about time for him to enter God's Domain once more. Following which, Sher Feng went to the kitchen and stood before the fridge. He then removed the bottles of S-rank nutrient fluids from the metal briefcase. Sher Feng placed 2 bottles in the freezer, opening and drinking the last bottle. Compared to the lower-grade nutrient fluids, the S-rank nutrient fluid was very special. Despite being stored in freezing temperatures, when he drank the liquid, it felt as if he had swallowed a mouthful of liquid fire. Every organ the liquid passed, from his mouth to his stomach, felt as if they had been scorched. There was no pleasure when drinking the S-rank nutrient fluid, only piercing pain. Moreover, this pain quickly spread throughout his body. Even his skin started to redden. It felt as if hot air flowed through his body, cleaning away all the toxins and restoring the vitality of his cells. His previous efforts had paid off, increasing his punching power from 256 kilograms to 302 kilograms. Everything in life involved balance. It was the same with the human body. If there were gains, then there were bound to be losses as well. Such a huge and sudden improvement would definitely cause plenty of damage to his body. Originally, Shifeng had intended to purchase an A-rank nutrient fluid to recover slowly. However, that was no longer necessary. A single bottle of S-rank nutrient fluid could completely heal all the damage to his body. It's been so long since I've drunk this. I almost forgot about the burning sensation. Shifeng smiled faintly. Although he was in pain, his body had never felt better. As for the remaining 2 bottles, he planned to leave them for his parents. That way, it could also help strengthen his parents and relieve some of the exhaustion they had piled up from work. Following which, Shifeng lay down in the virtual gaming cabin and connected to God's domain. The drops from the mechanical slayer still waited for his appraisal. After all, aside from a 2-hour waiting period, there was also a 12-hour period before the drops of field bosses could be unsealed, appraised, or used. Fortunately, by the time Shifeng logged in, that 12-hour period should be almost over. The drops of a mutant. Just thinking about them excited Shifeng. In the past, the drops from a common mutant were enough for guilds to drool over. Meanwhile, the mechanical slayer was a High Lord mutant. Shifeng couldn't even begin to guess just how amazing its drops would be. Chapter 367 Asura. A series of notifications flooded Shifeng the moment he logged into the game. There sure are a lot of people trying to contact me. Shifeng slowly browsed through the notification list, discovering that a vast majority were friend requests or private messages. Among them, there were plenty of messages from high-ranking members of first-rate guilds. Most of them wanted to acquire Zero Wing. There were also a few first-rate guilds who had messaged Shifeng with different intentions. These first-rate guilds stated that, as long as Shifeng willing joined their guilds, they promised to promote him into an elder position in their guild immediately and offered him a significant percentage of the guild's shares. Shifeng couldn't understand these offers. Since when had he become so valuable? Even Feng Xianyang sent me a message? Interesting, Shifeng read Feng Xuanyang's message, feeling slightly surprised. Although he had yet to discard all pretenses with Feng Xianyang, they were already mortal enemies. Neither would rest until one side was annihilated. Based on Feng Xuanyang's arrogance, it would be a miracle if he stopped trying to dispose of Shifeng. So, why would Feng Xianyang contact him? This wasn't his style at all. When Shifeng opened and read Feng Xuanyang's message, he could not but laugh. Feng Xianyang sure is quick to change his attitude. It's no wonder he was promoted to Underworld's management. In the message, Feng Xianyang had expressed his agreement to the conditions Shifeng had previously stated. He was willing to invest 1 billion credits in Zero Wing in return for 10% of Zero Wing's shares. As for the finer details, they could discuss that further once Shifeng contacted him. What the hell happened while I was away? Everything had happened too suddenly, and Shifeng was at a loss. The looting war in White River City should not have warranted such a change in Feng Xianyang. There must be some other reason. Although Zero Wing had become a major force, in the end, it was limited to White River City. There are over 100 cities in the kingdom. To first-rate guilds, the gain or loss of a single city was insignificant. As for Underworld, they surpassed even first-rate guilds. Moreover, among some of the messages Shifeng had received, a few of the major guilds from the other countries in God's domain had invited Shifeng to their guilds. They even offered very enticing salaries. No matter how Shifeng looked at it, there was definitely something wrong with this situation. However, even after a long moment of contemplation, he still couldn't figure it out. Hence, he logged onto the official forums to get a better understanding of the situation. The moment he logged in, however, he was stunned. Under the Star Moon Kingdom's forum section, posts about Black Flame and the God's Domain experts list flooded the page. Star Moon Kingdom's top player, Black Flame. Appearance of the experts list top 500 in Star Moon Kingdom. God amongst men. 1 against 10,000. Killing thousands and escaping alive. Experts analyze of the various guilds in Star Moon Kingdom. Zero Wing overall strength ranked first. However, among the numerous posts, the most popular was titled, One Hit Asura, with a view count of over 10 million. God's Domain experts list rank 481, Black Flame. Class, Swordsman. Title, Asura. Black Flame had undergone numerous great battles in White River City. He once successfully killed Lone Tyrant, the guild leader of Dark Star, while surrounded by over 1,000 Dark Star members. Afterward, he fought several hundred elite players in White River City, killing every player with a single hit. Nobody could stop his mighty sword as he effortlessly annihilated over 100 players. Shortly after, tens of thousands of players from multiple guilds hunted him down. Not only did he paralyze those players with shock, but he also killed thousands of players by himself before safely departing the battlefield. Secret Pavilion's evaluation, 1 hit per person, possessing strength like a demon. The Secret Pavilion hereby gives Black Flame the title of Asura. Below the introduction, the post contained video highlights of Black Flame's battles. Black Flame is simply too amazing. He is the role model of a swordsman. I must take him as my teacher. I heard that the Secret Pavilion doesn't give out titles casually. It's a pity that Black Flame has been in so few battles. Otherwise, he would definitely get a higher ranking on the experts list. You don't say? 1 hit per person. Black Flame even killed a level 19 shield warrior with a single hit, and he only took a few seconds to kill over 100 players. With such godlike strength and techniques, no matter how you look at it, he should not rank at just 481. In my opinion, first place should be just about right. The Secret Pavilion is definitely pulling some strings, so they're using the title of Asura to divert people's attention. I had hesitated about joining Zero Wing before. Now, however, I've decided to head straight for White River City. I must join Zero Wing no matter what. I've long since arrived at White River City. I heard that the benefits Zero Wing offers to its members are superbly good. The weapons and equipment available for trade are also top tier. In particular, the core members' equipment is a feast for the eyes. You'll just be ashamed if you wear secret silver equipment in front of them. The lowest quality equipment is at least of fine gold rank. Moreover, Zero Wing also has a guild residence. I hear that there are private rooms in the guild residence, and even normal members can rent these rooms. After I join Zero Wing, it will only be a matter of time before my equipment surpasses a major guild leader's. Many players had begun discussing Shifeng's title of Asura and the revelation of the various benefits that Zero Wing offered its members. At this moment, Black Flame and Zero Wing had become the most popular existences in Star Moon Kingdom, and their fame far exceeded first-rate guilds like the Star Alliance and Ouroboros. As Zero Wing did not recruit players outside of the city, White River City had become Zero Wing's recruitment center. Many players throughout the Star Moon Kingdom began pouring into White River City, causing the population to rise suddenly. Unknowingly, Zero Wing had become the most dominant force in White River City. While the reputation of One Hit Asura spread, many players also cursed Shifeng as a shameless villain. Shifeng had lured the Mechanical Slayer to kill countless innocent players, dragging many players into the fray. These players claimed that Shifeng should compensate them by handing over all the drops from the Mechanical Slayer. Meanwhile, these players cursing Shifeng were all the subordinates of Lone Tyrant and the guild leaders of the various guilds in White River City who had joined to take down Shifeng. After the looting war, their hatred for Shifeng was higher than the sky and deeper than the ocean. Any players who the Slayer had killed had lost 2 levels. They also had to wait 1 natural day before they could revive. Moreover, after reviving, they suffered a weakened state for 2 natural days. During this time, all of their attributes had reduced by 30%, and their EXP gain reduced by 50%. Dark Star had already suffered severe losses during the looting war. However, Lone Tyrant had never imagined that it was only the start of his nightmare. With this penalty, how Dark Star ever catch up to the other guilds in the future? The other guilds were in a similar situation as well. At this moment, their eyes had turned bloody red with rage. Just why had they so foolishly sent their members after Shifeng? Thinking up to this point, their hearts crumbled. However, regardless of how much regret filled their hearts or how many curses they spewed at Shifeng's despicable behavior, at this moment, nobody paid them any attention. Rather, they had set themselves up to become the joke that served to uplift Zero Wing's fame even further. So that's why. Rank 481 and a title. It's no wonder why even first-rate guilds from other kingdoms and empires have made such grand offers. Even Feng Xianyang has swallowed his pride and agreed to invest in Zero Wing. Reading up to this point, Shifeng finally understood the reason behind all those messages. There were countless experts in God's domain. However, there could only be 1,008 players on the experts list at a single time. These players were at the apex in God's domain. Players capable of placing on the experts list were also symbols of strength and status for guilds. The more experts list players a guild possessed, and the higher the rank of said players, the more potential and strength a guild would have. As a result, players on the God's Domain experts list became targets for first-rate guilds and various organizations. Take Red Feather for example. Despite ranking only within the top 900, the Star Alliance treated him like their precious baby. The Star Alliance had even given Red Feather a certain percentage of the guild's shares. As for Shifeng, not only did he rank within the top 500 on the experts list and was the #1 player in Star Moon Kingdom, but he had also received a title from the Secret Pavilion. Naturally, he was quite valuable. Just as Shifeng was about to contact Aqua Rose and have her appraise the drops from the Mechanical Slayer with him, he suddenly received a call request from Feng Xianyang. Shifeng had only logged into the game moments ago, and already, Feng Xianyang had contacted him. Feng Xianyang's speed left even Shifeng speechless. Chapter 368, Lunatic against Lunatic. Maple City was one of the major cities in Star Moon Kingdom's eastern region. Although its population was no match for White River City, it was not too far off. At this moment, over half of Maple City had fallen under Underworld's control, and it was only a matter of time before the organization controlled the city entirely. Young Master Feng, do you really plan to contact Black Flame? South Wolf asked curiously, watching Feng Xianyang as he sat on the sofa enjoying delicacies. Currently, Black Flame had become one of the great experts ranked on the God's Domain experts list and had even received the title of Asura from the Secret Pavilion. He had now become an expert recruiting. However, Black Flame had once rejected their kind offer in the past, going as far as to toy with Feng Xianyang. He had even ruined Underworld's plans. Based on Feng Xianyang's personality, he would continue to plan Black Flame's destruction. Now, however, Feng Xianyang had actually taken the initiative to contact the Black Flame he hated so fiercely. There are some things you will never understand. Based on our previous investigations, that Mechanical Slayer was a very special monster, Feng Xianyang said as he examined the compiled data in his hands, a playful smile appearing on his handsome face. A special monster? South Wolf was confused. That's right. According to the information I have here, any player killed by the Mechanical Slayer had to wait 1 natural day before reviving. Even healers' resurrection skills were ineffective on these players. Moreover, the penalty for death doubled. After these players revived, they also entered a weakened state for 2 natural days. During this period, All their attributes have decreased by 30%, and the EXP they can receive has decreased by 50%. Feng Xianyang reported pleasantly as he lightly shook his head. Do you understand what this means? South Wolf shook his head, growing more confused at Feng Xianyang's words. Have you ever seen a monster with such strength? With God's domain's basic settings, the stronger a monster is, the greater its loot will be. The mechanical slayer's loot must be stunning. There might even be many epic items among its drops. Meanwhile, Zero Wing is the largest beneficiary from the looting war. They claimed more drops than any other guild in White River City. Obtaining these drops could skyrocket Underworld's future development. However, it is simply too difficult for us to obtain them. Moreover, we don't have any concrete information about the loot. Trying to steal it from Zero Wing would not be easy. Hence, I've decided to invest in Zero Wing. Although we would have to spend a large sum of money, when I become one of Zero Wing's stockholders, I can easily obtain any information I want. Afterward, I can just set up a trap to steal those items and, slowly but surely, destroy Zero Wing from the inside. Isn't it just money? I have plenty of that. Feng Xianyang was determined to join Zero Wing. Nobody could resist the enticement of 1 billion credits. As long as he could get a hold of a small percentage of Zero Wing's shares, he could obtain all information relevant to Zero Wing fair and square. Previously, not only had Shi Feng acted so arrogantly before him, but Shi Feng had also caused his plans to support Dark Star to fall short. So, why would he ever let Shi Feng escape his punishment? South Wolf trembled upon hearing Feng Xianyang's plans. Suddenly, South Wolf realized that he was still naive. His understanding of Feng Xianyang was still too shallow. Feng Xianyang's plans were simply insane and terrifying. In South Wolf's opinion, Feng Xianyang's plans weren't related to the mechanical slayer's loot at all. Feng Xianyang just wanted his revenge on Shi Feng. The drops were an excuse to take action. To think that Feng Xianyang was actually willing to spend 1 billion credits just to destroy Zero Wing and get his revenge. He was a lunatic. Young Master Feng, I'm not trying to overstep my boundaries, but we have gone looking for trouble with Black Flame many times before. We have hunted Zero Wing's core team. Now that we are trying to become the guild's shareholders, won't he just reject us outright? South Wolf said softly. Of course, I have already considered that. Although we were behind the attacks on Zero Wing, Dark Star stood in the forefront. I have never personally made an appearance. Although Black Flame knows the truth, on the surface, we maintain our pretenses with each other. Moreover, the reason I've contacted Black Flame during his time of glory is that I want him to think that I noticed his potential and that I am willing to pay any price to obtain him. That way, I can smoothly become a shareholder of Zero Wing without arousing any suspicion. Feng Xianyang smiled coldly as he gazed into the wine glass in his hand. After taking a sip, he added, "Besides, is there anyone who would willingly refuse money? I've investigated Zero Wing's background. This guild does not possess any sort of funding. If Black Flame wishes to develop his guild further, he will inevitably need large sums of credits. To Zero Wing, 1 billion credits is like a heaven-sent fortune. If Black Flame is intelligent, he will set aside personal feelings and act logically. He has no reason not to accept my offer." South Wolf's heart suddenly pounded. He never expected that his guess would hit the mark. Feng Xianyang's true goal had never been to obtain the drops of the mechanical slayer. Instead, he only ever cared about Zero Wing's destruction. To put it another way, Feng Xianyang planned to, incidentally, obtain the drops after he destroyed Zero Wing. As fear began to grip South Wolf's heart, Feng Xianyang contacted Shi Feng. "Oh, Vice Leader Feng, to what do I owe the pleasure of your call today?" Shi Feng asked rhetorically the moment the call connected. "Guild Leader Black Flame, regarding the matters we discussed during our last meeting, I have thought them through. Regarding a guild with boundless prospects like Zero Wing, Underworld is willing to pay 1 billion credits to become one of its shareholders. At that time, with the support of Underworld, Zero Wing will certainly grow to become the overlord of Star Moon Kingdom's eastern region. Guild leader Black Flame, when will you have time to sign the contract with us? Feng Xianyang asked, smiling. It looks like you have finally realized Zero Wing's value. Although your previous conduct was slightly excessive, I will be magnanimous and forgive you this time. Let's first talk about the shares, then. If there are no problems after our discussion, we can discuss a time to sign the contract. After all, the shares of the utmost importance to Zero Wing, Shi Feng said, expressing his interest. However, the moment Feng Xianyang heard Shi Feng's words, he very nearly erupted into a flurry of curses. The wine glass Feng Xianyang had held, however, was less fortunate as it fell from his trembling hand and shattered on the floor. Shi Feng spoke as if he thought Feng Xianyang was a child who had done something wrong, and that Feng Xianyang was currently pleading for Shi Feng's forgiveness. Why wouldn't such blatant humiliation enrage the proud and arrogant Feng Xianyang? Black Flame. I will endure today's matters. The moment I become a shareholder of Zero Wing, I will sign your death certificate. Feng Xianyang inwardly swore as he suppressed his anger. As calmly as possible, he said, of course. Underworld will willingly purchase 10% of Zero Wing's shares for 1 billion credits. We will also supply Zero Wing with 100 gold coins every week, as well as send a large number of experts and talents from various fields, allowing the guild to become the overlord of White River City. 1 billion for 10% of the shares? Shi Feng shook his head. Revealing a cold smile, he said, I think we may have a misunderstanding. Vice Leader Feng, do you know what times have changed means? Is Guild Leader Black Flame planning to reject my well-intentioned investment because of our previous issues? Feng Xianyang hurriedly said. It was truly just a misunderstanding. I had no knowledge of the actions against Zero Wing. Lone Tyrant was responsible for those attacks. Despite my explicit command barring him from taking action against Zero Wing, Lone Tyrant insisted on doing so. Underworld never intended to strike Zero Wing. Vice Leader Feng, you misunderstand me. I'm not saying that I don't agree to Underworld's investment. However, 1 billion for 10% of Zero Wing's shares? Vice Leader Feng, don't you think you're being a little too greedy? Shi Feng shook his head slightly. He said seriously, Vice Leader Feng, greed can ruin one's life. However, seeing Vice Leader Feng's sincerity, I will sell you 0.1% of Zero Wing's shares in exchange for 1 billion credits. What do you think? At this moment, Shi Feng's tone implied that this was an incredibly generous offer. There was no sense of disharmony in Shi Feng's words, and it sounded as if his every word was true. Flame. Feng Xianyang's face immediately flushed red upon hearing Shi Feng's remarks, the hair all over his body standing on end and the blood vessels on his forehead surfacing. Feng Xianyang was no longer capable of suppressing the rage within him. Word by word, he angrily bellowed, Have you gone insane? Why don't you rob a bank instead? Shi Feng's offer even frightened Southwolf. A 100-fold increase. Even if Zero Wing had grown. Chapter 369, King's Return. By demanding such a price, Shi Feng made it clear that he was still angry about Feng Xianyang's previous actions. Misunderstanding was just another form of deceit. Everybody knew this. After all, if anything could be chalked up to a misunderstanding, why would anyone need the police? Vice Leader Feng, I'm really losing a lot with this transaction. If you aren't interested, there are many others who will jump at the offer. Shi Feng chuckled. In fact, Shi Feng wasn't lying. Many guilds and organizations outside of Starmoon Kingdom had expressed interest in collaborating with Zero Wing. In addition, there were also major corporations who had offered high prices to purchase the guild. At this moment, Feng Xianyang's complexion darkened, and his eyes flashed with a fierce chill. Even Southwolf, who stood by Feng Xianyang's side, silently lowered his head, his legs trembling. He was deeply afraid that Feng Xianyang would erupt with rage and take it out on him. Whenever Feng Xianyang was this angry, He would secure a painful ending for any who incurred his wrath. Meanwhile, Shi Feng had toyed with Feng Xianyang many times now. No one knew what Feng Xianyang would do next. After a long moment, Guild Leader Black Flame, I am very sincere here. How about this? In exchange for 1 billion credits, I will ask for 5% of Zero Wings shares. Feng Xianyang suppressed his anger and expressed an extraordinary serenity. No negotiations. I will only do 1%. This is the very limit that I can offer. If Vice Leader Feng is not interested, then forget it. I won't demand your acceptance. Shi Feng had only probed since he doubted Feng Xuanyang's intentions. He had not expected that Feng Xianyang could actually endure his games so well. Feng Xianyang had always possessed a dominant approach. He would immediately take action against anyone who disagreed with him. Now, however, he actually controlled his anger to negotiate with Shi Feng. Why wouldn't Shi Feng be suspicious? There must be a reason for Feng Xuanyang's attitude change. Feng Xianyang gnashed his teeth to the point of almost cracking them when he heard Shi Feng's reply. 1 billion was not a small number. If he had to give away so much money, even his heart would ache. If it was in exchange for 10% of Zero Wings shares, he could barely accept it. However, he could never accept 1%. Black Flame, you dare treat me like a fool. Sooner or later, I will make you pay this debt 100-fold. Feng Xianyang inwardly bellowed. As long as he became one of Zero Wing's shareholders, he could investigate Zero Wing fair and square and insert his own men into Zero Wing's core. When that time came, he could crush everyone in Zero Wing. Hence, suppressing his anger right now, he said in a low tone, I understand. I hope that Guild Leader Black Flame will not disappoint me. Let's sign the contract as soon as possible, then. Feng Xuanyang's agreement surprised and concerned Shi Feng. Originally, he thought he could anger Feng Xianyang and send the young master flying into a rage. He had expected Feng Xianyang to break off their relationship completely, spouting a few curses and making some vengeful statements such as, not resting until one of them was annihilated, and the like. However, Shi Feng had never expected this ending. Feng Xianyang had actually endured such an insult to his reputation. Feng Xianyang was actually willing to exchange 1 billion credits for 1% of Zero Wings shares. Unless Feng Xianyang had truly lost his mind, he was definitely plotting something. Considering the events up to this point, Shi Feng revealed a faint smile and said, Vice Leader Feng, why are you in such a hurry? I still haven't finished. Aside from the 1 billion credits, I also want 50% of Underworld shares. If you can promise that, I won't hesitate to sign. Flame. You're courting death. Feng Xianyang exploded. He was now fully aware that Shi Feng was not deliberately raising the price out of anger. Instead, Shi Feng was wholeheartedly toying with him right now. Not only did Shi Feng want to sell 1% of Zero Wings shares for 1 billion credits, but he also wanted 50% of Underworld shares. What was Underworld? It was a force that far surpassed a first-rate guild. Not to mention 50%, Feng Xianyang did not even possess 1% of the organization's shares. Yet, Shi Feng wanted 50%. Vice Leader Feng, you're not going to keep up the act anymore? Shi Feng faintly smiled. I wanted to play around with you for a little longer. Black Flame, don't think that just because you are invincible in White River City that I can't do anything to you. You underestimate Underworld too much. Zero Wing is merely the overlord of White River City. Meanwhile, the several cities surrounding White River City have already fallen under our control. It won't be long before I personally finish you off and eradicate your guild. Feng Xianyang could no longer control his anger. Like a berserk beast, he let out a lung-piercing roar, causing everyone who heard it to shiver with fear. Black Flame, originally, you could have had 1 billion credits as your retirement fund. Now, you no longer have that chance. I will force you into a corner, bit by bit, and make you regret all your actions today. At first, Shi Feng was slightly surprised when he heard Feng Xuanyang's fury. In the next moment, however, he smiled and said, "I will be waiting." Afterward, Shi Feng disconnected the call. Although he had only said 4 words, his statement contained utter confidence and determination. Even Feng Xianyang was slightly stunned, having no comeback. Feng Xianyang fully understood the meaning behind Shi Feng's words. Zero Wing is not afraid to start a war. If you think you're strong enough, bring it on. However, Feng Xianyang was confused. Just how had Shi Feng remained so calm even when facing 1,000,000,000 credits? It seems that I need to speed up my plans, Shi Feng thought after he disconnected the call. His surprise during the call had not been due to fear. Instead, it was because he had not expected Underworld's background to be so powerful. They had acted so quickly and had already conquered the cities surrounding White River City. If it were not for Feng Xianyang losing his cool for a moment and revealing this information, Shi Feng would not have known how serious the situation was. However, Shi Feng could now release a sigh of relief. Fortunately, he had not discovered this too late. He could still prepare if he started taking action right now. It wasn't Underworld's iron grip on those several cities, rather they were under the absolute control of the guilds beneath Underworld. Otherwise, Feng Xianyang would not have tried to spend 1,000,000,000 credits to bury Zero Wing. Currently, the average player's level was still low, so interaction between cities was limited. However, when players reached higher levels, they would have to head to higher-leveled areas. Meanwhile, these high-level areas were close to the common borders between cities. At that time, Underworld could trap Zero Wing. With enemies on all sides, Zero Wing's members would not be able to level up safely as they would face the risk of an enemy ambush at any time. In the end, Zero Wing would slowly but surely be pushed into a corner. However, thanks to Feng Xuanyang's temper tantrum, Shi Feng could act early to prevent such a situation. Otherwise, by the time everyone had leveled up, Zero Wing would be declawed. Considering the situation, Shi Feng hurried back to White River City. Upon his return, Shi Feng discovered that the area outside the teleportation hall had already been fully repaired. Meanwhile, many players wandered the streets. A majority of these players were independent. Whenever these independent players saw someone wearing Zero Wing's emblem, they would watch that person enviously, letting the Zero Wing member feel very proud. As for the members of Dark Star and other guilds, whenever they saw a member of Zero Wing, they would consciously avoid contact. These guild players were no longer as arrogant as before. Moreover, Shi Feng discovered that the independent players walking around on the streets possessed very high levels. These independent players were clearly above the standard of ordinary players. Currently, many of these independent players were trying to form parties to raid high-level dungeons or grind in high-level areas. Before Shi Feng had even left the teleportation hall, the atmosphere on the street changed. Practically everyone turned to stare at him. Isn't he one-hit Asura, Black Flame? Guild leader Black Flame has returned. Where? What? It's real. It's the real deal. He's just too handsome. I'm going to faint at this rate. Shi Feng was not currently wearing his black cloak, so he was easily and quickly recognized. Suddenly, everyone on the street grew excited. Some female players looked as if they would pounce on Shi Feng as soon as he passed, and many of them squealed in excitement. However, before these female players even had the chance to pounce on Shi Feng, a group of players wearing dazzling equipment quickly swarmed over from a distance. The poorest quality weapons and equipment these players had were secret silver rank, and every one of these players was above level 20. They all wore a 6-winged emblem on their chests, and the appearance of this group immediately attracted everyone's attention. This group of players was none other than Zero Wing's core team. In addition to these core members, there were also over 1,000 elite members behind them. These players moved in unison, and the extraordinary momentum they displayed caused the players to make way for them unconsciously. Meanwhile, all of these members of Zero Wing were here to receive Shi Feng. Guild leader, welcome back. Aqua Rose, fire dance, and everyone else walked over, smiling faintly as they looked at Shifeng. This grand welcome left Shifeng utterly speechless. He could only silently nod in reply. Afterward, Shifeng walked back to the Starstreak trading firm with the crowd from Zero Wing. Throughout their journey, the players of White River City had all promptly moved aside. These players gazed at Shifeng with wonder as if welcoming the king's return. Chapter 370 Legacy Stone Sword. Starstreak Trading Firm, 3rd floor meeting room. At this moment, all of the core members of Zero Wing had gathered here. Compared to other guilds, Zero Wing was more fortunate as it had a meeting place exclusively for its own members. Normally, other guilds would have to use the temporary rooms available at the Adventurers Association. However, those temporary rooms could only hold a limited number of people at a time. Other than the Adventurers Association, guilds could also pay a large sum to rent conference rooms at hotels or bars. However, only wealthy and powerful guilds could afford such rentals. Guild leader, we have completed all of the necessary preparations for tomorrow's recruitment. We can start as soon as the guild residence's construction has completed. In addition, here is the detailed list of tomorrow's tasks. Everyone can take a look at what they need to do tomorrow. Aqua Rose presented a list of tasks on the meeting table's system screen and explained them one by one. Aqua Rose had long since prepared for Zero Wing's recruitment. However, when she considered the large number of players coming from other cities as well, she had to revise her plan. Moreover, she had also made detailed adjustments to the guild's benefit system. Now, they would not have to fear the sudden influx of members overloading Zero Wing's capacity and harming the guild's development. Aqua Rose's list shocked everyone present. The information Aqua Rose had compiled so impressively organized. They felt as if they were reading a university textbook. The section relating to Zero Wing's benefit system consisted of over a dozen pages. Moreover, Aqua Rose had carefully planned how they were going to counter the spies sent by other guilds. To access more information about the guild and its benefit system, members would need to be promoted to a higher rank within the guild. However, the lowest-ranking members could still view the benefits that Zero Wing offered, and they were enough to impress many players. What? There are actually 150 private rooms available for rent in the guild residence? I thought there were only going to be 7 or 8 rooms available. That's only what is available for the normal members. Look at the benefits for elite members. They can actually rent 2-star private rooms. Moreover, there are a total of 52-star private rooms available. Just how huge is our guild residence? Many of the core members present were shocked by the information revealed. Their curiosity about their guild residence grew. Look at their surprise. If they knew that our guild residence is White River City's largest and most valuable residence, the Purple Sun Mansion, I wonder what kind of expressions they would make? Blackie chuckled softly. Although Zero Wing's core membership had grown past 100, only a few actually knew where their guild residence was located. After everyone had their assigned tasks, Aqua Rose suddenly stood. Clearing her throat, she said seriously, "The next thing we are going to talk about is classified information regarding Zero Wing. It is also what that everyone present is most concerned about today, the loot from the Mechanical Slayer. Other than the people here, no one is allowed access to this information." Everyone nodded nervously in reply to Aqua Rose's words. Every player who had been invited to this meeting today had a huge responsibility to the guild. The Mechanical Slayer was extraordinarily powerful. So, the items it dropped were also extraordinary. The importance of the role these items could play went without saying. Whether it was competing for a dungeon's first clear or fighting in a guild war, these items would definitely be of immense help a guild's development. If the information of these items went public, not only would their enemies have an edge against them, but it would also rouse the greed in others. At that time, their enemies would definitely plot to steal these items. Looking at the anticipation in everyone's eyes, Shifeng slowly reported, "We have obtained a total of 102 items. Of them, there are 37 fine gold items, 14 dark gold items, 7 forging designs and recipes, 12 Tier 2 magic scrolls, 3 Tier 3 magic scrolls, 8 potions, 2 epic items, and 19 rare materials. What? There are actually epic items. Awesome! With epic items, our guild will flourish in dungeons. We can claim all of the first clears easily. Everyone grew incomparably excited after listening to Shurfang's report. The large number of fine gold and dark gold items alone had greatly shocked the team. They could fully arm a 20-man team with so many items. Just the thought of having a 20-man team fully geared in fine gold and dark gold ranked weapons and equipment was enough to give them the shivers. Not even first-rate guilds could produce such a powerful team. Fully arming a team with secret silver equipment was already impressive. As for a 20-man team in fine gold equipment, that was simply impossible. Meanwhile, if Zero Wing could establish such a powerful team, they would be invincible in 20-man team dungeons. The dungeon bosses would become pushovers. At that time, they could continuously supply the guild with loads of precious equipment. Most importantly, there were even 2 epic items among the loot. Previously, epic items only existed in their thoughts and dreams. After all, since the launch of God's Domain, there had yet to be any mention of anyone obtaining an epic item. Now, their guild actually had 2 epic items. Everyone's breath began to grow heavy at this revelation. Don't get too excited. Although we obtained quite a few weapons and equipment, the lowest level requirement is 30. The same goes for the 2 epic items. Shurfang smiled in response to their enthusiasm. He could understand how his team felt at the moment. Epic items. In God's Domain, they were symbols of extraordinary strength. In Shurfang's previous life, he, too, had been elated when he first saw an epic item. After all, it was an item every player dreamed of having. I know that all of you are eager to see how powerful the epic items are, so today, I'll let all of you have a look at them. While we're at it, I'll let all of you know that I do not plan to allocate these 2 epic items to anyone in particular. Instead, I'll place both of them in the guild warehouse. However, only core members can see them. Once you have accumulated sufficient contribution points, you can trade your points for any of these 2 epic items at any time, Shurfang explained. He then presented the information of the 2 items on the screen of the meeting table. Song of Beatrice, Staff, Epic Rank. Level 30, Level 90. Equipment requirement, Intelligence 200. Attributes will be adjusted according to user's level. Magic damage increased by 25%. Cooldown of all spells reduced by 20%. Casting speed increased by 20%. Spell critical rate increased by 15%. Cast range +3. All magic type skills +2 levels. Ignore levels +15. Durability 200/200. Additional passive skill, Song of Elements. All successful attacks have a chance to trigger this skill, increasing players' magic damage by 20% for 15 seconds. Does not stack. Cooldown, 1 minute. Additional skill 1, Forest Sprites. Summons 3 forest sprites to battle for you. Forest sprites can also be sacrificed to recover players' mana. Each forest sprite sacrificed will recover 15% of players' maximum mana. Cooldown, 20 seconds. Additional skill 2, Elemental Domain. All allies within a radius of 50 yards will have their magic damage increased by 15%, cast speed increased by 15%, and mana consumption decreased by 20% for 1 minute. Cooldown, 30 minutes. Additional skill 3, Song of Sprites. Increases the effect of a specified spell by 300%. Cooldown, 5 minutes. Shadowcraft, Leather Armor, Epic Rank. Level 30, Level 90. Equipment requirement, Agility 200, Strength 150. Attributes will be adjusted according to user's level. Agility increased by 25%. Strength increased by 10%. Evasion +20. All magic resistance +20. Defend +4 levels. Ignore levels +10. Additional passive skill 1, Dark Shadow. movement speed increased by 20%. In dark places, movement speed increased by 30% and agility increased by 10%. Additional passive skill 2, rapid movement. Agility increased after receiving damage. Agility increases by 5% with every 10% decrease in HP. Additional skill, shadowless. Player can consecutively appear behind targets within a distance of 40 yards. Each use consumes 1 charge. Replenishes 1 charge per minute up to a maximum of 3 charges. Of the 2 epic items, the Song of Beatrice required 600,000 guild points, whereas Shadowcraft required 400,000 guild points. 1 guild point was the current equivalent to around 30 copper coins. Even Aqua Rose and Fire Dance would require a relatively long time before they could accumulate so many points. When everyone saw the attributes on the 2 epic items, they were all stupefied. The equipment they wore was simply too inferior compared to these 2 items. Meanwhile, when everyone thought about how they could trade guild points for these items, a passionate flame lit up in all of their eyes. The absurdly high demand of guild points didn't deter their passion at all. At this moment, they wanted to rush out of the room and start earning guild points immediately. You've seen the attributes on these items for yourselves. As to whether or not you can trade for them, that will depend on the effort you put in. In addition, I also have some good news to tell all of you. I will reward guild points to the first 100 members in the guild to get promoted into a Tier 1 class. First place will receive a reward of 50,000 points, so all of you, work hard. Seeing the high morale of the crowd, Shifeng added more fuel to the fire. Currently, not a single player had become a Tier 1 class in the entire Star Moon Kingdom. The various guilds around the kingdom were all focused on raiding the 50-man team dungeons in their respective cities. None of them knew the importance of Tier 1 players. Presently, only Shifeng knew that Tier 1 players were the key requirement to raid a level 20, 100-man team dungeon. In addition, Tier 1 players also played an important role in the competition between guilds. The sooner a guild possessed Tier 1 players, the more beneficial it would be to the guild's future development. This was the reason why Shifeng had ordered his guild members to level up quickly rather than waste time competing over the first clear for the level 10, 50-man team dungeons. Everyone's fighting spirit soared once more when they heard Shifeng's announcement. At this moment, they all viewed their decision to join Zero Wing as the best decision they had ever made. No other guild would offer fine gold and dark gold items to its members, much less epic items. On the other hand, not only had Shifeng made the items available for trade, but he also spent a large sum of money to encourage everyone to raise their strengths. Players would never find these opportunities in any other guild. If they could earn the reward of 50,000 guild points, even if they didn't want the epic items, they could still gain several fine gold or dark gold items, greatly increasing their prowess. After the meeting ended, the core members headed towards the class association to receive their class change quest, afraid that the others would beat them to the top prize. It should be about time for me to upgrade my class as well. Shifeng smiled faintly. Shifeng had wanted to take on his class change quest for a while now. However, he celebrated the fact that he had not already done so. He would have regretted that decision. Before the meeting started, Shifeng had already appraised the drops from the Mechanical Slayer. In the looting war, Zero Wing had actually managed to obtain 103 items, not 102. There was one item Shifeng had not revealed. The item Shifeng hid was none other than the crystal-encased ancient sword. Shifeng had kept it hidden because that item was simply too frightening. Even if he added together the value of the other 102 items, it would not reach even 1/100th of the sword in the stone. If others learned about this item, it would definitely cause a sensation to sweep throughout God's domain, which was why Shifeng had decided to keep silent about it. The sword in the stone was neither a weapon nor armor. It was a legacy item. Moreover, the legacy it contained was no ordinary legacy. It was a legacy item even more powerful than the magic weapon Star's Reminiscence. Chapter 371, Peak Legacy. A legacy hinted at a hidden class. This was also one of the reasons why legacy items were extremely rare in God's domain. Previously, the fact that they had obtained the Astromancer's legacy from the Blood Hand Association's stronghold had already blown Shifeng's mind. Now, however, he had an even more powerful legacy. Moreover, only berserkers and swordsmen could use this legacy. Shifeng knew that the legacy contained within the sword in the stone was more powerful than the Astromancer's legacy was because of its unsealing conditions. Violet Cloud's legacy item, the magic weapon Star's Reminiscence, required a Tier 3 Great Mage to help unseal it. Based on these stringent requirements, the Astromancer's legacy should be superior among the many legacies that existed in God's domain. However, Shifeng's sword in the stone was far more amazing than the Star's Reminiscence. Sword in the stone. The sword inside the crystal faintly emits a power from the ancient era. It occurs naturally with no signs of being crafted. However, a frightening power had damaged this ancient sword severely in the past. If one wishes to awaken the power contained within and gain a better understanding of this sword, they need to gather the power of 3 Tier 4 classes and expend 21 mana stones. Class restriction: Berserker and Swordsman. Not to mention the 3 Tier 4 NPCs, just the number of mana stones required was a huge headache for Shifeng. Mana stones were extremely precious in God's domain. Although they weren't as valuable as 7 Luminaries crystals, they were not far from them either. Mana stones were rare materials required to craft epic ranked weapons and equipment. However, the most dreadful aspect of mana stones was that nobody sold them in God's domain. Only bosses in 100-man hard mode team dungeons dropped mana stones. Moreover, the drop rate was a minuscule 2%. Currently, throughout all of God's domain, Shifeng had yet even to hear news about anyone obtaining the first clear of a level 10, 50-man team dungeon, not to mention a level 20 100-man team dungeon. Even Zero Wing, his own guild, was only in the preparation stage of raiding a level 20, 100-man team dungeon. Only players who had gathered 100 Tier 1 players had a chance of success in the hard mode versions of those dungeons. In other words, it was simply impossible for Shifeng to get his hands on a mana stone right now, let alone 21 of them. The difficulty of unsealing the sword in the stone far surpassed the magic weapon Star's Reminiscence. Hence, Shifeng was certain that the legacy contained within the sword in the stone was far superior to the Star's Reminiscence. At the very least, it should be one of the peak legacies of God's domain. I can only give it a try. Shifeng smiled bitterly as he gazed at the sword in the stone inside his bag. The awakening conditions of the sword in the stone were too high. Ever since Shifeng had appraised the legacy item, he had constantly been thinking of a way to fulfill those conditions. He could not afford to wait until Zero Wing obtained the first clear of a 100-man hard mode team dungeon before gradually collecting 21 mana stones. If the guild leader of any other guild stood in Shifeng's place right now, activating the class change quest of the sword in the stone would be nigh impossible. And ordinary players could never meet these conditions. Only after racking his brain did Shifeng think a way to awaken the sword in the stone early. Soon, Shifeng left the meeting room as well and headed to one of the forging rooms on the 4th floor of the Starstreak trading firm. They had obtained a total of 7 forging designs and recipes from the looting war. Of them, 3 were forging designs. All 3 forging designs produced different types of basic strengthened armor kits, which were respectively meant for plate armor, leather armor, and cloth armor. Although these basic strengthened armor kits were a lot weaker than the basic mana armor kit, their effects only half of the latter, they were still very valuable. After all, Shifeng was not a dedicated lifestyle player. He could not afford to spend a large amount of time producing the basic mana armor kits. Meanwhile, the supply of basic mana armor kits available on the market would not meet the demand. Hence, these 3 basic strengthened armor kit forging designs were extremely important. At this moment, a knocking came from the door of the forging room. "Guild leader, the ones you called for are here," Melancholic Smile said respectfully as she entered the room. While Shi Feng had been busy, Melancholic Smile had grown to have the aura of a strong and capable woman. The current Melancholic Smile was already an advanced forging apprentice, and she was only a short distance from her promotion to a basic forger. Under Melancholic Smile's management, the Horizon Alliance, the lifestyle guild Shi Feng had secretly established, had grown to house over 3,000 members. These lifestyle players had been recruited from various places. Currently, these members had crafted a majority of the products sold at the Starstreak trading firm. Not even Aqua Rose and Blackie knew about the Horizon Alliance. In the eyes of the public, the members of the Horizon Alliance were simply players that the Starstreak trading firm had hired. "Ah, come on in then," Shi Feng nodded. Following which, a man and a woman entered the forging room. The woman who followed Melancholic Smile was none other than the forging genius Cream Coco. She had already become an advanced forging apprentice. Meanwhile, the man who entered with Cream Coco was a 40-year-old man called Roasted Ironheart. Because of his age, the guild's Roasted Ironheart had joined in the past had looked down on him. However, after he passed the test set by Melancholic Smile and became a member of Horizon Alliance, he had poured his heart into forging items and displayed frightening talent. Regarding forging techniques, he was even more talented than Melancholic Smile. Currently, he had already become one of the 5 great forgers of the Horizon Alliance. After the two entered, upon seeing Shi Feng, Roasted Ironheart immediately grew cautious. Normally, Melancholic Smile was responsible for dealing with all matters within the Horizon Alliance. So, no one had ever met the true owner of the guild. The members of the Horizon Alliance only knew that their guild leader was extremely mysterious, and he had actually managed to form a relationship with the Starstreak trading firm. Not only did this great personage possess frightening wealth, but he also had great talents such as Melancholic Smile and Cream Coco working under him. The members of the Horizon Alliance all felt reverence and curiosity towards this mysterious boss of theirs. Today, as Roasted Ironheart finally met the mysterious boss behind the Horizon Alliance, his heart was filled with incomparable shock. Originally, Roasted Ironheart had believed that the force behind the Horizon Alliance was a wealthy tycoon. However, he would never have imagined that proprietor of this lifestyle guild was actually White River City's, no, the entire Starmoon Kingdom's #1 expert, the one-hit Asura, Black Flame. How could this revelation not shock him? Moreover, Black Flame was also Starmoon Kingdom's publicly acknowledged #1 forger. At this moment, Roasted Ironheart's mind was a complete mess. "There is no need to panic, I don't eat people." Shi Feng could not help but console Roasted Ironheart when he noticed the man's trembling legs. Hearing Shi Feng's words, Roasted Ironheart nearly slumped to the ground. The #1 expert of Starmoon Kingdom. The guild leader of Zero Wing. The great character that dominated White River City. There was simply no chance that a small fry like Roasted Ironheart could meet such a great character like Shi Feng. Yet, not only had such a situation occurred, but Roasted Ironheart was also speaking directly with such a great character. How could Roasted Ironheart not panic? "Uncle Ironheart, relax. Our guild leader is a very kind and friendly guy," Cream Coco said, smiling. Roasted Ironheart silently nodded. After taking a long moment to calm down, he said, "Hello, boss." Melancholic Smile and Cream Coco giggled at this sight. Shi Feng had grown speechless at Roasted Ironheart's actions as well. He was not a monster. Why was he so intimidated? "All right, I have some important matters to discuss with you. I've called the 3 of you here today because of these." Saying so, Shi Feng took out the 3 basic strengthened armor kit forging designs. "Each of you will take one. Your task for this is to produce these items. The more, the better." As forgers, Melancholic Smile's group was stunned when they saw the forging designs. They understood the value of the basic strengthened armor kits. By producing these items, not only could they increase their promotion speed to basic forgers, but they could also use these items to dominate the forging market and create names for themselves. When the trio thought about how Shifeng was actually willing to let them learn such precious forging designs, their hearts were moved. I'll leave these forging designs to you, so research them properly. If you can achieve a 20% success rate, then you can start mass-producing them, Shifeng said. Although the basic strengthened armor kits were not as difficult to produce as the basic mana armor kits, advanced forging apprentices still had a low success rate. Melancholic Smile and the others would be lucky if they could successfully produce 1 or 2 pieces out of 10 tries. Guild leader, rest assured, we will accomplish this task. We definitely won't disappoint you. All 3 of them guaranteed. Following which, the 3 returned to their respective forging rooms and began their research on the forging designs. Meanwhile, Shifeng also departed from the Starstreak trading firm and hurried towards White River City's bank. He planned to start the first step of awakening the sword in the stone. Chapter 372, 5 Big Cities. Walking in the middle of the street in White River City, Shifeng had used the demon mask to change his appearance back to Yifeng. The color of his ID reverted to white as well. All this while, Shifeng had used his artificial ID of Black Flame. It had been a long time since he used his actual ID. In a rapidly changing game like God's Domain, not only were there tons of new players flooding into the game every day, but there were also many experts rising and falling with every passing moment. Meanwhile, the duration of Yifeng's disappearance from the public eye had been long enough for everyone in White River City completely forget about him. Throughout Shifeng's whole journey to the bank, not a single player he passed by had recognized him. Although some players had glanced his way, they had not done so because of Shifeng's identity. Instead, it was because of the equipment he wore. The magic weapon Abyssal Blade and the dark gold-ranked Purgatory's shadow hung from his waist. Even if Shifeng had removed the 2 weapons' glow effect, when one saw the intricate patterns carved onto the swords as well as the flowing lights flashing on the blades, no one believed they were ordinary weapons. White River City sure has changed. Even the average level of ordinary players is almost the same as Star Moon City. Making a casual observation, Shifeng discovered that a majority of the independent players wandering the streets were level 15 or 16 and armed with a few pieces of bronze equipment. Shifeng occasionally saw some independent players who were level 17 or 18 and fully geared in bronze equipment with a few pieces of mysterious iron equipment. In the past, this sight could not have been found in White River City. Suddenly, Shifeng thought of an idea. What if he transformed White River City into the heart of Star Moon Kingdom? Originally, Shifeng had intended to develop a branch guild in Star Moon City once Zero Wing was sufficiently powerful to compete for the resources available there. After all, Star Moon City was the heart of Star Moon Kingdom. It was a gem that incited fierce competition among the many first-rate guilds. Star Moon City was also the hub for elites. The player population there was simply immense, with no other city within Star Moon Kingdom capable of being its rival. Meanwhile, controlling Star Moon City meant obtaining the large number of elite players and resources there. A guild's development in Star Moon City would be much faster than in any other city in Star Moon Kingdom. However, when Shifeng saw the current state of White River City, a thought suddenly came to his mind. Why must he torture himself to compete over Star Moon City with all those first-rate guilds? Most players went to Star Moon City was because it had far more opportunities for development. The city also contained many advantages that no other city possessed. But what about now? Due to Zero Wing's existence in White River City and the fact that the guild did not recruit members in any other city, many players had now migrated to White River City. As for the reason behind this migration, wasn't it because Zero Wing offered advantages that no other guild possessed? As long as Zero Wing offered its members more benefits than other guilds, players would continue to flood into White River City. Moreover, as players' levels increased, their income would increase as well. Soon, the teleportation fee between cities would no longer be a problem. At that time, it was not entirely impossible for White River City to surpass even Star Moon City. HM? Is it about Underworld's inside information? Shifeng suddenly heard the arrival of a message. Absolute Heaven had contacted him. Meanwhile, the assassin's message was perfectly timed. Underworld had already become the dominant force in the several cities surrounding White River City. As for how much control they possessed over those cities and exactly which cities they controlled, Shifeng had no clue. Without that information, he could not take appropriate measures against Underworld. Shifeng did not want to waste too much time searching for Underworld and subsequently ruining the organization's plans. If he could find access to detailed information about Underworld, he would have a much easier time preparing for the future. There sure is a lot of information here. Shifeng was inwardly surprised when he opened up the file attached to Absolute Heaven's message. The file was dozens of pages long, and its level of detail was above and beyond what Shifeng had expected. An outer member like Absolute Heaven should not have had access to the kind of information contained in the file. Most likely, only those at Feng Xuanyang's level would possess the authority to know such information. Did Absolute Heaven kidnap and interrogate Feng Xuanyang? I'm impressed that he could obtain such detailed information. Now that he had such detailed information about Underworld, without wasting any time, Shifeng quickly found a quiet spot inside the bank and sat down. He then started carefully reading through the file Absolute Heaven had sent him. 2 hours later, Shifeng finished reading the final page. He could not help but exhale deeply. Although I already expected as much, I did not realize that Underworld is actually so terrifying. They control a total of 316 guilds in Starmoon Kingdom's eastern region. It is no wonder even Gentle Snow is wary of Underworld. Making a rough estimate, Shifeng guessed that Underworld controlled over 1 million players in Starmoon Kingdom's eastern region alone. Zero Wing's current member count was just over 5,000. To Underworld, Zero Wing was no more intimidating than an ant. Furthermore, there were also the Underworld Guards, a group of elites that the organization secretly nurtured. Although the Underworld Guards only had around 400 members, each one was an expert. If they formed a 100-man team, they could effortlessly annihilate hundreds of elite players out in the fields. In addition, Blue Frost City, Maple City, Gale City, Twin Lion City, and Coldstar City, the 5 big cities neighboring White River City, had all been dominated by the guilds under Underworld's control. Moreover, these guilds were not inferior to Underworld in the slightest. Without any powerful enemies, these guilds had grown rapidly. Of these guilds, Overwhelming Smile, the guild holding dominance over Gale City, was currently even more powerful than Dark Star had been during its peak. Without any obstructions, it was a matter of time before these powerful guilds became the overlords of their respective cities. Underworld really is a headache. This situation is much worse than what I had imagined. Shifeng wrinkled his brows and scratched his head, considering the situation carefully. Based on Zero Wing's current strength, moving out and dealing with just one of the 5 cities under Underworld's control would be a massive undertaking. As for dealing with all 5, it was simply impossible. Setting aside the disadvantages of fighting in enemy territory, Zero Wing would first need sufficient strength. With the current number of members Zero Wing possessed, it wouldn't even be a threat for any of these guilds. For such an endeavor, not only would Zero Wing need to pay a large number of teleportation fees, but it also had to waste a lot of manpower and material resources. As for Shifeng himself, although he was strong as an individual, he wasn't strong enough to threaten an entire guild with tens of thousands of members. I need to hurry and get my class change done. Shifeng looked at the sword in the stone inside his bag, a sense of urgency overwhelming his thoughts of upgrading his class. No matter how Shifeng racked his mind, he could not think up of a proper solution. The only thing he could do now was to increase his own strength. There was a large gap in combat power between a Tier 1 player and a Tier 0 player, not to mention a hidden class. If Shifeng could successfully upgrade his class and become a Tier 1 player, he could cause some trouble for the guilds controlled by Underworld and buy Zero Wing more time to grow. Following which, Shi Feng walked towards the bank's counter, retrieving the larger of the two philosopher's stones from inside his personal warehouse. He then retrieved a large number of magic crystals from the guild warehouse. Guild members had come across these magic crystals while they had raided dungeons. Originally, these magic crystals were intended for equipment crafting, but as of yet, nobody within the guild could produce equipment that required magic crystals. Hence, a large stockpile had accumulated inside the guild warehouse. Now, however, Shi Feng emptied their stock. Following which, Shi Feng returned to his forging room inside the Starstreak trading firm. He then took out the Philosopher's Stone and all of the magic crystals. Mana stones were originally born from the minerals inside magic crystals. If magic crystals were refined, there was a chance to obtain a mana stone. Hence, Shi Feng intended to utilize the Philosopher's Stone to refine mana crystals into mana stones. However, mana stones were extremely rare and precious. The chances of obtaining a mana stone from refining a magic crystal were extremely low, and even Shi Feng himself wasn't very confident in success. Hopefully this works. Shi Feng then grabbed a transparent magic crystal with one hand and the Philosopher's Stone in the other. Praying silently, he refined the magic crystal. You're tuning in to the Passion Pages YouTube channel. We're so grateful for your support, and don't forget to subscribe to join us on this incredible journey through captivating stories. Your generosity through donations truly makes a world of difference, as it's the primary source of revenue that allows me to expand and enhance this channel for you. Thank you from the bottom of my heart for being a part of this adventure.